You can clearly tell the game is inspired by people that love Final Fantasy and that super fantastical like there's like the idea of like, you know, like Skyrim and like Elder Scrolls. It's a fantasy world, but it's extremely grounded like Lord of the Rings. Whereas Final Fantasy is just so far beyond fantastical in most of its like the breadth and scale. And you find that line with someone and they say, oh hey, you know, that's too much for me, and you go, oh, I'm sorry man, okay, that's the line, and then you don't go near it again, right? Like, there are some people that I do not do the brown around, because once I did the brown around them and they looked at me like I was like, what the fuck are you doing, buddy? I am going to say, you are mean, Smokey. How dare you be so mean to me? I was so nice to you. I let you into the stream. I let you do whatever you wanted. But no, you have to be mean to me. Yay! You guys are awesome. You guys are fucking amazing. You are the reason for everything. Remember that. You're special, you're important, you matter. And, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Guys, I'm only racist against racists. Raymond Dow, what's up, brother? How's it going, good sir? Welcome, welcome. We have a new command.
Pregnant man, pregnant man, pregnant man, pregnant man.
See, my gay percentage is going up. 393%. Fuck yeah. He talks with such a confidence and understanding that people go, nah, there's no way, fuck off, dude, kind of thing. Like, he's a real know-it-all and shit like that. Oh shit, it's my meth dealer. Uh-oh. You better run, Carnegie. You owe him some fucking money, bro. If you an OG of the channel, you getting yourself a copy. Free copy. You'll probably get drafting copies if you guys want once I finish the first draft. Because I'm willing to throw like a couple $100 at that to send out like 10 or 15 like paper copies to like dedicated fans. And this one is only 8,000. Meantime, here's the sort of nice thing to say to a gal, as to which I've said to one, and I'd say that it worked well. A mind as valuable as diamonds and gold, however the heart that fears the Lord is valuable that the world itself, according to me that is. You do. Think carefully. Duart's eyes lit up. Could you talk to Hojin for me? Cullis grinned. Genius. He'll know what to do. At the front of the line, Hojin sighed. Duart should have left with the first years. Cullis, what's this about? Cullis stepped forward. Sorry, sir, it's urgent. Duart's parents want to convince to expand outside the tree. With guild collateral, it's profitable. This guy's been... He's been arrested like 142 times. It's like, okay, yeah, okay, send him. Right? It's like... At what point in time, oh, this guy robbed a bank. Right? And Beezus, yes, innocent, it will happen with innocent people, but people have been thrown into life prison many times, only to be found out they died. After they died, they were innocent. Yes, it happens, Beezus. But it's the more extreme that you push it, the more extreme it will be, because it's like, you know, at that point, I would fault the system, I wouldn't fault the outcome. That's how it goes sometimes, but thanks for sticking around, thanks for hanging out. This game was quite fucking interesting. You know, it is what it is. It's a fucking gacha game. What you gonna do? Pretty fucking funny, though, you know? We got our asses handed to us, that's all that matters. But anyways, hey, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Like, she purposefully, like, puts herself, like hanging on the edge of, like a cliff or a building to make herself feel terrified, to make him feel terrified. Shit like that, like just crazy shit that like an absolute psycho would do. Yeah, this one. AR multiplayer FPS in China. Who else loved paintball or airsoft as a kid? This would be so hype with none of the mess. Perfect for an urban community. But it's like they're using it to train kids to be soldiers. That's literally what China's doing. I mean, it may look like it's all fun and games until, like, World War III and he puts them all on the battlefield because he can't afford fucking drones.
I'm just proud of the fact that I can get my face on stream. I can show a window of my, like, internet thing, and I can have sound. That's my goals right now.
Hell yeah, start small.
Yeah.
Stream Elements does it.
I have a BRB stream scene as well. I figured that out.
Nice. I have one, but I don't use it. It's
Well, you never leave the stream.
sometimes I do. But then I'm like, why do I have a be right back screen when I have the 3D picture behind me that you guys can stare at her back or her butt? Like, if you're being arrogant and talking down to someone, that's different. But I think you should take the audience's view very seriously because they're the ones you're aiming for. And if you don't try to go out of your way to please your audience, then, like, what are you doing? Oh, I haven't finished any stories. We've been writing this very complex, very structured, and purposeful series story of Duart. So this will be the next story we put up. But this is a it took us a long time. Like, we took breaks between making Cryogen and yo boys, how's it going? We back at her again, another day, let's go. How is everyone today? So here we start off with the final story of the short stories. Pierre Menard. We're just revised reading, revisioning of in Pierre Menard, author of the Quixote? I have no idea. I think this is an author's note. True. You know what that gets you? The Shadow Realm. Okay. Well, apparently this is not it. So let's pull up something actual. So let's go back to Grok. Let's find this. Oh. No, this one boost. No. Oh, it's at the top. There, I'm retarded. So this one, and this one. Don Quixote. Okay, I think I'm confused by this one, but they're all experimental, so, because maybe that is the story then. I don't know, hold on one second. Let me just, This is where I got it from, or is this where I got it from? No, definitely didn't get it from there. Visible. It's not that long. Where does it end? Admonishings? So let's see if that's... This seems like this is a lot of, like, biographical stuff? Not the actual story itself. Aha, here's one that I can copy. Perfect. Oh. Well, it doesn't matter if it's not in English. I can translate it. Let's go to a new one. Oh. Super easy. So I'm guessing this story is heavily character driven. I swear every time you go live, what's up, Ninja? I can't help but be trying here. Well, I'm glad. That's a good thing, right? At least for me, your stream always has value. Well, I'm glad that I can provide that. That is kind of what I'm trying to do, right? I'm like, what do people not do, and what would I like to see? And I was like, I'd like to see live beta readings. I think that would be really interesting. So that's kind of the direction we've now been shifting, where it's like, oh, people usually hide their work, so I want to be a writer that actually shows my work and, you know, uses the audience for engagement and stuff like that, instead of just doing like writing sprints and co-working streams, right? So it's like I can infuse entertainment into you know, a niche along with it to add even more value, right? So you don't just think one-dimensionally. Sending my work and facing criticism. It's tough to be honest with you, but it was a necessary act. Yeah, that's the other thing, is like some people like don't want to show their work for their own, like it's not that they don't want to show their work because they're afraid someone's going to steal it. They don't want to show their work because they're either embarrassed of it or they're just, you know, whatever. I'm like that with promoting. I am so cringe when it comes to promoting because apparently I'm really bad at it. So today I was like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go and I'm gonna do some beta reading on stories on Reddit, and I'm gonna basically tag along with my comments, like an advertisement for like free beta reading for streaming. And then I realized after I did it that the everyone who read it probably thinks it's a bot comment about, like, you know, paying for beta reading. And I'm like, ah, fuck. And no matter what I do when it comes to like promoting and shit, I always fucking wind up shooting myself in the foot, because I'm like, oh, I think this would be a really interesting way to promote, right? And it's like, oh no, actually, apparently, no. Bots have ruined fucking everything, man. So let's see. Wait. Oh, is this the guy who commented? No. Yeah, it was. No, there was another guy. Best way to write fiction is take inspirations from real life events. Yup, that's what I do. Almost every single thing in my book, in my world, is a concept taken from real life and morphed to fit the world. And then there's concepts that are like things that I think should exist in the world. Like the idea of the bottom 15, where there's just a place you can go, and inside of this, like, 1 to 2 mile square area, basically anything's fucking legal. You are entering a PvP zone when you go there. And there's always the assumption, oh yeah, you know, someone could get dragged there and pulled there and accidents happen. But is that going to stop us from creating a place like that? No, because everything could be taken advantage of. So you got to look at it from that kind of experience, right? Yeah, this guy was like, you're cooked, you're going about this catastrophically wrong. But then this guy was like, thanks for the feedback, seen comments similar on works on Reddit. Well, I don't personally feel like I need to invest any more time to prove my own works. What was the rest of this? I would be curious. Talk about fantasy literature and hear more about your experience in the field. Hit you up if I find a convenient time. So, like, I mean, it's, I guess, technically, for one, it was a negative thing, but he still wants to talk. And the other guy, it was a positive thing. He's not interested in feedback, but he does want, like, discussion. So, I guess actually rethinking about it now, out of, like, posting, let's say, 12 times, and having 2 genuine responses, that's actually a really, really fucking high ratio of response rate. Right? So, now that I'm thinking about it more, and the fact that he, like, DM'd me, is like, oh, okay, you know what? Maybe I'm looking at this. Maybe my problem with promoting is I'm like too. Like, I think about it too much, right? It's like you put up a fucking billboard, you don't think about everyone who passes the fucking billboard, right? Like, it's a mentality thing that I just like don't fucking have when it comes to promoting, but I can do it for other people, because like it's like I have to think of myself as like a different person, and it's like I'm not promoting myself, I'm promoting someone else. Like, I think that has to be like a mentality shift for me. I admit, when you called out the cliche in my story and said if I like it, I don't need to change it, a part of me wanted to just do that and settle. But then I remember Neil Druckmann. Have you heard about the incident of Last of Us 1 to 2? I don't know specifics, but I know something went wrong. Like, I don't know if it was interpretation or if it was execution. Like, he had a vision and it didn't work. Last of Us 1 was a successful game on the PlayStation. It was revealed in the Reddit. Neil Druckmann had a very dark mind. Well, that makes sense. But that's just one aspect. It's how deep can you go? And the question is more of, and his friend Bruce Straley. I could tell him what he did wrong. He replied on Reddit. Like, one of my characters is literally generationally fucked. That he himself filtered. Which led to one of us being successful. Because they didn't hold back. They lived up to the expectations and the dream, and I would say that's a... Neil had people filtering his ideas that they didn't like, but then years came by, and Bruce left the company, and he didn't have a voice to back him up anymore. So those ideas that would have put it on the level... so people... so it's like the opposite. So it's like the guy who curtailed him Okay, yeah, I'd love to watch that, Ninja. Like, the guy who curtailed his ideas left, then his ideas got so out of hand, they ruined the series, because people were like, what the fuck is this? Yeah, you can post any links you want. I know people are like I should... one of the rules is literally go fucking wild. So it's like, you could say and do whatever you want in the chat, because I don't give a fuck. Because people are too much of, like, they're too much of little bitches.
Today we're going to be going over Neil Druckmann, his past ideas, and the mass exodus of employees from Naughty Dog that I think all play a part in the creation of an inarguably divisive game, The Last of Us 2.
I've
Now,
never
say,
played
really
part
don't
2, so
care
I have
if you
no
like The
idea
Last of Us 2.
how much of a
I
difference
would
having yes men versus having people with opinions can do. Yeah, it's so true. Because I'll give you a summary to help you out. Okay. Because, like, I've watched The Last of Us Part 1, like, the TV show. But I haven't watched Part 2. See, people with differing opinions, and by the time Last of Us, the people with differing opinions left the company, leaving Neil with just yes men. Yeah.
Really excited for this game, but ultimately when it came out, I was just very disappointed by it. I really wish I could have loved it. To fully understand where this game comes from, we really need to go back to Neil Druckmann's early days as a writer. Now, while he was in college, Neil had an idea for a video game that was centered around a man protecting a little girl in a zombie apocalypse.
And each one of us would come up with a concept for Night of the Living Dead game. This was kind of the idea I was working on. You had this cop character, and he was trying to protect this girl in this world of zombies.
That was centered around switching between the two characters so that you could learn to empathize with both of them through gameplay.
He had this heart condition, and every time this thing would act up, you would switch control between the cop and...
Oh, that's
that
so
was kind of
cool!
the
I love that
thing. It was
concept!
like that idea of using, controlling a different character to kind of elicit empathy and make you view the two characters in different lights. We pitched that to George Romero, and he said...
The idea was shot down. Then he graduated college and he got a job at Naughty Dog, and he began his career at Naughty Dog as a programmer, but on the side he kind of continued to work on this idea.
That's devastating to have that happen.
Go on to be
Nope.
the foundations for The Last of Us. So in his original idea that he pitched to an indie game studio is a little bit different. The main characters were a very hardened criminal who lost his daughter.
Dude was now a criminal who's lost his daughter, and in trying to protect this girl, he was trying to redeem his past.
Who was also tasked with bringing a little girl to a safe location.
It was mostly about him trying to get this girl to safety.
And along the way, eventually his criminal past would catch up with him, and he would get tortured only to be saved by this little girl.
At some point, his past catches up with him, with his business partner. He gets tortured. She ends up killing the guy, and again, the role switch where she becomes the savior.
Now, he pitched this idea to an indie game studio.
Pitched together, I had a bunch of pages drawn. I had the script for like a 6-issue arc. I pitched it to an indie publisher, and he said...
And they shot it down.
Like it, but I don't love it.
So years down the road, this idea would be kind of refined by Bruce Straley along with Neil to form the basic outline for the original pitch for The Last of Us. A pitch that has some very eerily similar scenes from The Last of Us Part 2. Now, the basic premise of the game was similar. You know, Joel taking Ellie across the country to find a cure. Cure doctor tells Joel that he is going to have to kill Ellie to get the cure. Joel kills the doctor and then takes Ellie out. Now, the big difference was that Tess was actually looking for revenge against Joel because Joel killed her brother. And so Tess would eventually catch up to Joel at the end of the game and then would capture him and torture Joel, only for Ellie to come into the rescue and kill Tess right before Joel was executed.
But again, Tess, this relentless force, slams into the truck. She's now with this their old gang, and they're trying to like get revenge on Joel, and they surround Joel and Ellie in this ranch house. Joel finds this air duct that only Ellie can fit through. Reluctantly, Ellie escapes. As Joel, you kind of have this climactic fight with your old gang, but eventually you get captured by Tess. She's willing to torture Joel to make him suffer, and just like she lost her brother, she wants to kill Ellie in front of him just to make him pay for that. And as Tess is finishing torturing Joel, She realizes he's not going to talk, and she levels the gun against his head, and on the gunshot, we slam to black. And then we're back with Ellie, and you're sneaking into the ranch house, you're climbing up the stairs where Joel is being tortured, and now you hear that conversation again when Joel was being tortured, and you realize you're back in time. And in fact, it's Ellie that bursts into the room right before Tess was going to shoot Joel, and she ends up shooting
And
Tess.
that's the bullet?
Any of that sound like part 2?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't play
those
part 2.
And guess which part of the story got shut down? The revenge aspect. Neil came up with these ideas for a revenge plotline, taken straight from his earlier work, and Bruce was likely the one who removed them when you look back at their AMA back in 2014. So in responding to a fan talking about the Tess rumors that was the original antagonist of the game, Bruce says that those ideas were scrapped because revenge was ultimately not a strong enough motivation for someone to travel all the way across the apocalyptic country for an entire year.
Yeah.
Then,
I mean,
Neil
revenge
says
is
there were some
strong, but you need
parts of that
other
about
motivations
Tess
to
that
go
ultimately
along with
wasn't
it.
strong enough. So Neil also says in the same AMA that he's pretty dark and that he wanted to kill Elena in Uncharted 2. Bruce was the one who had balanced him out and pushed for more levity in his games. And I think that's kind of the key to Neil's success as a storyteller. He needed someone like Bruce to help filter his ideas. And so I think Neil held on to this idea for a revenge plotline. Possibly even slightly bitter that everyone kept shutting it down.
Yeah,
So Last
it
of Us
happens.
comes out, it's a huge success. I personally think it's one of the greatest games of all time. And now's where we start getting into the mass exodus of employees from Naughty Dog. So I think the downfall of Naughty Dog really began all the way back in 2014 when Amy Hennig, who was really the brains behind the Uncharted series, and in my opinion, kind of the main reason that Naughty Dog is as big of a studio as it is today, was allegedly forced out. She was the brains behind deconstructing the Indiana Jones franchise to create the Uncharted series, and was heavily involved with Uncharted 1, 2, and 3.
Why recreate
Now,
what
she
you
was
can when you can
allegedly
create your own
forced out in
individual IP that
2014
you can do
after being about
anything
8
with, and you don't have to
months into
stagnate?
development on Uncharted 4. She has said she left on creative differences, and we're not really sure if she was forced out, but basically Neil Druckmann and Bruce Straley took over the story after she left. And so after they took over it, Neil Druckmann and Bruce Straley rewrote major beats of the story, and basically threw out a lot of what Amy had worked on for the past 8 months. So Uncharted 4 came out in 2016 after a horrible crunch. Crunch mode is essentially when the developers working on the game have to work mega overtime and put their lives on hold so that they can pretty much live at the office and focus on the game for months at an end. It's a pretty horrible practice that's very common in the gaming industry, but it's especially bad at Naughty Dog because they have become known for having very, very detailed and very polished games. And the way you get this detail and polish is through crunch. Now, it was very common for developers, the people who code and work on the games, to leave after one project at Naughty Dog. Some of their stories are pretty insane, like working 24-hour shifts, spending 12 hours a day at the office, working like that for months at a time. Now,
It's
like
one
I
thing
said,
if you're
Uncharted
doing
4
that,
had an
like you're
especially
pushing
big crunch
yourself to do that. It's
because
another thing if
Neil
your
Druckmann
job
and
is doing
Bruce
that,
rewrote
right?
a lot of the story aspects, but
Like,
they
there
didn't push
are
back
there are
the
times
release
when I
date
do
for the
that.
game. And so
When you're
they
in
had to
it, but only
rewrite
for
a lot of the
myself.
story and then cram all of that in at the end still. So after that game came out, a ton of people at the studio quit. They lost nearly 70% of their entire development team. And then the
Push 'em too
co-president
hard,
and
they'll
Bruce
fuck
Straley
off.
both decided to leave in 2017. Bruce would later say this was the best decision he's ever made. Now, The Last of Us 2 production really didn't begin until after Uncharted 4 was released in 2016. So Neil pretty much had the keys to the castle at this point. Major players were leaving, a bunch of the dev team was leaving, Bruce was on leave, Amy Hennig was gone. Now, to understand how Neil was able to create a game that had so many of his dark ideas that had originally been shut down, it's important to understand the term groupthink. So groupthink is essentially when every member of an organization or team thinks the same, or at least they
Yeah.
think similar enough to where
I
no one
hate
questions
that.
the
You
leader,
need
no one
diversity.
really
You
disagrees
need
with
just
anyone. They all kind of go along
perspective
with it, and they all think it's
changes.
wonderful. Now, it's
That's
one
what
thing
makes
to not rock
makes
the boat in an organization,
even having two
but
is
when the
super
main
important.
catalyst for the game is brutally torturing and murdering the main character of the first game, one of the most beloved video game characters of all time, you would think someone at Naughty Dog would have said, hey, maybe fans are going to hate this, and someone would have brought up an opinion that maybe
So it
this
turned
wasn't the
into
best
like
idea.
a torture
Neil
porn.
even talks about how important it is to get feedback from the people around you at the studio.
I'm really proud that at Naughty Dog we have this really flat structure where people can speak up. If they don't like
Tch.
ideas or the
Why
story
it
isn't
failed.
working or gameplay isn't working, someone can say something.
And so that's where groupthink can bite you. When everyone in the organization is so similar, there's not a dissenting opinion to kind of flesh out an idea that everyone can get behind. So getting back into the development of The Last of Us 2 in 2016, Bruce
When you called me out on my flaws, my pride was hurt, haha, but then I remember what happened with Neil Druckmann. He was so confident with what he liked, he never thought about if the majority of his audience would like it. It's just my opinion, but if you want to be successful with what you like, it has to resonate with the majority. Yeah. And one way to do that is to pick a singular niche topic that would resonate with someone. Like, for instance, writing a book about someone who, like, I don't know, like if you're like a mechanic, right? Like writing a story about a mechanic on a spaceship or something like that. Or in like a futuristic kind of thing, right? Or maybe like change that over to like magic and put them in a fantasy world, and it's like you're like a mechanic in a fantasy world kind of idea. And it's like find something you think people would resonate with and then go with that. Where mine is like Final Fantasy. My entire book is built off of Final Fantasy. You like Final Fantasy? You will like my book. I'm glad you aren't a yes man when you talked about me and the other stories. Yeah. I mean, I am with D-Naught. Well, I mean, there's a couple of places in D-Naughts, but like I said, D-Naught has the strongest story I've ever fucking read. To the point where it's like, yeah, this is insane. Because of the character. And that's what matters the most, is the character. And it feels like the vibes of an anime. It's really phenomenal to see something like that. And it's really encouraging to see something like that, because I'm like, you don't have to be the best. You have to be unique. What are my strengths, you dick? What's up, Callie? Callie, like I said, your strengths are your fucking creativity, dude. You have a mind... Like, literally, Callie. It's probably because of your schizophrenia that you just have a different understanding of the world and description. And you can take these small, tiny things and expand them out, right? Like... just butterflies with vertigo, how you extrapolate like eating flowers and the flowers connecting to emotions, because Callie, this is what made that so powerful. And I don't know if you know this, but this is why it was so powerful, because flowers evoke emotion. So I'm guessing you originally somewhere in your head were like, yo, flowers evoke emotion. What happened if you ate a flower and that flower designated emotion? What if we felt emotions for flowers because flowers are actually evoking those emotions? So if you ate them, you would strongly turn towards that emotion, to the point it could change your personality and like make you fall in love with someone, right? Like that's taking something that happens in the real world, like the beauty of a flower, and you manifested it into literally the power structure of your world. The power of that creativity is fucking amazing, right? D-Not, if you're here, guess what? You're the best according to Talks. Congrats. I just mean of the people that I've like the stories that I've read that are not professional stories. D-Not reminds me 100% of Choke, which is Chuck Palahniuk, who wrote Fight Club. That's fucking high praise. Like, the voice of the character and the voice of the narrator and the voice of the story has that punch to it. That sarcasm that's just so well done. The conversation and the dialogue, the way the characters interact is fucking genius. And that's what makes a powerful story. Because people love characters, and when they love your character, they will love by proxy what your characters love, thus the world. So always focus on trying to make the best voiced character. when you finish the video, let us know what you completely think about the video. Yeah, and I'll talk about my experience with this, though I don't know The Last of Us. Yeah, but I can still do it on a creative side of the idea behind it, of how those concepts happen, and how this is a huge thing in my writing. The one thing I will say, do you? I'm just gonna lay it out there and break the fourth wall here. I haven't done this yet. That doesn't mean I won't do it. But, have you ever tried to trap someone into finding out if they're a yes man or not? And I mean, I haven't done this on stream with anyone. Sent my lord a few people, besides you. How I know is this. They all liked it. Yeah. When I sent it to you, you liked it too. But... you felt the need to criticize it. Which motivated me to change for the better. Exactly. And that's what I'm trying to foster and facilitate, is that kind of thinking and area. So you come up with a retarded idea. Something like, because there's some things that can be funny, so it's hard to find a really retarded idea. Okay, so like, guy breaks into guy's house, right? Guy steals, I don't know, like jewelry and like a collection deck or something like that. And the motivation of the character is he has this, like, in that deck was like his favorite Magic card. It's not worth anything, but it's sentimental value to him, right? And like the story, let's say the story explains this, right? But the only reason he's going after the guy, and he has like, you know, like home video footage of the guy, and it's like, he sees the guy randomly on the street or something like that, right? And he makes this huge, elaborate plan to go, like, stalk this guy and try and catch him in the act of selling, like, the jewelry and stuff like that. But the guy never sells the jewelry, he just wears it. And then the main character finds him, and they become best friends. Isn't that an awesome story? Difference is that a yes man will just say yes with little to no feedback. A person with different opinion can still like what he or she read, but will give you valuable feedback. And the point of this is like, well, why is the guy's motivation to get the jewelry back when you've established that he has like a really sentimental card? Why wouldn't you use his motivation to get that sentimental card back. And it's like, oh, well, because the whole story has to do about the jewelry. Well, it's like, well, then why would you mention that there's this really important card, right? Instead of mentioning there's a really important card, mention how valuable that jewelry is to him or his wife. And then you're like, oh, but the story, you don't want to know that it's actually valuable to him because, like, he's a cross-dresser and the other guy's a cross-dresser and they're going to become best friends at the end. And it's like, this story just has so many holes in it. It's so ridiculous. It's like, and it plays off of all of the wrong things. So if you're a yes man, you'd be like, oh yeah, it's a really interesting story. Cool, yeah. And if you're not a yes man, your first clue would be like, well, like I said, like you want to leave those red herrings in there, right? Like obviously talk about, yeah, there's this really important sentimental card, but it's never brought up again in the story. It's like, well, why would you make me invest in this card that the character doesn't seem to actually care about, right? And it's like, if you can do that, you can differentiate the people that are yes men and don't really give a shit about your story, and the people that go like, even on the most minor, be like, well, hold on a second here. Fish, welcome. So what we're doing here is we're talking about Neil Druckmann and Last of Us Part 2, but I'm just tangenting as always. We're talking about yes men and the power of yes men. And I'm saying I lay traps for people, Fish, and I will come up with the most ridiculous, stupidest, even like a toddler would be like, well, isn't that kind of backwards? That's what I said about my old neighbor. He used to cook for me once in a while. He was a professional chef, so he washed his hands. How ego got in the way of his storytelling. Yeah. Where did washing his hands come from, Fish? What did I say that's a response to? That's what I said about my old neighbor who used to cook for me once in a while. He was a professional chef, so he washed his hands. I don't know what I would have said for that to be a response, Fish. But yeah, let's finish the video. I want to see a full thought. Yeah.
The man who would help balance out Neil's very dark tendencies was on leave after Uncharted 4. He was then replaced with Hollywood writer Haley Gross, who had written 2 episodes of Westworld Season 1. Now, I've never seen Westworld,
it was Season
resume,
1.
She really hasn't written that
It was
much.
Season 1. Season 1 was
quote.
good.
When Gross joined the project in 2016, Druckmann had a structure for the entire story. Gross felt that
I would tell him how I felt about his dish and offer criticism, and he knew that I was a real N for that instead of being a yes man. I said I liked the food, but he felt it was salty or not cooked fully, etc. Oh, let me stop talking. No, that's okay. Keep going, Fish.
that her perspective on characters and trauma added to the narrative. So basically, Neil hired a Hollywood actor who had never really written anything for the video game industry because he felt like she had some pretty similar ideas to his own. Or in other words, a yes man. And so the studio fell to groupthink. And Neil Druckmann was promoted to vice president in 2018. And so bringing all of these different plot points together, essentially what happened was that Neil's dark and revenge-oriented ideas for a game where you have to empathize with another character through gameplay, all of these ideas have kind of been festering for a very long time.
Last of Us.
All of these
We're still
ideas
talking
have
about that
been
Druckmann
shut
guy,
down
that
or
creep.
cut by someone, and I think
What did Druckmann do?
after Amy Hennig left and Bruce left and the co-president left and they have mass exoduses of the employees and they're replacing all of their employees with very like-minded people, Neil didn't
know he
have
did
anyone
anything.
who said no to him anymore. And I think he's always kind of wanted to do this story, this revenge aspect of the story, and I think he felt like this was the opportunity to do it. And so, with no one left to say no, Neil's kind of dark and disturbing and kind of outlandish ideas get expanded upon, and then they're seen as this masterpiece by these like-minded people, and then The Last of Us 2 gets created, and the rest is history. And I think that's what's frustrating to me, is when I'm going through this and finding this information and looking at Neil's past, other people had told Neil these ideas, the ideas that I don't like as a part of the story, is in Joel getting tortured, and then that's his end, and then there's this big revenge quest, and then playing as Abby so that you empathize with her through gameplay after she brutally tortures Joel in front of Ellie. These ideas were ideas that other people shut down for a reason. And it's just frustrating to see what I think could have been a pretty good game with the story of Abby and Lev. I think if their story had been in a separate game where Abby wasn't introduced by bashing Joel's head in with a golf club, I actually think that would have made a really good separate game. Groupthink is a bad thing. And I think rocking the boat is sometimes necessary, and I think it's important for writers and just people in general to not surround themselves with yes men, and to surround themselves with people who are independent thinkers and who can bounce ideas off each other and have a discussion and figure things out. Sitting in an echo chamber, you get these ideas and you run with them that aren't a good thing and that other people aren't going to like. And that's, I think, how The Last of Us 2 became so dark and divisive. And as kind of a final note, don't be harassing people for the media that they created. You know, just because they created something that you don't like doesn't mean you can go harass them on the internet. No one deserves to be getting death threats. I firmly stand by that. Don't go do that. Now, this will probably be my last video on The Last of Us 2 because honestly, I'm really ready to play Ghost of Tsushima. That game looks very
Fucking
good.
Ghost of
And I'm ready to
Yotai.
kind of move on to something else. I feel like I've kind of said what I wanted to say about The Last of Us 2. Disappointed with it? Then yeah, be on the lookout for Ghost of Tsushima videos because that is what I'm getting my hands into next. That's all I have for this one. Do me a favor, hit that subscribe button. We are really close to 1,000 subscribers, but as I promised, I'm going to do a face reveal. Eventually, you know, it's going to happen, guys. Just keep subscribing and it'll happen. Let me know what your thoughts are down in the comments, and with that, I will catch y'all on the next one.
Nice. Alright. So, I'm the same way. I have dark, fucked up ideas that I want to throw into things. Like I said, Zayd's death is probably the #1 thing. And what's good about this is an internal thing. This is a conversation I had with myself. So it's kind of a little bit different, but this is just my personal experience with it. And the example earlier was literally, like, the conversation that I had. It's like, well, I want to kill Zayd. And it's like, well, you want to build Zayd up as, like, this character that's going to be the main character. You want it to almost seem like Zayd is supposed to be the main character. And then you just want to kill him. I'm like, yep. I was like, isn't that a little, shallow? It's like, well, it's not that important. It's like, well, if he's not that important, why kill him? It's like dramatic effect. Okay, well, if you want to cause some kind of dramatic effect, then do something like a reveal. So, for instance, we already know Zayd has, like, he's good at graphs and math and information. So he's graphed out the top 50 adventurers and found out that, like, this shit don't add up. These are, like, the adventurer IDs that are expired, that have been taken away. Like, these are clearly, like half of these at least are stolen fucking identities. Like, there's some fucked up shit going on here, and no one will listen to him. But he has the information. So I need an event that makes it so people pay attention to him. So that's kind of why I want to kill him. Well, why not just have him present it? It's like, well, it's kind of the relationship between Husai and shows Husai's faults. So it's a character development reason. And it's like, okay, well, what's the ultimate reveal we need in the book? Who killed Torg? How did Torg die? And then it hit me. And I was like, it was meant to be. The Monarch's gonna kill Torg in the Exodus over Zayd saving, trying to stop them from, like, burning down the Adventurers Guild, and he won't leave the tree. And then the Monarch's gonna come in, the Monarch's gonna kill him. As a show of force. That no one's above the law. And I'm like, no, I don't want to kill Zayd! And then it's gonna break Husai, and then Husai is gonna basically lock himself away and be like, remembering that Zayd needed to show him something. And he's gonna go through all Zayd's information, but he doesn't have, like, the cipher, the idea of, like, what a graph is, and, like, how math works and stuff like that. Like he's just not educated in, like, the librarian, like, Dewey Decimal System, because that's what Zayd's basically using, is, like, a Dewey Decimal System that he invented himself. in order to categorize the library. And that's why Husai, at such a young age, made him, like, the head of the library. But it was just, like, having that internal conversation as to why I want something to happen led to one of the greatest moments. And if I had just said, yeah, let's just kill Zaid, it never would have gotten to that point. So, even for myself, I have to do this to myself with all of my ideas. Because I can never find someone who can do it for me on the outside. Like, my parents are yes men when it comes to it. My brother doesn't really care. My sister, like, my ideas are way beyond her, right? My brother-in-law, he gets it, but I don't get to talk to him that much. You know, I moved away from my friends, so I don't really have, like, friends out here that much. And it's, like, it's hard to communicate back and forth, but I do share ideas and stuff, right? And then I was like, well, I'm just gonna start fucking streaming and build a community like that. Honestly, it baffles me why people like Neil prefers yes men. It's so much more fun to interact with people, different ideas. They help filter out your ideas that people may not like. Yeah, exactly. Like, what do you guys think about that? And I think the only reason it works is because you only really learn about, like, Zaid's at the very beginning, right? In, like, one of the first 5 chapters before they leave the tree, Zaid is in one of those chapters. Other than that, Zaid is, like, compared to, like, all of the characters. Like, all Husai does is compare everyone to Zaid. And it makes you, like, get to know Zaid vicariously. Like, he's telling stories about Zaid. It's, like, half of the exposition in the book at the beginning is him telling stories about Zaid, reading histories, and, like, his ability to connect histories. This is my main Final Fantasy story. Like, my main novel that I'm becoming a better writer so that I can write this novel to its full potential. Right? When those differing ideas are supported with some kind of logic and not emotionality. Yeah. A good story. Last night, Ninja. Yeah. Keep applying your craft. The creation, the revision of the creation of the Sapphire universe. But I don't think we've actually read a story. We've just read the origin story. This is just lore, right? We haven't actually the book that I'm talking about, like Husai and Zaid. You guys are making me blush. No worries, Ninja. I mean, you look at your origin story, the fact that my story is being talked about again. Well, it's. I love the idea of how inventive you are with your gods, and the way that, like, you build up to the flood, and then everything goes from there. It's like you've worked in all of the pre-flood lore that would have been lost before the flood and bring it into a world that makes it seem real, right? Which is super, super important. But we do have your story now. Oh, but what I was gonna say is, you can get lost in the sauce, and having a self-critique is very important because other people won't always do it for you. So my view on this is Neil should have done what I do. Like, I had a huge problem with this, right? I wanted everything to be in my book, and I had so many contradicting things that I was like, this doesn't work. But I love these ideas, I love these concepts. So you know what I did? I took the things I couldn't put in my book, and I wrote short stories about them. And I got the idea out of my head and on paper, and I satisfied that itch that idea was causing in me. and then I could move on. And then it became mastering continuity, and how can I keep the book in line so that nothing seems, oh, a wizard did it, or coincidence out of nowhere. I want you to see the behind the scenes of the coincidences, to see how they add up to become those coincidences. And it's like because you have so many events happening, coincidences will eventually happen. And then people, because they think too much, take those coincidences out of hand. And you'll see that happening throughout the book to try to show how people's perception of reality is different than reality itself. And through the first person perspective, Husai has to realize this himself. Amelia Jax, yo, what's going on? Right now, we are getting ready to beta read Ninja's story. We were just talking about Neil Druckmann and Yes Men, and how your story can go out of hand. Like, for instance, Ninja, this is the other thing I was going to say about it. This is the origin story of my most dark, fucked up character in something called The Carnival of Carnage. Basically, it's in a world where there's a machine that can predict whether you're a reincarnation, and reincarnation has been found to be real. And now you can be sentenced for multiple lifetimes. Wait, don't read my story yet. Not because I don't want it read, but I'm cooking up a better revision of the lore. Revision of the lore. Oh, okay. Okay, no worries, Ninja. But basically, how do you say this? Like, how many stories you have done before? I usually do short stories. Like currently we're writing The Banquet, and I had an idea for the most controversial story ever written yesterday, even though I've already written the most controversial story already. So The Last of Us Part 2, truly that bad outside of Joel's death. It's just the idea that it could have been better, and the ideas that Druckmann let his ideas fester inside of him. Have you got any published yet? Actually, you want to know what? Today was a fucking huge day, guys. Check this shit out. Check this shit out. And this number is actually really, really fucking important. So today, someone read, or in total, 46 pages were read. Now let's go to the book. Oh, I don't think I can click on it there. Where does it not say? Do I actually have to pull it up? Hold on, let me pull it up. Oh, never mind. I thought it was 46 pages. It's 34 pages. But that means someone at least read... That's either multiple people read a couple of them. But... many workers allegedly left Last of Us development. They don't like it. It was that bad. Now I won't condemn people who like it, but I say that a lot of people really did not like it. Also, why do people insist Abby was trans when it's never been alluded to? That part has always got me. What do you think is a good number of readers or not? Well, I mean, it depends on what your goal is, right? With this, I was like, people just convinced me to publish on Kindle because they liked my stories, so I published, and I've made like $8. So you know, and this is just random short stories that I've made. See the cover art of your book? I mean, can you zoom in? Oh, for bondage and water sports. I agree with her body isn't realistic, but I took it as Neil's fetish coming through, not her being trans. Yeah, I don't know, Fish. That's something you'd have to ask the author. But anyways, yeah, she was never intended to be trans. I love it when people do that shit. Well, it could just be, she could just be a fucking tomboy. There's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, it's, smut sells, guys. Because, I have a fantasy story, I have a historical story, I have a sci-fi story, and of all of them, the smut sold the most. The name we do not speak of her! There's one, it's in an apocalypse, and there isn't enough food of that body type to go around. Makes me incredibly smart. Yeah. But big days happen, you know? So, anyways, so, I'm flattered that you were willing to read my lore again, actually. Well, I mean, the more revisions, the tighter it gets, right? It's very, very interesting. I love most of it. It's just, there are a couple of things like reasonings for people doing things. Like you were saying, revenge isn't strong enough. There needs to be 2, 3, 4 reasons. Like one like super main reason, like 60%, then 3 reasons or 2 reasons to take up the next 40%. And that's like the basis of the depth of motivation for a character. Layers of motivation that keep pushing them. When they forget, or this one isn't motivating enough, that other motivation comes in. They're like, yeah, this is the other reason why I'm doing this. And then it just kind of switch back and forth, and then you can lay off, and it's not like you're just one emotion driving them the whole time. I've got to say that you're on the right track, but a few minor tweaks could help you improve, engage your readers more effectively. Oh man, you are so going to like the revision version. Get ready, bro. Yeah. See? And that's the smallest thing, is character motivation, even if it's the gods. You know? Is like super, super awesome in bringing people into your world. Because people love characters. And I don't think people emphasize that enough. You could have the shittiest story and the best character, and you'll still sell because people will love that character. That's why you killing your main characters, like doing something like that's why stories don't have like your main characters die, unless it's like an anime and it's at the very beginning and it's like the mentor character establishment within the first 3 episodes, they die. You know, it's like the first couple chapters of the book, character dies, right? I'm just sharing my experience, and if you're open for suggestions, I would love offer some. Yeah, if you're a writer, Amelia, and you want to join the Discord, or if you have anything that you want me to read, feel free to post it in the public stories, or if you have anything that you want to promote, feel free to promote in there all you want. Self-promotion. Excuse me. Or if you want, you just drop your links in the chat. Feel free to do that. But anyways, so I want your guys' genuine critique on when my gods have their official art. That's when I will send you my revision lore. Okay, sounds good, Ninja. I can wait. Art imitates life, life imitates art. What I love about my story. Yeah. Is that I keep rereading my lore when I have free time. And I look at the mistakes and work on that. Yeah. So, darkest character, lore, backstory ever. And just said they got extinct. I didn't want just that, so I added causes to their extinction. Primary causes. And like I said, somewhere you should allude that, like, for instance, like leprechauns and mermaids and stuff like that, like there's like 5 in the world, right? It's like that's why there's like lore about them, but no one's ever seen them and no one ever believes it, but there's still ideas about them, right? I myself don't write stories, but yeah, I'm experienced working with authors and currently working for a story named Total Party Killjoy. Ooh, that sounds cool, Amelia. Very interesting. Well, you know, feel free to join the Discord and go through the self-promotion and see if anyone wants to work with you. This is what I mean, I swear, this stream. Makes me much smarter. Well, I mean, I try to do that, fucking heck yeah. Well, that's what, you know, I try to facilitate a place. But, so there are things about this story that this is my dark mind, I like in the fact of it's understandable how you could see it happening, but it's still super fucked up. And I think it makes the story more human. But you guys critique me on this, and I'll explain after specifically what I'm talking about. And the direct critique I'm talking about. But I'll give you a hint right now, it's age. I own a software firm, basically. It's been 4 years almost since I'm working with the Twitch streamers. Even my name is mentioned on lots of Twitch channels. I've been also granted with a special badge by Twitch officially. Nice, that's cool, Amelia.
You're a fraud! Where's my toke? 700 septillion!
Thank you for following AmeliaJax_. I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 4, less than 3, plus 1.
Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Alright. Here we go, guys. Are you ready? Septillion, what is that clip? That is Beezus. Beezus, using AI, created a clip of me and Smokey meeting at TwitchCon, and I didn't bring weed, so Smokey's freaking out. And usually, it doesn't do it anymore. TTS is broken. But when you hit 83 digits, you hit Vigintillion. So we would go like this, and we would spam in the chat like this.
584
And it would be like Octo 742 Octo Vigintillion, 764 Septivigintillion, 674 Sextvigintillion, 600, you know. So you'd spam Vigintillion and it would always go up to like Septillion, right? So it's a joke before the TTS broke when it used to say Vigintillion. It's just the fact that it sounds like vagina. And Smokey's a troll, so he would just spam numbers and just spam the TTS. So it became like lore, and then Beezus created that clip out of it, and then I made that my follow clip, and that is now my official like lore of the stream in the follow clip, right? So it's like if you know what's going on and you could figure out the lore of the stream. That's why it's like if Smokey is actually gone, that is the saddest thing, and I'm really depressed that I couldn't keep up with him. But like I said yesterday, I can't, how do I say this? I can't appease a single streamer or a single viewer if it's going to affect the over... We're already on 2 mutual servers. Nice, Amelia, of course. In order for my well-being, right? Like, he was like, L streamer, you always leave when I come back. And I was like, yeah, but you know, we're hitting the 7-hour mark. So it's like, I did it twice because it was funny. And I already said I was going to end. But, you know, the patch hadn't come out yet. We were going to play PoE. But it's like, we troll each other all the time and shit, right? So he's like, L streamer, you always go off when I come on, so I'm leaving. I'm going to find another streamer, and I was just making fun of him the whole time because I knew he was gonna come back, and it's been 3 days and he hasn't come back, and now I'm like, oh shit, is Smokey gone for real? I'm really sad if Smokey's gone for real. He'll be back, I'm sure, right? He can't stay away. He loves trolling too much. How long have you been streaming on Twitch? Year and a half-ish. We had our year in July on my birthday. Yeah. But anyways, okay, so my darkest, most fucked up character, guys. So in this world, there is a machine that at 5 years old, it scans to see who you're a reincarnation of. If you're a new soul, if you're a reincarnation or not. And how far along, you know, the soul train, essentially, you are. And I'm in your server now. I also sent you a request on Discord. Add me back when you get the chance. Just discuss a few things. Yeah, sure thing, Amelia. So, this character gets sentenced to multiple life sentences. Right? So, it would start with their first reincarnation. So, they've been in prison their entire life. They die. They get reincarnated, get sent to prison at 5 years old. So they've been in prison since they were 5. And when they're around like 14 to 18, the age doesn't really matter. But World War III happens. And the world kind of ends. And the prison basically becomes like its own sustained environment. And there's like no rule in law, and everything kind of breaks the fuck down. And the warden turns into basically the worst person ever. And he is like, because it's like a male prison, right? And since there's no rules, he's basically like assaulting the character, right? And then the character winds up killing the warden and becoming the warden, changing the prison and finding a secret lab that's underneath the prison that's like a bioengineering lab. And using bioengineering, he basically implants a womb in other inmates and impregnates them, and then they have the first biologically born female. And that's the main character. So yeah, imagine being the only female in a fucking prison after World War III. Eventually, she kills the warden using her sexuality as her power, and she becomes the mistress. And essentially, the only thing to eat at this point is human flesh. And human flesh causes, like, extreme obesity. And, of course, Kuru. So she has, like, massive shakes, and she's, like, 500 pounds, and she's basically worshipped inside of the prison. And people come from all over the world. Is it Kuru? The one you get from eating human brains? There's a disease you get from eating human brains. Yeah. So now, is that like a cool origin story, or is that like way too fucking much? Because I need the origin story to show the depth of her depravity. That she has been tormented and made this way by her environment. That almost no choice that made her the personality that she is was her own choice. Everything had been stripped from her. But now she's in control. And she's out of control. And I want that to power her character and everyone around her. Well. Hey, D-Not, how's it going? Welcome. We are currently discussing yes men, D-Not, and the difference between people that will nod and say that's a good idea, I like that, versus the people that would say, okay, I like that idea, but what if you did this? And the downfall of Neil Druckmann due to yes men in allowing him to basically live out his like his ideas that had been trapped inside of him, and discussing how you're forgetting the third option, Scotty. Oh, I'm the second. Also, I'll also tell you if your idea is basically shit. Yeah. So, I was just discussing my origin story for my darkest, most fucked up character. It's anger that his ideas kept... Yeah. And in order to get those ideas out of his head and get them on paper and get rid of that frustration, he should have done small projects with those ideas and realized that those ideas were too much and other people were right. And that's what I do. I take those ideas, I put them into a short story, and I lock it away. And I say, that idea is fucking bullshit, don't do it. And I feel like that's something that the Carnival of Carnage is. Is it something that I'll probably never actually write? It's just that idea that stems in me, okay, well, if this is really that dark and fucked up, do we need to write a story about it? I don't think so. It just comes into play in my world because it's a timeline and it's just one story in all of them, right? Even though it could be its entire little universe of disgustingness. And now God has to live his fantasies, not considerate of how his audience would perceive his ideas. Kuru is crazy. Yes, Fish, did you just... and what's the third option that you were talking about, Fish? Mad cow disease, I'm pretty sure, was caused by the fact that they ground up cow brains and fed it. Like, the worst thing you can do as an animal is eat your own species' brain because of the prions in your brain. They fuck up brain function. It's the same way that, like, mercury fucks with you in the way that it imitates certain chemicals in your brain, and it'll, like, activate a certain center of your brain, but it'll clog it and send continuous signals instead of, like, sending the signal and then moving to a new area. And it's like, that's how it just basically dissolves your brain over time. But I haven't heard anyone say any feedback yet on my character. This is why I say it and then I scrap it. Because everyone's like, I don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. And I'm like, yeah, that's understandable. That's why I say it's my most fucked up, like, terrible origin story. And you should just, yeah, maybe it just doesn't need to be written. Some things can remain an idea, and if I keep it in my head, it'll always be something that'll remind me, hey, is this idea too far? Are you doing this for your own fantasies, or are you doing this for the story's sake? And I made the mistress for the story's sake. She is an outcome of the environment of the development of the story. Right? But it may not seem that way, and it's like an 80-20. 80% of people are going to think, man, this guy just wants to add his fantasies into the book. The other 20% will be like, this is the only possible way this character could have been. And if that's the case, is that a story worth writing? You gotta look at that scale and say, yeah, you may encounter someone who isn't a yes man, but is averse to dumping on people's dreams and passions. I try to balance that. I'm not a yes man, though. That's a different thing. Well, for instance, you're a yes man if you think my idea is bad and you don't tell me that it's bad. That's kind of the essence that we're talking about, Fish. It's the people that, for a certain reason, they won't critique. And that is the worst thing you can do if you're giving feedback. Because if you give any feedback at all, people think it's genuine feedback. Yeah, I read you, sir.
Yeah, I read you, sir. What do you want?
That was pretty good. When you watch Artosis play and all you hear is Vulture, Micro, yeah, you get pretty good at the Vulture. Tox, I think the lack of caffeine has made me extra moody. That's okay, Callie. How did your TikTok go? Oh boy, here we go. Yeah, that would make sense, Callie, though. Caffeine does that. And notice how still no one has said anything about my origin story. I fucking love it. It's kind of like the perfect example of that. Where it's like, yeah, read the room. Yeah. My defense I just got here. Yeah, it's okay, Dino. I'm just poking fun. Because I know that it's something that, like, you don't want to... Even typing out half the criticism you could have with it would probably get you banned on Twitch. Because of the topic. So that's why I said, like, the main critique is age. Wait, what happened? Not... Did something dumb? No, Not just came in at the end of the story, so he couldn't exactly give critique on the backstory when all he heard was the characters in, like, a super fat, like, character in what's called the Carnival of Carnage in the aftermath of World War III, where this character eats human flesh because cannibalism is basically the only way to survive in World War III. I'm a hypomaniac, man. I hate this. It's okay, Callie. Take those feelings and turn them into a story. It's the honest critique I have so far. It's certainly avant-garde. Yeah. So, Fish, would changing the ages make it better? And have them be like 25 when it happens. But then it feels like, you know, the environment of, like I said, being the only female in an entire fucked up, like, prison system, self-sustained system like this, seems to be that's the inevitable outcome. Which is unfortunate, but that's seems to be the inevitable outcome, especially since, like, maybe the main character is like already fucked up, so it's like he can't really be a guardian character that protects her, right? It's like, I mean, maybe you could have something like that, like you protected, but then that would change her personality. Last person asked for creative advice and worst writer here, unironically, but I'll say this: do you know of China Meeville? No. No, I do not, Fish. You read that wrong. How did I read that wrong? You're you're hypomanic. I'm a maniac out on the floor. Alright, well, if no one has any stories, then we might as well just jump into D-Naught's story. Chapter 7, is it? No, Chapter 8. Chapter 8. He's solidly avant-garde. What's called weird fiction, or new weird. Their idea may be out there, but palatable. Stories and worlds are so strange. Actually, you are all gamers, right? Have you heard of Helix? No, I've never heard of Helix. What's that? Also, if you send your doc in Discord, I'll check it out and give feedback tomorrow. I don't have anything for this character written down. I don't want to write this character. I don't like this character. It is a character. It's all in my head. What about the idea you had last week? Which idea? I had like 5. I don't even remember. Remember, the second it leaves my mouth, guys, I don't remember what I said. You gotta keep that in mind. I'm retarded. Characters or concepts idea. It's basically Hetalia, but with concepts and not... I don't know what Hetalia is. Making references to more references that I don't know, leading me down a wormhole, rabbit hole of words that I don't know what these are. Oh. Character named Religion and Nation and Philosophy in a room trying to discuss things in the way their name suggests. Oh shit, I forgot about that idea. Did I write that idea down? No, I should write that one down. 12 angry men, but it's names religion, nation, philosophy, and the such. Totally forgot about that idea. But yeah, I thought that would be very interesting. And it's like all through the eyes of that perspective, right? Like an atheist through religion, and you could have counters over it and say like the benefits of it and the advantages and taking advantage of certain things. One named science. You could have one named nature. Can it have conflict or action? What do you mean by suggestion? The idea is if you've watched 12 Angry Men, which is Quentin Tarantino's, I think, first film. It's about a jury. It's the jury deliberating in a single room. The entire movie is in a single room discussing a case. That's probably why Tarantino is so good at dialogue. Literally, the film that made him famous was a film entirely about dialogue. When you did, well, you did say you don't like yes men. I'm not being a yes man. But I don't know what you mean, Fish. Like, what do you mean by can it have conflict or action? The entire story would have conflict. And maybe it could have action where people are, like, grabbing onto each other and being, like, you know, getting up in each other's faces and saying, "How dare you say my God?" I was just clarifying, Fish, to make sure that it was, like, what you were saying. I think, D-Not, he was trying to say something that was satirical. I think it was supposed to be, like, oh, I'm bad at saying things, so I'm just gonna say something to make it look like I'm saying something. So can it have, you know, conflict or action is just a simple way of saying, adding feedback without, you know, like, trying to add feedback without putting the effort into, or the knowledge into putting feedback, right? It's like low-effort feedback. So I thought it was very satirical. And if you're serious, Fish, and it was meant in the way of yes men, like you say, it was still if it was meant in that way, it technically is satire. Because you're making fun of the fact that people are yes men by giving a blatant, almost yes man answer. Right? Satire is basically taking the idea of something that is serious and taking the concept of that situation and flipping it on its head. So, like, subverting an expectation towards something, like, for instance, you say, I don't like yes men, and then you give an answer that is, oh, but should there be conflict in the story? And it's like, well, obviously, it's an obvious answer presented in a, almost humorous, out-of-pocket way, where you're trying to almost avoid or make fun of the aspect itself, right? Where it's like, yes men will always say what you say, so if you tell a yes man to critique you, a yes man will critique you, right? So, it's a play on itself, where there's kind of 3 levels of meaning to it, where it's like I said, yes men will say whatever you tell them to say, so if you tell a yes man to critique you, they'll critique you. But the only critique a yes man can come up with is something basic that everyone knows, which would be, oh, have conflict in your story. Which is a story about perspectives of nations, philosophy, and religion. Which are literally, unless you add monetization and economy in there, those are like the 3 most contested viewpoints in the entire world. And you're saying, oh, there should be conflict. As if the entire idea of the story wasn't based on conflict. That's what I would consider the satire in it. And then the other part of it is, welcome, Shadow! As we hit ads of the day! Welcome to the new era of ads! Welcome. Fish, if you're still here, a great satire is The Office. The reason why The Office is a satire is because Michael Scott's job is to improve efficiency and make the office run smoothly. What he actually does is fuck everything up and ruin everyone's workflow. But to him, he's doing a good job. And it's a satire on, like, the management in business being absolutely out of touch with their own workers. And have absolutely no idea, like, what the actual work is supposed to be done. That's why The Office is such a great satire. But I just can't watch it because it's so fucking cringe, even though I fucking love Steve Carell. But I just could never get into it. I'm like so guilty of putting things off because of cringe. Missing out on a lot of really good entertainment because of it. You just gotta fight through the cringe. But hey, there's some things that just make you cringe. I'm not like normal people. You know, the things that make me cringe are usually representations of real life. That's why I like fantasy and sci-fi with tweaks, because it's like, I don't want to put myself in those I don't want to imagine myself in a situation I've already been in my life, so that now I'm imagining an actual fucking situation that I've been in my life. That would be, like, my reasoning for not liking, like, stories set in the modern era that don't have a fantastical element to them. Because it just reminds me too much of real fucking life. Like, romance, for instance, and stuff like that. Or, like, a view of, like, you know, the main story. But it's, like, something like, Good Will Hunting is, like, a great perspective piece. Something like, The Prestige or Fracture, where it's like you're riding on a psychological high the entire time because you think you know what's going on and you think you know how it's gonna end, but you don't. Welcome, Sean. How's it going? And again, welcome, Shadow. Miss Shadow. Have you written any more, Miss Shadow? I know we're kind of on a tangent here. We're supposed to be reading Nought's story. But no chapter today, doctor appointment, plus other stuff messed things up. No worries, Sean. It hatching tangents galore. True, not true. But hey, we're here and we're ready now. So why don't we just jump right into it? Chapter 8, A Hero. Pain. That's the first thing I felt when I clawed my way back to the land of the living. My whole body felt like it had been folded, microwaved, and then mailed back in pieces. Breathing hurt, blinking hurt, even thinking hurt. So business as usual. Got bad intentions, stick him with a knife, twist and bend it. Oh, time to stop, sorry. Hey, Raymond Dow, welcome! How are you today, good sir? Good to see ya. My eyelids dragged open. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna start over. To make things easier on myself. Hold on a sec. Okay. So I was going back through and editing, and it was like fucking impossible to pick out the different stories. It took me forever. So I'm just gonna local record each one individually, because I normally record the entire stream. So I'm just gonna break them apart when I start, and then I can just pull the pieces up. Because I have so many tangents, it's like impossible to keep track of. I spent so much time on that. So I'm just gonna make it easier on myself. This is not story, this is chapter 8. Let's go. Now that I'm gonna actually break them up, and then I'll have all of them for you guys. Bro yaps too much. I'm trying to give feedback. Then between the feedback I'm trying to give and interacting with chat, 10 minutes turns into 2 hours, which is a good thing. That's content, right? And if people don't feel like they're engaged, what's the point of being here, right? At least that's how I think about it. Alright, so this is not story. Chapter 8, A Hero. Pain. It's the first thing I felt when I clawed my way back to the land of the living. My whole body felt like it had been folded, microwaved, and then mailed back in pieces. Breathing hurt, blinking hurt, even thinking hurt. So, business as usual. My eyelids dragged open like molasses. Pale lighting, steady beeping. A weird antiseptic tang in the air that didn't smell quite like a hospital, but definitely not like home either. Didn't recognize the room. White ceiling and faint hum of hidden machines. Tried to shift. Mistake. My ribs screamed in protest. My arm was wrapped tighter than an overachieving mummy. My head spun like I was still mid-fight. Still alive, though, so go me. Then I noticed the figures in the room. The one thing I am so bad at, not, is transitions. So, because I'm really bad at transitions, I try to notice them more so I can learn from them. So for instance, order of operations. Using character action as a transition state. So, for instance, instead of having like blinking up here, or even like having blinking up there, have something like him trying to move his eyes or something like that, or trying to move his head. Because it's like you reference his head spinning, but maybe try to say he like tries to move his head, and in moving his head, he notices the figures. Because this feels like a missed opportunity to capitalize on character movement through transition. And it's something I miss out on. So I was like, oh, this is a perfect point to say, maybe talking, because you talked about blinking up here, so maybe reference back to it with his head, saying like, I moved my eyes slightly as I tried to move my head, and then I noticed them, or something, you know. But use that character action to move to the next state, right? It just super hits. Because it's like, it's almost there, like you were doing it with the moving of his head, or like his head spinning, right? But just a little more emphasis on it, and I think that goes like super hard, right? Yeah, that's the thing, like small tweaks make like all of the difference. To my right, slumped half over the bed with their head resting near my wrapped hand, was Kira. Their leafy green hair was ruffled, curls whittled like they hadn't been watered in days, and a binder peeked out beneath a jacket. Jacket I'd seen them steal from my closet once. And one thing I would say about earlier with Kira is maybe in like emphasizing more that they're like a plant person to like solidify the pronoun, because I like the pronoun kind of carries it, but I feel like the pronoun should be in the back instead of like the pronoun should be a remembrance of the state of this character, you know? And that should be like an important, because I'm guessing that's going to come back to an important part about this character, right? Like maybe something to do with connections or something like that. I'm guessing the fact that they're like a tree person makes it so like procreation and like a love interest would probably be pretty hard for this character if they're like non-binary and in like a medical sense of being literally a fucking tree person. If that's the direction you're going with this, because that's the direction I feel you're going, but I feel that it's not placed out in the front enough that it feels like it's being carried by the pronoun, and it might just be me, but I feel that's just, it's something people would see, and whether it is, again, you being heavy-handed or not, it's that 80-20, where only 20% of people will see it come out as a natural thing, and 80% of people will see it as a heavy-handed woke agenda. Oh yeah, definitely. Would also set in stone that gifts can have physical alterations to people. Exactly, and that's another depth to it, that like, your gift can be a curse in the fact of, you know, you can wind up being like the Thing. Where it's like, because like a huge part of the Thing, right, is human connection. How do you have a human connection when you literally don't feel like you're human anymore? You don't have that physical connection with someone, or someone like Superman who's so strong that like having a connection with a normal human, he always has to be holding back at every point. He can never let himself go because he might accidentally break the person by hugging them, right? It's like adding that aspect to your story is such a powerful way of humanizing characters that are over the top like that. And I think that would be a great thing to capitalize on with Kira. Is your story going for My Hero Academia or X-Men? Kind of a mixture of most superhero things. Yeah, it's got a nice mix of different things in it. And it's got the soft world building where I don't think, you know, you've explained if it's a genetic thing, if it's like The Boys where it's like a chemical, but you have shown that there is a chemical that has been shown to amplify your gifts, which is makes you wonder, okay, gifts have to be somewhere on a genetic level with something if you can have a chemical that alters them in some way, right? Kitchen sink superheroes, I'm with it. Let's go. and it's like The Boys in the aspect of heroes being like political figures and being media figures and not really helping people, and I really love that take on the hero world, right? Where it's like you see heroes that are real heroes that are not treated like heroes, and you see people that are not heroes that are treated like real heroes. And then you have the character's ethical dilemma of, do I want to be famous or do I want to help people? So it does get explained eventually where gifts come from. Isn't explicitly stated in world, people just have theories. Okay, and I like that soft world building idea, because you never have to tell people, right? Black Noir did nothing wrong. Black Noir, oh my god. Jesus Christ. It's the brutality of it. Fucking Black Noir, that's so sad. So sad, motherfucker. Oh my god. Crazy character arc for that. Oh my god. Anyways. To my left, in one of those painfully uncomfortable looking chairs, was Steph. Her boots were kicked off, her blue hoodie half zipped, one arm tucked under her head and the other still curled protectively across her chest. She looked pale and tense, even asleep. And across the room, leaning against the wall and scrolling on his phone, was Elias. And another thing is, like, not... Have you been in hospitals before? Because with epilepsy, it used to be, until, like, 2.5 years ago, a common thing for me. And, like, this feels like a lived experience. I hate hospitals and doctors a couple times, not very much. Really? Do you like shows that are, like, medical shows or stuff? Do you have, like, an interest in that? Or is this just, like, coming straight from you? Because, like, this is probably just the way that you're writing the character, but it's like, I feel like I'm in this fucking hospital room and all I can hear is beep, 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 beep. I'm just like, fuck. It feels so real. Oh yeah, I'm a big fan of those shows. 9/11, 9/11, The Rookie, but I'll take credit as well. Okay, because, like, this feels like you really put, like, this character in this position. Like, you knew how this character would feel being in this position as if you had been there before. And that feels like this is a researched or a lived experience. And the fact that it feels more like a lived experience and it's like a research experience goes to show how well you're writing this character. That it can feel like a lived experience, that's how well you've researched or your passion has led you in the direction of that ability to set the scene. Of that scene. And the atmosphere. And just the small things, right? Like, waking up, seeing your loved ones in the room. Is such a powerful thing. Of, like, knowing there's people there that care for you. And as someone who's, like, it might just be a bias of, as me being someone who's been in the hospital more than fucking 100 times. For, like, overnight stays, let alone just daily stays, is fucking powerful. That waking up and seeing your loved ones there. The ones that, the reason they're there is because they never left. It makes, like, that moment when, like, I've had it when you wake up and no one's there, and you're like, oh no. And then 3 people come back from, like, grabbing something from a vending machine, and you're just like, that set of relief of just knowing that there's people there for you is so fucking powerful. And across the room, leaning against the wall and scrolling on his phone, was Elias. I blinked. Yup, still there, brooding in 4K. Weirdest slumber party ever, I croaked. Kira jolted upright like someone had zapped them. Leo, holy crap, you're awake! Don't yell in the hospital, I mumbled, my throat drier than sandpaper. Steph stirred next, blinking sleepily before standing. Leo? Hey, sis. She didn't say anything for a second, and she exhaled slowly and dropped into the chair beside the bed, pinching the bridge of her nose. You're an idiot! Nice to see you too. Kira wiped at her eyes, then stood to lean over the bed. You scared us, windbrain. 1 minute we're minding our own business, the next Pluto's inviting us to some top secret underground base like we're in a spy movie. Wait, Pluto called you? Steph nodded. Personally, told me to bring someone you'd want here, so I grabbed your favorite emotional support salad. Rude, Kira muttered. Accurate, I rasped with a smile. Elias pushed off the wall and stepped toward the bed. You were out for 2 days. You lost a lot of blood. Explains the whole feels like death vibe, I muttered, shifting slightly in my restraints. And what's powerful about this dialogue is probably the contrast. You have the characters that are there that you clearly know they're there because they care for the character. Then you have the character that's there because they have to be there. And the only thing that the people that are there personally for you talk about are it sounds weird to say, but it's so on point themselves. Has one of these characters asked the main character how he feels? Because that's not the first thing that you ask. The first thing, especially in a situation like this where it's like, you know, it's different for, like, if it's, like, for me with a seizure or something like that, you know? Like, it's an accident. Whereas it's something that's, like, you put yourself in a situation that made this happen. Like, getting into a fight, right? So it's like, the differential between this being an accident and being something that you got into a fight comes through in the dialogue of them having this, you could say, a selfish moment of saying, you scared us, don't do this again because of us. Which is a very human response to a situation where someone you love put themselves in a dangerous situation and came out of it barely. Purely the "you're an idiot" line. Yes. And then contrasted with how, Elias just gives the cold, hard information. Oh, you were out for 2 days. It's like he's like in an obligation, right? He's there to convey and probably say something else about, like, you know, what happened and stuff like that to, like, get the main character up to speed. And the contrast between that is, like, super powerful. And it's like I say, the best way to do it is a three-way swap, right? You have a non-invested character who's there for a third-party reason. You have the main character, and then you have the main character's, like, emotional support and connection. And then you play with that, and then that can shift and move the perspective and the flow of the story. Because characters that are on the emotional support side are not going to be plot-driven characters, but characters that are there for other third-party reasons will be plot-driven and information-driven characters. And that's very important to know how to use those, because if you're using the emotional characters as plot-driven characters, it can feel forced, unless it's like, for instance, the plot-driven character side for Steph would be conversations about Pluto, and how people might know, has she heard anyone say anything about Pluto outside of their family, you know? Even in mistaken reference that she just kind of offhandedly didn't think about. And it's like, at that point, now the character has become a plot-driven character through this information, right? But if you used the characters just to say, the emotional characters to info dump, oh, you've been out for this long, it might feel out of place in this conversation. So using Elias in this way is an easy way to slip in that little bit of information and exposition between the emotional stakes to give it that flow where it doesn't feel static, and you get, because no matter how emotionally intense a scene is, the longer that scene lasts, the more normalized that feeling becomes. That's why you want to switch the sweet feeling around so much, and that'll give you a dynamic view of the scene. So even with just a simple thing like that, it's like, oh my god, this scene is so fucking good. Wait, Pluto called you? Steph nodded. Personally. To bring someone you'd want here, so I grabbed your friend, emotional support salad. Rude, Kira muttered. Accurate, I rasped with a smile. Elias pushed off the wall and stepped toward the bed. You were out for 2 days. You lost a lot of blood. Explains the whole feels like death vibe, I muttered, shifting slightly in my restraints of gauze and regret. I wanted to give you this. Pulled something from his pocket, small folded paper. A little wrinkled, but neat, and placed it gently on my chest. From the kid. I blinked. Josh? Elias nodded. I'll give you a minute. Come on, Steph said, gently nudging Kira away. Let him read. Three of them stepped out of the room. Kira, with one last concerned glance over their shoulder, and left me alone with the note. Stared at it for a second before finally picking it up with trembling fingers. Just a regular sheet of notebook paper folded twice. Messy crayon handwriting covered the inside. I'll give you guys the readable version. And Sanderson was actually talking about this yesterday. The idea of the reality of a child character's mind versus the writing of a child character's mind. And it's pretty impossible to write a child character's mind without and keeping it static and true. Because take like ADHD, turn it up to 100, and that's like a child's brain just naturally, right? At least that should be a child's brain naturally. Like curiosity and keeping it feeling authentic. Yeah, but then you have to make it readable. So there is a suspension of disbelief that in the reader's mind, they understand that this is a upgraded, readable version of the narration of a child. Right? So it's like you could say the direct words on the page of what he would say, but that may not get across the actual what he's trying to say because he's a kid. So turning it into a readable version highlights that this is a paraphrasing. And it's a great way to use like a fourth wall break with paraphrasing. So I really like that. And it fits the vibe of the story too, with the character, because the narrator is the character, so it would be his interpretation of the letter, not the exact words being written down on the page. And that's the difference between the perspective and reality. And you do such a good job of playing with that, D-Not. Dear Mr. Leo, my mom says you almost died saving me. Please don't die. That would suck. I don't know if heroes are supposed to get hurt like that, but you were really cool. Even when you were bleeding and looked kind of like a zombie. Told me I'd be okay and I believed you, and you were right. Told my mom I want to be like you one day. She cried a lot, but I think she liked that. Thank you for not giving up. You're my hero now. Your friend, Josh. P.S. I want a scarf like yours. Absolutely could see an 8-year-old writing that. You're really cool. I believed you when you told me I'd be okay. Like, putting the real feeling of the character into it. And then, like, the mom of being, like, And it's like, it feels perfectly fragmented. Because you can tell it's not the same style of writing as the narrator's voice. So even if it's more put together than you might think with an 8-year-old, and I have like an 8-year-old nephew and like a 7-year-old niece, this feels like something he would write me. He'd say like, Uncle Duck, because he calls me Duck. Uncle Duck, your stories are cool. My parents can't tell stories like you can. I want to tell stories. I tried to tell a story, but my parents didn't like it. What was the story about? Monsters. I like monsters. Do you like monsters? I like monsters with lots of arms. Lots of arms and fingers. Those are especially coming out of their heads. Those are my favorite kind of monsters. They're scary. Literal conversation with my fucking nephew. Oh, okay. Uh-oh. Was this my influence? No. He literally watches this show on like, it's called Monsters. And apparently it's fucked up. Apparently fucked him up. Kids shows, man. But yeah, it's like fragmented, but it's sturdy enough. Kids say the greatest things. Yeah. Yeah. It's like this was literally. Do I have it? Smart? No. I wonder if I saved it. Is it in here? Nah. I literally drew out what it was like. Yeah, it's like he's slowly drawing smiley faces, and the smiley faces are getting more fucked up as he draws them, that their eyes are going sideways, they're getting like frog eyes, their mouths are going up and down, and then they gain like extra eyes, and then arms coming out of their heads, and they have like 3 mouths, 8 eyes, 4 ears, and like 6 arms coming out of their heads, and I'm like, where the fuck did you come up with these ideas? What the hell are you guys showing him? Scared the shit out of me. I'm like, do your parents know about this? I talked to my sister about it, and I was like, maybe that's why he has behavioral problems. You guys might want to look into that. It's not good. But, I mean, that's our day and age, right? But then I look at me, and I look at my sister. We were fucking devils. We were fucking devils. I didn't read that yet, did I? No, I haven't read it yet. I would have caught it, I'm sure. Me hate ads. Do you guys like ads? Because I don't. I hate ads. I really do. I don't experience them very often, though. I complain about them, but they don't really affect me, you know? It's just one of those things, right? We all agree that the direction ads are going is bad. Very bad. Especially, I was watching Asmund today, and he was talking about the ads in fridges that Samsung's like, you know, they're putting ads in their fridges. There's a video about ads in appliances and stuff like that, or you pay for ads, you know. You're paying for Netflix, but you still get ads. Like, the way companies capitalize on everything. Like, people getting... You didn't know that, Fish? Yeah, so Samsung's... let me bring it up. No, explore. Oh, I meant to say ads, not AI. Ads are coming to a Samsung smart fridge near you. To enhance our customer service and offer additional content to users, advertisements will be displayed on the cover screen for the weather, color, and daily board themes. The cover screen for the art and gallery themes will not display advertisements. The cover screen themes may have updated with new features. Daily board theme. Samsung News widget has been added to the daily board. Examples of Bixby voice commands are now processed by the bottom of the... Yeah. News, weather, and calendar information. And soon to be... rolling out a software update in its Family Hub refrigerators in the US, adding promotions and advertisements to the idle display. $3,000 fridge. It shows you ads you can't turn off. Yeah, huge thing right now. It's like someone said they wanted to create a company called Just. S-Fear, yo, yo, yo. The worst part about Cyberpunk is truly the corporations. Yes. I love ads. True, right? I mean, what are you gonna do? But yeah. It is what it is. So. Moving up in the world with things that we can't understand and do, but you know, I don't know. It should be something that is in regulations. Like, you shouldn't be able to do this with ads. It should be like, there should be a law, ads on a 3K fridge, kick yourself. Yeah. If you spend money on a product, it cannot contain advertisements inside of that product. Only free products can contain advertisements. And you have to be able to pay to remove the advertisements. I think that should be the baseline legal. Because corporations will do whatever they can get legally away with. And at this point, they can pretty much legally get away with shutting down... Like, wait till the point that the new iPhone comes out, and it has ads in it, and it's $1,000 on an extra plan to not have ads. And, you know, you're going to make an emergency call. Sorry, your service is down for ads right now. Please watch this 45-second ad, even if you're trying to make emergency calls. Please watch this ad. How about just get ads out of my face? It has to be a legal thing, because companies will do whatever the fuck they can. They can legally get away with it, they will get away with it. You have to make the laws around it. And no one thought anyone would be so morally bankrupt as to do this, and so greedy as to do this. No one thought you would need a law against it. Well, we do. So, either we're going to make a law against it, or we're going to live in that cyberpunk dystopia where the government is literally companies, and like there is no democracy. You vote with your dollar without the cyber. Yeah, because no one like only 5% of the population will be able to afford to live in cities that even have technology that's at our level of technology, let alone, you know, stripping them of complete technology and being like, well, if you're the poorest of the poor, you don't even get internet service. Fuck you. We don't want you on our internet, bitch. And government is a service. Police, you have to pay for. I mean, it's treated the same way with Medicare, right? It's kind of one of those things. But that's the system we've built. Oh, ambulance. Yeah, I know that one. I know that one. $400 bill for a 3-minute ride. But anyways. Such is the world. And it will let it get worse unless we fix it. Right? It will continue to get worse. Never think it'll get better on its own. All that evil needs to succeed is for good men to do nothing. They've paid ambulance in Cyberpunk. It's called Trauma Team. But anyways. Yeah. Everything like that is like, oh, well, you don't have a high enough... Like in China. Oh, you don't have a high enough social credit? Oh, well, you don't get medical care. Oh, you don't have high enough social credit? Oh, you don't get appliances. You don't get running water.
That's because they don't have running water, period. Because you can't drink the tap water in China. I mean, what?
I mean, what? I choked. He called me his hero. Not a screw-up, not a sidekick, a hero. Me. I bit my lip hard and squeezed my eyes shut, but it was no use. My chest heaved and a sob clawed its way out before I could stop it. Then another, and another. I'd done it. I'd actually done it. I saved someone, protected them, got them home. He believed in me, looked up to me, wrote me a note with crayons because I mattered to him. My breath hitched as I curled slightly to my unbroken side, crumpling the note close to my chest. The dam broke. I cried. Really cried. For the first time in longer than I could remember. Not from pain, not from fear, but from relief. I was his hero. Cox, I don't care what you say. I'm gonna do 2 exercises today. It's always good to do groups of 2, Callie. You do shoulders and arms, chest and back, legs and cardio. I've always done sets of 2 exercises. I enjoy this chapter. It's very personable. Yeah, and it's a nice sitting back. No, I mean weights and then cardio. Well, I mean 2 things, right? Nature demands odd numbers. Do 3. Oh, I've always done sets of 3. I just like the combination. Shoulders and arms, right? Chest and back. Maybe arms and chest and shoulders, back and torso, and then, abs, and then legs and cardio. Because I don't want to overdo myself, and I used to do it every other day. So, every week it would be pushed back one day because it's 6 days of exercise. In that case, yeah, but on each individual machine I do sets of 3. Oh, yeah. For each individual thing I would do sets of 3, right? Yeah. Yeah. But I would do 3 sets of 3. So you do, like you said, like 9, 12, 15, right? Of, like, a certain weight. And then you up the weight by 10. And then you do less reps. And then you lower the weight, and then you do more reps. So if you did 9, 12, 15 the first time, you would do like 3, 6, 9, and then the next time you would do 15, 18, 21. And you would see that difference in weight push your endurance past that level. 100% that's the way to go. Yeah, that's how I used to work out. I don't work out anymore, but I used to. No idea what anyone is saying. Screw all of you. I've always done 1. That's okay, Callie. You can do it however you want. It's just I'm saying that's how I've always done it. So I would tell you to do 2. So it's kind of ironic that you would tell me that I wouldn't say that you do 2. If you had chosen another number, then it would have made more sense on your end. But for my end, it was just a play on words. Because I always do 2. So I would never tell you not to do 2. I would only tell you to do 2. And then you tell me that I'm not going to tell you to do 2. What are you saying when you say do 2? So, for instance, 2 sections. Look at your body and say what sections do you require, let's say, different machines. Like, for instance, you can do arms, wrists, right? As soon as you move outside of that sphere, it's like, okay, well, I'm doing shoulders. So it's like, well, let's do arms and wrists together, because those work, right? So you got arms. And then shoulders go along with that. So let's also do shoulders, because that's just more movement, right? So it's like the exercise is contained to a certain specific part of your body. So you don't overstrain a single part. and then you do like back and chest, because those are usually the same thing, right? And like abs, you're doing like push-ups, you're doing like sit-ups, you're doing pull-ups, you're doing deadlifts, right? And then like for legs, well, you're already doing leg day, so you might as well do cardio on leg day and it's like it's reinforcing the previous ones, right? Like you have to use your abs to do your back for deadlifts. You have to use your back to do your abs for like crunches and stuff. You have to use your chest for like pull-ups, but that's also your back. So it's like you're trying to capitalize on the most amount of things you can at one time. So your exercises are going as far as they possibly can. Because the more that you exercise a muscle, the less amount of exercise it needs to build up more muscle. So if all of your exercises are capitalizing on top of each other, you're maximizing on your shit. I used to be a gym bro, man. I had a lot of friends that did steroids and shit. My dad used to hardcore fucking workout, man. He went from being fat to being like fucking prime as shit when he was 40. Now he's skinny and like prime, but he just doesn't work out. But he plays golf. So it's just like capitalizing on those things is like the most important part. You always want to capitalize on the technique, you know? And understanding why you're doing things is super important. And that also gives you motivation, right? And that's why sometimes you won't see progress on things because of the way that you're doing something. So change the way that you're doing it. But anyways, that's why it's like I want to do a physical training arc in my book. Like the main character starts out as kind of like flabby, right? Like he was an adventurer and then he was a bureaucrat. So now he's, you know, he's kind of a little bit out of shape, right? But he doesn't want people to know that he's getting into shape. So his training arc is kind of secret in the background of him like sneaking off at night and doing push-ups, doing sit-ups, and literally using my training routine to rebuild himself. Because he knows one day he's going to have to go back out on the battlefield. And when that one day comes and he rips off his clothes, all of the readers will be anticipating, oh my god, he's finally going to go into combat. And all the other characters are going to be like, are you sure about this? And then he rips off his cloak and he's like fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger and everyone's like, holy shit, you've been hiding that this entire time? He gets his fucking greatsword, marches out, goes straight berserk mode, and fucking annihilates the enemy. And it's like, you've been waiting for this moment the entire time because you've seen the character's progress and you've seen their motivation as to when they know they need to do this. And you're going to be sitting there like, this is the moment. This is the moment. He's going to finally do it. He's going to do it. Yes, he fucking did it. That's literally what I want to get from the reader at that moment. That's like the build-up of like the entirety of Garuda, right? Because as Garuda's falling, the reason Husai stays behind is because he can finally get to that moment of like, oh shit, if I don't interact, everyone's gonna fucking die. And he's just taking fucking everything out he can, right? And it's just like, that epic power moment that today's shoulders, triceps, and lats and dressed, but I can't do chin-ups because my family is asleep. I see, Callie. But I want that moment to hit so hard for Garuda because it changes the entire mood of the story. From relaxed, we know what's going on, we are information seekers, and I am training these people, so they are struggling, but the only reason we are struggling is because I'm putting these people in places that I know that they can win in, but it is not going to be an easy win. And I want them to be able to think for themselves and to build themselves up. And then I can watch the progress from behind being like, yes, they understand because there is one thing to tell them and there is another thing for them to experience it themselves. And this would be the tone shift of Husai now taking command and doing what he needs to do. And then it'll hit even more in the breaking of him with Zaid. And this is where you get inside of the character and you go for this emotional roller coaster that has been kind of building in the background, but hasn't really come to the front yet. And just imagining it in my head, I'm just like, I hope I can evoke that feeling in people. That's literally all I want. I want other people to feel that feeling. And if I can't do it, I can't do it. That's the hope, though. That's the goal. That's what I'm aiming for, right? That's my fail or succeed moment of the book. Is if those 3 chapters hit as hard as I want them to. And you're just so invested you have to keep going. It's the Order 66 moment. Where nothing will ever be the same again. And I think that's a really interesting story arc, considering the fact that we are in the mentor's perspective. And it's not the death of the mentor, it's the death of the pupil. Through the mentor's actions. And as we've just shown over this last couple of chapters leading up to this, Husai's flaw. I had an Order 66 moment in chapter 7 of my first book. It's a great changing of the status quo. It's an amazing thing, and it's all through reveal of information and a single event. And the more contained you can have that, yet its ripple effects cause the entire story to flip on its head, right? We go from the home being the tree. No, something, not necessarily a genocide fish, but something that flips the entire status quo of the story on its head. For instance, in my story, the home of the adventurers is the tree. So, everyone's families are in the tree. You can only leave the tree if you're an adventurer. So everyone's roots and ties are in the tree. But after the defeat of Garuda and the looming Beastman War, the people have decided they don't want the adventurers in the tree anymore. So the tree goes from becoming the place that everyone is now going to retreat to, that you're like, okay, the Beastman War's returned, everyone can go back to the tree and regroup. No, everyone got kicked out of the tree. You don't have a home anymore. You have nowhere to go, and you know that looming force that just fucked you up is on its way to you. And the only thing that's ever stopped it in the past is the tree, the place you just got fucking kicked out of. Now it's all on you to go out in the world and find a way to defeat those fucking guys that you just got slaughtered by. That's the status quo changing. Plus you find out, oh, the guy who we thought was good is actually the leader, who you think is kind of neutral, but he kind of helps out at the beginning, and you're like, well, this guy knows what he's doing, he's good. He's actually fucked. Protagonist got possessed by big bad villain dude and ended up massacring a village that took him in. Lady that reviewed the book said that chapter made her cry. Book was mid overall, but I'm glad it got the emotional punch I wanted. That's so brutal, not. But I will say that's overdone. With your writing, I can easily see you having pulled it off, but it is very cliche. Not to say it's not good, because cliche is cliche for a reason, right? It's because it works. It's just you got to put your own uniqueness on it, right? It's like in the Wheel of Time, the idea of the dragon. The power driving them mad to the point they kill all of their loved ones. And they just basically fuck up the entire world. And they do it without realizing that they're doing it. Right? That lady who reviewed the book said, I already read that, I'm so retarded. Oh, it's very overdone. The story itself is inspired by Arthurian stuff. It's an alternative take on the myths. You know what's funny about that, Not, is that's the same as the Wheel of Time. The sword that's not a sword, from the stone that's not a stone, by the chosen one from peasantry, raised from peasantry, but is actually a knight, or of royal blood, that's been hidden from him, with, like, all the classic, like, names thrown in, just with little twists. Like, Marilyn instead of Merlin, like, Moiraine instead of, like, Morgana, right? Like, small tweaks to that. But it's still, like, the sword is pulling a sword from a stone. Sword no one can touch. He has to take from the tower, the White Tower. And it's like the prophecy that says that this will happen one day by the Dragon Reborn. And then it's like the fight against the Dark One in the way of, do you become that evil that spreads across the land, right? And how did you become that evil at the end of the day? Kind of like with, like, Paul Atreides in Dune. How his prophecy and his power led to literally, like, galactic war. So it's like, again, don't be afraid to use something because it's overdone. Be afraid to use something that's overdone and not add your own twist to it. Yeah, I was setting it up as a prequel to the myth. The second book was going to be focused on a war between the protagonist's nation and the nation of Camelot, with King Arthur's name being a pretty focused character. And it's so cool to do that because people love that kind of lore. I found a cool anime! What is it, Callie? What is the anime? Soft knock tapped at the door. I scrambled to wipe at my face, like the damage hadn't already been done. My eyes were puffy, my throat raw, and I still had the death grip on Josh's note. I would... I'll probably go back to Adventure at Libra as my magnum opus. Yeah, my pride and joy. Hell yeah. I would emphasize here failure. Not. Because with this sentence, I imagine him, you know, going like this. But his, like, arm's broken, he's in, like, a cast. So I feel it kind of, It should be, like, an attempt, but he's like, oh, I know I can't do this, and his face is just fucked anyways. He's kind of like, oh, yeah, like, I barely was able to open the note. There's no way I'm going to be able to clean off my face. And then kind of run with that with it. The door opened slowly, and I stepped in. And in stepped Pluto. Of course, all the people you don't want to fucking see at this moment. I love it. And this is what I love about falling in love with the character. Is the investment in the character. Is like, you want to see Steph come through that door and comfort him. But you don't, because it's a story, and it would be more interesting if it wasn't Steph who came through that door and comforted him. And you're like, no! And then you're like cringing and embarrassed because you feel like, oh no, if that was me, oh, this is the last person I want to see. I'd rather even have Elias see me like this. Talk, remember that PNG tuber I won? Yes, Callie! By the way, I've sent a sneak peek of one of my god's official artwork. Sent it in Brainstorm. Oh, nice. And Callie, did I miss your message? My status as an assassin obviously exceeds the heroes. Is that the name of the anime? Gotta love anime style titles, guys. Translated from Japanese. She works on it. She's working on it tomorrow. Nice, Callie. Hell yeah. Guys, if I had a PNG, if I was a PNG tuber, you know what my PNG would be based off of? I can't remember what the fuck his name is. But this guy. The rat bandit, this guy. If you ever watched Dreadwall, this guy would be my, I guess I'm not gonna get a picture, but yeah. The Rat King. Ah. Okay, one of the most brutal scenes. So this is a kids show. So this is this, oh, I wonder if I can find the scene. Red wall. Show. Tickle scene. Oh, is it this one or this one? No. Okay. So well, this is down the same idea, but they basically have a guy hanging from like one of the guys like he's holding on to like the top of the wall, right? And it's like 40 feet up, and they've got people tickling his armpits with feathers until he lets go, falls down, and dies. It's like one of the most memorable scenes I have about this guy that made me fall in love with this villain because of what he was willing to do to his own men and stuff like that. It was just such a powerful fucking scene, and it just establishes the treachery and the willingness of the enemy, that he's not going to chop off your head. He's going to humiliate you in your death. It's not just death by death, it's death by pure humiliation. And usually through your own will. Like, what is your willpower? Can you sustain long enough? And then he just keeps increasing the time and moving the goalpost until you fucking die. And then he just laughs at you. It's like, oh my god, I love that kind of villain. No holds barred. Yeah, exactly. Holy, I have to exercise now. Okay. But yeah, so it's like just... That's such a powerful message. And it's like, that's what I miss as like what kids stuff has nowadays. It doesn't have depth to it. I learned my morality through that because I know this guy is bad and you shouldn't do that. Like, only if you're a psychopath kid do you look at that scene and you go, I like that guy because he's a good guy. No, you look at that scene and you go, that's deep, that's dark, that's fucked. I like that guy because he's willing to go when bad guys are like bad. Yeah, and it's done in a way that's like respectable. Like, they don't show him falling. Like, they show him falling, they don't show him hit the ground, right? You hear him hit the ground. You know what happened. He's never seen again, but they don't show the death, right? Owl House is a great villain. He's just blatantly evil, sure. But he has a lot of depth in history, and his history is fucked. Too bad Disney was too much of a sissy. So they had Owl House canceled. Lame. They legit curb stomp him to death in the last episode. That's fucked, D-Not. I love it. And it's like we were saying earlier, it's the difference between the story being driven in that direction and something like The Last of Us Part 2, where it feels the author or the creator had a strict direction and they weren't, by the way, were you able to check the design? Oh. For the Void. Hell yeah. I don't know why purple is void, but purple and black just means void. You can't get away from it. It's too cliche. Because it fucking works. It's divinity in darkness. That's the way I would describe it. It's like divinity in darkness. Whatever the opposite of divinity is. Just looks right? Yeah, it just fits. It's what it's supposed to be. That's like that. That's what I would have like. That's what I would imagine, hands down. Entropy incarnate. Yes, Sean. True. True. Anger is red, sorrow is blue, void is purple. Yep. Couldn't agree more. Blue's my favorite color. An incarnation of entropy would want to destroy all light so none can see how hideous it is. Or, Sean? Or slash and, because we were talking earlier about revenge not being, like, enough of a thing, right? Which makes you think maybe Anima needs more to him than that. But he is a child, right? So it's like the difference between this situation, I guess, is a grown man versus a child, right? Do you guys think it's viable that a child would spend the rest of their life trying to get revenge, but an adult at some point has other things? So the fact that Anima is a child in this celestial state is like a child with god powers, where he's immature, and that's what makes him rage incarnate. I gotta go. Gonna hang out with my friend before he leaves to Europe. Thank you again for blessing us with this wonderful stream. I still can't believe how great it is to be with like-minded people. No worries, Ninja. Enjoy. Have great fun. And, yeah, that sucks that he's leaving to Europe. Or is he, like, leaving? Or is he, like, going on a trip? Because that would suck if it's, like, his last day and he's, like, moving. That would suck. I feel that, man. But yeah, there's a certain, like, way to go about it, right? That makes it more impactful. Having the level of consciousness and the maturity of the mind play into the depth of the role, right? To be consumed by it. But to be consumed by rage as a child is a lot more believable than to be consumed by rage as an adult. So I think it does well in that aspect, even though it's kind of the same thing as, is revenge really a strong enough motivation for this being to eat all of existence and go to all of these lengths? Quick revenge is a non-event. The moment your brain stops functioning, so did you actually get your revenge? Yes, the target is gone, but it wouldn't satisfy anything emotionally. Cold vengeance is plotted and took time. Yeah, because, Sean, Anima wants to eat all of existence because that's the only way to prove that he has killed the entity that ate his mom. Because he doesn't know who did it. So the only way to make sure is to just eat everything. And have nothing left. And to me, that's a very childish, immature, immediate emotional outcome. Which I think fits perfectly with the fact that Anima is a child and immature, despite the fact of being of celestial consciousness, right? To show that, like, it's too early in this being stage where it hasn't learned the things it needs to learn in order to exist in the world. Plus, if everything gets reincarnated, then Anima is trying to eat his mom. No, but Sean, that's the best part about it. The first thing Anima did was eat the rest of his mom. To bring the rest of her spirit into him. So basically, a being comes by, takes a bite out of her, and fucks off. But she's dead. So in order to gain his strength, Anima eats her. So it's like, that's already happened. But I love where you're going. So it's like, and at that point it's like, if he eats her, it just brings her into him more, right? So there's the fact of, if he knew the full extent of the spirit being inside of him, then, he would gain the consciousness. But he's so immature that his ideas don't actually rationally make sense. And that's what's so profound about the character, is the immaturity of it, the childness of it, that makes this singular rage become so potent and powerful. He's literally willing to eat his own mom the remnants of his own mother in order to achieve this goal that he's manifested in his mind. And I think that's what makes Anima uniquely interesting. And then his plot of figuring out, oh, I'm not fast enough, I have to do this to get more food. And on top of the fact that he wants those beings to be out there, and he still has an inkling of goodness in him to the point, oh, if it's his mom started the universe, and if he ever gets all of her spirit, she'll become whole and restart the entire universe again. Well, Sean, all of consciousness is a scale. So there's a universal consciousness that is actually, it's kind of interesting that you say that, because it's not something I've thought about, but thinking about it now, yeah, if Anima eats all of existence and brings all of the consciousness of the universe into him, he will, by definition, become the sole universal consciousness. Thus, he will be the Big Bang. And everything will restart if he's successful. I've never thought about that. So the universal consciousness that everything's split from is using Anima as a vessel, and now we no longer only have revenge as a reason for this character, even though revenge is the purity that was twisted, and that was the outcome, but then that outcome was taken advantage of by the universal consciousness as a way to bring all consciousness back into one. Holy fuck, this is why I love talking about my story and the ideas in it. Because I look at something I don't have enough depth in and I say, why don't I have enough depth in it? What can I make more in-depth about it? Then I have a conversation like this, usually with myself, and I wind up at this spot where I'm like, it makes sense on the child, like, I use the justifications, but even with the justifications, it still makes sense to have something else driving the background. And to have just that inference that there's a universal consciousness that's the entropy itself is the universe bringing consciousness back into one entity. And hopefully there won't be another Anima in the next version of the universe. Yeah, and it can expand on that rage. And the purity and the core of Anima is still that childish rage and anger and hatred, but the way that he wants people to live. Like the fact that he wants species to be literally utopias that only procreate, create more of themselves, and evolve into greater beings. Sure, that'll make him so that he has more food, and that's a justification, but it also means we are advancing and creating more consciousness so that the final consciousness that we create when everything comes together is as evolved as it can possibly be. And then you just keep doing that with each universe, making each universe start as a new game plus. And that just gives even more depth to the idea of the universal consciousness, and the theme of the story in and of itself is consciousness. So, having hinting at that in the background, a universal consciousness and bringing all into one, and that consciousness being a driving force in the same way that Gaia is a driving force to Husai, and use that as a contrast of the universal consciousness is like the defined power of nature behind the consciousness of Anima on a higher scale, but the same spectrum as Gaia's planetary consciousness guiding Husai's individual animalistic consciousness. Because once the universal will is whole again, it will know all the mistakes that were made in the previous attempt. The universal will plans out a new structure to avoid known mistakes, then initiates a new version of the universe, will be the complete Phoenix. Exactly, Sean. Exactly. Now I'm like, do I rewrite the ending to make it so that Gaia fails? And the true ending of the book is the universal reset? and Anima's actual success? Okay. I know it. I know the solution, Sean. I know the solution. So, for every chapter in my book, because I want my book to be unique, for every chapter in the book, at the back of the book, you can flip, like, you flip the book back around, right? And you flip it, like, you know, upside down, and you read the book backwards, like Tom Sawyer, Huckleberry Finn, right? And in the back of the book is a short story related to either a character or an event or information in that chapter. So the final short story in the book will be directly after the end. So when you get to the end of the book and you flip and the page says, on one page it'll say like the end, and then on the other page it will have the end of the upside down backward story. And then that will intrigue you to be like, oh, there's more stuff at the end. Then you flip it over and you read it, and that final short story is Gaia being defeated by Anima, and Anima consuming the entirety, and the entire universe resetting. And that's the true final ending of the book. But it's only there if you want to look into it. The good guys are fighting against the ultimate right, which is disguised as evil. Yes, exactly, Sean. Exactly. Beautiful. Exactly, yes. Oh, this is why I'm not a good enough writer in order to embody this yet. I need more. And the last year has shown me I can get there. I just need more. Just need more practice. That's it. I write another 150,000 words. I'm gonna be set to write the book. Oh. And these are things you can always come back to and rewrite later, right? And with revisions. So it's not like I'm in world building disease, but I'm curing world building disease by improving my writing skills. And then eventually I'll be like, yes, I am so ready for this. Because if you've read by chapter 1, it's fucking bad. You got the spark now, you could do it. You just needed that little hint to see what you've been missing. Exactly. And it makes the ending way more full and real, and not just a cop-out that the series is over. It ties everything back to the universal consciousness. The power of consciousness and the power of cycles. And learning from the past and being better than you can be. And that goes into the theme of the mentor teaching the apprentice, right? As if you had been the universal consciousness this entire time, guiding Husai, as Husai guides the Warriors of Light, as Gaia guides Husai. It's like a Russian nesting doll of layers. The more you dig down, the deeper you realize the hole is. It's like looking into space. The more you look into space, the more you realize how fucking big space is. And how much shit is actually out there. But just like looking at it at face value, staring into the stars, it doesn't look like there's that much uniqueness to it. It looks like everything is pretty uniform in the universe. Right? And the closer in you get, the more you realize, no, that's not the case at all. Door opened slowly, and in stepped Pluto. Not in his usual black on black funeral attire, mind you. Nope. Today he was rocking blue jeans and a black tank top that showed off way more arm muscle than a cryptic mentor that had any right to possess. Whoa, the seeming good ending was only what Gaia envisioned during the fight, but when she came back to reality, still in the fight, she loses the fight. Yeah, and that builds on the consciousness scales of who's right, who's wrong, what right and wrong is, and what physical embodiment is, and the fact that it plays on the fact of, Sean, what does Gaia say to Husai? don't worry about dying. Your consciousness is going to return to me. And then we'll be one. So what's the difference of Anima saying to Gaia, hey, let me eat you, our consciousnesses will be one. And then the universe saying to Anima, eat everything in the universe and all of the universe will become me. Step back. Is there any actual real difference between those other than the way that it's being done? At the start of the ending, it would be Gaia had seen it, she would make it true, then she fails. And then she realizes that things are bigger than her, and then it's like realizing that what she's been doing to other people, someone else is doing to her. And how she's been trying to make these people understand that they're eventually going to return to her, this other being is trying to make her understand that she will eventually return to it. And again, that takes everything full circle. This is how a story evolves when the story is meant to be. And the story can only go in one direction. There is no different paths. Queen, welcome, welcome. How's it going? We're kind of on extreme tangent mode right now. But whenever I talk about my book, that's kind of what happens. But comparing it to D-Knots, I just want to show D-Knot, especially because I don't think D-Knot knows a lot about my book. Just like the small, tiny things that you can improve on that change everything in like my creative process to make those things come true. Not much, no. Yeah. I could literally talk for probably 200 hours straight about my world. About the characters, about everything. This is what I know. This is what's going to be in the book. Which I'm completely fine with. Because it's all basically inference off of, you know, I could spend hours talking about consciousness, or I could say consciousness is fundamental. It's the canvas on which reality is drawn. And then you talk about consciousness as creating the tools that allow drawing. How did it create the paint? How did it create the lead? How did it create the pencil? How did it create the canvas that's placed on the easel? How does it create each individual page? And then from there, you just fold with that, right? And that's where most of my stories, like, evolve from. That kind of concept of that creative process. How do we submerge into this and draw it out? And I love seeing how other people do their creative process as well. That's why I want the podcast to be about personally your creative process, how you got to where you are, what inspires you, you know, how do you use your creativity in everyday life? How do you take everyday life and use that as inspiration, right?
The bots will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this immersive experience.
And if you're like a pantser like Sean, where he just purely lets the story carry him, and he discovers things as he's going along, and goes back and revises as necessary for like foreshadowing if necessary or things like that, it allows him to just write the story. Which is my problem. I don't just write the story. I can't just write the story. I can write other stories though, proving I can write. So it's just like, at what point is it you're holding yourself back? That's why I wrote chapter 1. And then I realized, no, I'm not retarded. I'm actually retarded. I need to fix this. And I used to do really, really heavily outlined stuff. And then I was like, okay, well, we've done heavy outline. Let's do pantsing. Let's see what happens with that.
You can rest now, babe.
And that's kind of where we are now with our stories. But yeah, there's so much shit to my story. But I don't want it to turn into 14 books. It needs to be 2 books. So it's kind of like if you played Expedition 33. It's short and sweet. They could have had 10 Axions that you had to go kill. They could have had, oh, you killed the Axions, now you have to go kill this thing, and then you have to go kill this thing, and then you have to go kill this thing. No, you just go kill both the Axions, and you go fight the Paintress. Simple, easy, to the point, boom, understandable. All completely character driven.
Get up, you fat fuck, and touch
Absolutely game of the fucking year. Even though it wasn't nominated at the Joystick Awards for fucking game of the year. It's absolutely, just like last year, Wukong was game of the year. This year, fucking Expedition 33 game of the year, hands down. Every category, music, characters, design, delivery, gameplay, voice acting, character design, graphics. Oh my god, gameplay innovation. Like, fuck, it could win everything.
Nice try, better luck next time, fat ass. Get back in that chair, you lazy ass shit streamer.
I could see that. I can't think of any other game that was talked about a lot other than 33. Yeah. And the fact that it came from such a small studio, it was just a passion project. It was a passion project by a small studio that shows that if you have the vision and you deliver on the vision, it's literally the exact same as like Baldur's Gate, right? You have a vision, you make that vision true to itself, and people absolutely love it because of that. Its authenticity of itself, right? Like, oh, this is a great point. I love this. I'm gonna bring this up because this kind of goes with the idea of authenticity and like non-authenticity in video games. Yeah. So, as Asmund said, Asmongold thinks no one wants ugly female protagonists, even women. Next time you see one of the girls saying how good this character looks, give them a compliment and tell them they look like this. Queen, if you showed me this and I said, hey, that looks like you! Would you be happy that I did that? We just a small studio, give money. Bethesda. Yeah, legit, Ray. Legit, Ray. Fuck. Ooh, what about Silksong? See, I haven't played Silksong. I don't know. But we'll see. Silksong is definitely a contender. I just can't say anything because I've never played Hollow Knight. I've never played Silksong. I don't know the story. I don't know anything. I just know it's a platformer. And it's apparently amazing. I don't know. I won't take offense if you said that to me. I don't know. I'm dick riding the new Digimon game. Only thing getting my vote. Really don't care how characters look. I guess that's true. But to me, it's just kind of one of those things, like, you know, it comes to that caveat of the people that say, oh, this character is, like, good looking, versus this character, like, I'll give you an example. I don't remember her name, but, what's her name? I don't know what the character, the actress's name is. Fucking character. Where's the actress? But anyways, so beauty is also in the eye of the beholder. So yeah, and presentation is everything. No, that's what I was gonna say, Raymond. Look at Brienne in this. And then, she is fucking gorgeous, and she is tall as, like, look, she is fucking tall as fuck. She is absolutely a fucking dommy mommy. But it's all presentation, right? She's supposed to look gritty and down and tomboyish. But that doesn't mean the actress is ugly. Right? I would even say, like, with this look, because it looks so authentic, is almost more attractive, especially to me, than, like, a prettied up face. Right? And that's kind of the point, is that it's like, you can be presented in almost a down-to-earth, ugly way and still be attractive. There is a tactful way to do it, as opposed to, like, then there's a purposeful way. You look at, like, Monster with, again, I don't know the actress's name, very famous fucking actress, but she looks literally like a Whittaker. Speaking of AI people, have you guys heard the AI created actress they made? Yeah, and the one they want to sign to, like, studios, so they don't have to pay actors. Yup. It was only a matter of time. They've been doing it with Darth Vader's voice. Yeah, Holly something. Yeah, I watched Charlie talk about it. Penguin's Moist Critical. Whatever alias you want to go by. The good Asmongold. The holy Asmongold. Alright. I gotta take a piss. Grab some water. I mean, there is also no shortage of male actors who are ugly or such bad looking than hitting your own mom. Alright. It was jarringly casual. He shut the door behind him and leaned against it, arms crossed, expression unreadable. I beat him to the first word. How'd you even find me? I groped, blinked, caught off guard. I was on the other side of the city, middle of a creep abandoned hospital / nightmare factory, I added, gesturing vaguely with my good arm. Don't tell me you had a hunch. Pluto gave a small smirk. You think you don't have a tracker in your costume? I stared. Your boots, specifically, he added, and a mic in your scarf that you never turned on, by the way. You bugged my scarf? This is just a little bit odd. Like, I see where you were trying to go with this, but I don't think it hits. It just adds questions of contradiction. How is he supposed to know in order to turn it on? Hear you, like, how would he know? Yeah, how would he know to have turned it on? Like, hold on a second. The fuck is this? Someone is calling me on Discord. Should I answer? Flame him? What? I'm so confused. I have no idea who this guy is. I mean, I don't want to be rude, but he didn't say anything, he just called me. I was like, oh, okay, I have no idea. Alright. So let's have a quick talk. Who the fuck are you? It just says no friends in common, no servers in common. Yup. But I'm wondering if he's from Reddit. If he's one of the guys who responded to my message on Reddit. But I'm like, I didn't give the Discord. You would, because I gave them the unlisted thing to. So this would have to be the process. They would have to go watch the unlisted video, click on my channel, find the Twitch channel, then from there go to the Discord. And then from there add me on Discord. I don't know. Who the fuck just randomly calls someone out of nowhere? I have no idea. Now he's just not saying anything. Okay, buddy guy, I don't know. I should have answered the call. That would have been funny. Should I call him? Should I call him and be like, you're the buddy guy. What is going on? What are you doing? I don't know what you are. But, no. What do you want? This could be good content. I don't know. We're in the middle of reading something here. How can you interrupt so much? I don't know. I don't even try, and the world just says, hey, no, you go. Get out. Goodbye. Friend spoke to me on Discord yesterday. it was some scam. Talked to me on WSP. It told me my account got hacked. I don't listen to anyone anywhere about anything on social media. I just go along with it and troll people because I think it's funny. Alright, I'm gonna call him. And I'm gonna pretend that he's not there. I started. Your boots, specifically. Okay, yeah, right. You bugged my scarf? I call it insurance. You're such a dad, I muttered, flopping back against the pillow. Pluto shrugged, like I wasn't technically wrong. I got your location ping around the time you disappeared off street cams. I knew something was wrong. He nodded toward the monitor beside me. Good thing I did. You almost flatlined on the evac. Damn. I swallowed hard, suddenly feeling the weight of the flight all around me again. Yo, what's up? Who is this? Shattered
it's
ribs.
me, Kenny.
What's up, Kenny? I'm intoxication, bro.
I'm good. How you doing? How you feeling?
You're doing very well.
Oh, you seem very enthusiastic.
Oh, I'm reading a short story, right? Well, a story. Not a short story. Technically, it's a novel. What is this?
Oh.
No one said anything, so I decided to call him. I have no idea. You tell me. You tell me, D-Not. I have absolutely no idea. I just thought it would be good content. I'm sorry that it's interrupting your reading, D-Not. But are you from Reddit? Or do you need beta reading done? We do free beta reading for stories. Currently, we are doing D-Nots.
Yeah, I love reading stories, but I'd like to ask, are you a streamer?
Yep.
Oh, you're a streamer.
Yes. That's why I sent the link to the stream. So you could join the stream, but instead you called me. I don't yeah.
So sorry, man. I never knew your life. I'm sorry, man.
No worries. I'm having fun. You're on stream right now. Actually, yeah, come on over. Click on one of those links. Come on over to either Twitter, Rumble, Twitch, or Kick. Hop in here and have some fun with us, bro.
Alright. Well, I'm a stream promoter and a channel promoter, visibility from the CGG, and I would like to work with you on your channel as well to bring more visibility and promote you as well. At least your channel is going to get out there and you get more visibility to your channel, man. You in?
Yeah, man, but the problem is I have a budget of $0.
Why?
Yeah. So if there's anything that's above $0, it just doesn't work, right? $0 is almost too much, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
like maybe negative. Oh, that's perfect. Like a negative $10. I could do negative $10. You know.
Lord, what do you mean? Okay, you can afford $10 right now?
No. Like you pay me $10.
Lord.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta start somewhere, right? I mean, you get the first investment, you get the first payment, you like the product, and then you're invested in it, right? Think of it as an investment.
Yeah.
Right? And then from there, it's like, well, now you've got like the face of a partner, right? So then you've got something to work with. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay, so what you need to do now, sir, is that we very much need to go through this process. And the very first thing I will need is your social insurance number and the 3 digits on the back of your credit card. That will go good because it will go very well for you. So what we have is with the plan, we go over to this one and we say, you give us that number and then we transfer the money over to your account, right? That is how it works.
Yeah.
So what we will need is those numbers, please, very much so, and it will be a good time. But unfortunately, our system is down right now. So normally this would all be done automatically online, but the system is down, so that is why we have called you. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to go through this process so that we will be able to ensure that you are the correct person to invoke the funds. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so what you are going to need to do first is see the link that is posted in the chat. you are going to need to go there and click on one of those, and it will bring you to the stream. And from there, what you will need to do is you will need to click on the track and you will need to say, I am here. The best way to do that is an exclamation point and then here, and that will activate the macro that tells them that you are here. And when you are here, then we can proceed from there. Does that understand well, good sir?
Yes, bro.
You could steal anyone's social security with that accent? Way too good at this. Have great stream, sending good vibes your way. Hell yeah, Sierra Black. Always good to hear. He knows all my techniques! So are you, because I don't trust people that promote a product that they don't know about. So I want you to come into the stream, and I want you to experience the stream. Then from your own perspective, you will have a unique tie to it. Because when you are trying to promote, the worst thing that you can do is be generic. You want to find the thing that makes the person that you are trying to promote special. In my case, what makes me very special is prioritizing a community of people who share ideas and build each other up to be greater writers. We do beta reading and we do other things to improve our skills. We also work with art and other mediums in order to build up a better perception of how to learn, and leaving the crumbs of a how do you go from a noob to a pro at something, whether that be writing or drawing or whatever, critiquing, whatever you can find. You very much need to go up on that level in order to create yourself such a product. So my advice would be come to the stream, hang out in the stream, get a vibe for the stream, come up with something that you find about me that makes you want to come back and want to tell other people. When you think about me, do you have a story where it is like, oh, I was watching this guy the other day and he was doing this and that and this and that and it was very interesting and you know the story. You can do something like that. Does that make sense, good sir? And that way it will be more personal and they will not think of it so much as a promotion as they will a word of mouth movement to be like, oh hey, this guy likes this stuff, this guy does this stuff, I like this stuff, I will like this guy. You see how the trail goes from you not knowing to you being invested to you bringing other people in, and that is the essence of marketing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Awesome. So, hop in here on the stream, bro, and check it out, and then tell me what you think about it afterwards. Alright? Does that sound cool?
Alright.
Hell yeah. I hope to see you in here, man. On whatever platform you prefer, you know, I pretty much stream on every platform. Fortunately not on YouTube because fucking copyright issues and stuff like that, but we upload everything to YouTube. So you can also check that out. That's why I left all the links in the chat there for you, brother.
Yeah, I saw it.
I swallowed hard, suddenly feeling the weight of the fight all over again. The shattered ribs, the pain in my shoulder, Randall's voice echoing in my head, telling me he'd take Josh again. I was gonna kill him, I said quietly. I wanted to. Pluto didn't answer right away. Pushed off the door and walked over. I am gonna say this feels a little abrupt. Not? I know it pushes on the guilt. Just goes back to reading like nothing. Exactly, Raymond. That's how you do it. The art of distraction. This feels a little abrupt. I know that the character is feeling guilt and he probably really wants to say this. Like, I feel that. But I feel like this should be more of a hesitant thing. Where it's like, maybe Pluto says, like, you know, I don't know what's better. To lead with Pluto saying, like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is better to lead with this, but maybe have him be a little finicky about it. I don't know. But it's a bit of a blur, right? I'm just... Where is it at, you know? Alright, bro, that's kind of annoying, not gonna lie. Almost like Pluto telling him he did again, in which Leo retorts with that. He did good again. Yes! Yes, not! If he's... Oh my god! That would be so... Yes, Raymond, he's still on the call. Hey, if he's on a call with me, he can't be on a call with someone else, right? So it's like I'm taking their bandwidth. But yeah, man, that's kind of annoying. I'm gonna hang up now. But, yeah, come enjoy the stream, and then we'll talk about finances, and how you can finance me, and where to put the money, and all of that, right? But anyways, take care, bro. Dude's fucking praying in the background or some shit. But yeah, not absolutely. Pluto says you did good, and it's like he doesn't even get to finish. It's like you did good, and he's like, I almost killed him. Bro was praying to Mecca. But yeah, I'll fix that up. And then that makes him be like, don't, you know, it hits that guilt even more, where it's like Pluto's trying to console him, but he's like, no, you shouldn't be consoling me. You should be like criticizing me. You should be telling me off. Like you said, heroes don't kill. And it should have weigh heavily on this character. My game character is my avatar, is a title on Royal Road right now. Does that strike you as a foolish title? My game character is my avatar. Wait. My game character is my avatar. That's the title? Is it a satire? Yeah, a game character is an avatar. Yeah, so if it's a satire and it's making fun of it, the title definitely works to set the mood. And you could do a lot with theming that title. Yeah, it's like saying my chai is tea. Yeah, exactly. Right? Yeah, just like that one line makes that so much more impactful. Pluto didn't answer right away. Pushed off the door and walked away, dragging a chair. Walked over, dragging a chair closer to the bed and sitting with a soft exhale. I know, he said. I mean it, I said, eyes locked on the blanket. If you hadn't shown up when you did, I would have done it. I was gonna kill him. Chai literally means tea, so Hindi who hear chai tea get really frustrated because it's chai. I thought chai was the name of the leaf. Well, thank you for educating me, Sean. Unless it is also the name of the leaf, and the reason they call it chai is because of the leaf, but it's also tea because that's their word for tea. Whereas we don't call tea leaf, we just call it tea. What is the origin of the word tea? Language is powerful. I know, he said. I mean it, I said, locked eyes on the blanket. If you hadn't shown up when you did, I would have done it. I was gonna kill him. And I stopped you. I looked at him then. Why? Met my gaze, calm and level. Because that's not who you are. Not a bitter laugh. You sound so sure. I've seen what you've done, what you're like when you're pushed. I've seen people break, cross the line, and never look back. So the leaves were originally called tea. Like, there was a leaf that was called, like, tea. And then they found that and put it in a drink. And because it was made of that leaf that was called tea, so there was an actual plant called tea out there. The origin tea plant. Because when I think of tea, I just think herb. Yes, there are tea plantations. I assume chai is the same plant, but the Hindi name for it. Yo! Kenny Digitals, what's up, brother? How are you? Welcome, welcome, Kenny. Sorry to fuck with you on the call there, bro. But that's kind of what we do here. We are very heavily satirical, very heavily humorous, very... Oh shit, Coffee Quills! More coffee! Holy shit, Coffee Quills! Thank you for the raid. Oh my fucking god. Welcome, welcome in, everyone! How is everyone? Holy crap! Whoa, more coffee! Uncle Jaben! Welcome, welcome! We are currently beta reading. We are reading D-Naught's story. It is a, The Boys meets My Hero Academia in a way. Element Eds! More coffee! Hey, Scotty! Hey, Element! How's it going? Sorry, this will be a raid and run for me. I need to teach an English lesson in 4 minutes. Oh, shit! Oh, get on that, coffee! It's all good! Go, 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 go! You got this! Waves to Sean. Thank you for the follow, Mr. Shadow Paradox! I really appreciate it. Holy crap, long time no see. Hope things are going well. They are going fantastically swimmingly. I know, I've been working on so many side projects because I'm technically on vacation from work, which means I'm like working like 19 hours a day on like projects.
700 septillion.
True. Yeah, on vacation so I can spend time making new YouTube channels.
I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 4, less than 3, plus 1.
2-month vacation to get my shit together so I can actually be sustainable in this. Because I was wearing myself out by doing way too much with too little time. And I want to incorporate more into the stream. So...
700 septillion.
True!
Thank you for following Mr_Shadow_Paradox. I hope
Always
you are
appreciate the
enjoying
follows.
stream.
Thank
Less
you
than 4,
so
less
much
than
for
3,
the
plus 1.
follow. Wish you all the energy and luck with that. No worries, thank you for the raid and thank you for the follow, Coffee. Have a great teaching session. Anyways, and anyone, if you guys are writers and you want me to read your work, feel free to join the Discord or just join the Discord if you want. And we have the Right Public Story section where if you want me to read your story, you can pop it in here. If you want to do any self-promotion, feel free to promote in here. Basically, pretty much anything that you want. I brought a lot of writers and friends of writers. Hell yeah, that's what it's all about. I love having new stories. Look at all the stories that we've got. We need more stories, though. So I'd love to beta read your stories. And according to feedback that I've gotten, people enjoy me beta reading their stories. We are currently, how many words? We're like maybe 1,000 words into this beta read and it's almost been 2 hours. So it's like 500 words an hour. Because usually we're discussing things about stuff, so... verily I say unto you, leaving for now, but since I fall, I'll be able to catch up in the future. Hell yeah, I stream every single day, because tangents and bold. True, Sean! We're gonna have an ad in a couple minutes here, but okay, back to the story. I met my gaze, calm and level, because that's not who you are. I let out a bitter laugh. You sound so sure. I've seen what you're like when you're pushed. I've seen people break and cross the line and never look back. You didn't. You held it together long enough to protect that kid. You're still here. Silence stretched between us. Eventually, I mumbled, "Doesn't feel like enough." "It never will," Pluto said simply. "Not if you're doing it for the right reasons." I stared at him. At this man who had somehow saved me twice now. He looked tired, softer than usual without the trench coat armor, more real. "Thanks," I said, and meant it. Yeah, it's like, it feels like he's taken his armor off with this. Like, he didn't have to come here in this casual wear, right? He doesn't have to treat the main character like a buddy. He is going out of his way to make a gesture towards the character, which is very important for what we learned for the motivations of Pluto via, like, his wife dying. Yeah. This is, like, the real him. The man behind the mask. The one who is a human, not a hero. Because that differentiation between the things that you have to do and the things you have to sacrifice to truly be a hero almost unmake you as a man. And only true heroes maintain heroes when they can separate their humanity and their personality from their heroship, essentially. Because then that leaves all the guilt of your failures on the suit and not on yourself. And it's like a defense mechanism. A very human defense mechanism. He nodded once. After a beat, I asked, "How's Josh?" "Hi, Mr. Shadow Paradox!" You know what's a paradox about that is we also have Mrs. Shadow in here. I don't know if she's still in here, but she was in here earlier. So now we have a Mr. Shadow and a Mrs. Shadow. Guys, whatever are we gonna do? Next thing you know, we'll have two Seans in here. Well, technically, actually, we have two Eds, because there's Eddie in the mix, and then there's Elemental Ed. Doing good, working on some references for a comic I'm doing for Drawtober. Ooh, Drawtober. Yeah, I saw a bunch of people were doing October as well. I mean, I should be doing both of them, but I'm still slowly working my way into that sphere and expanding myself outside of like the normal areas, like, you know, like for instance with like writing. Ads ruin everything. Guys, I swear if I could take an axe to ads, I'd probably do it, because these ads need to be axed the fuck out here now. Get up on that. We will have such a strike that not a man will tell his vision saw what we will describe in our ancient books with as the thing we do not say. But there will be one among us who will know such a grand thing as the name that it was brought. And when he whispers that name unto you, your knees will quake, your jaw will drop, your faith will be devoured, and that single powerful word, ads. Only it could stay lost to time. But like all good things, they come full circle. Alright, we back. Welcome back, everyone! He nodded once. After a beat, I asked, "How's Josh?" "Home," Pluto replied. "Solaris took him back to his mom herself. She said you made a fan for life." I smiled faintly. "Yeah, he wrote me a note." Pluto didn't say anything to that, but I saw the flicker of something behind his eyes. "Called me his hero," I said, and then quieter. "I'm not used to that." Pluto leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "Get used to it." That surprised me. "'Cause if you're gonna stay on this path," he continued, "this won't be the last life you change, or the last kid you save, but it might be the only time it feels new." I shifted slightly, my ribs felt like they were made of glass, and every muscle screamed in protest. "Hey," I rasped, glancing toward Pluto as he stood and gave a stretch. "Can I ask you something?" Looked at me, neutral as ever, but gave a small nod. "Randall, he said something. He called my dad Jupiter." Pluto's gaze sharpened instantly. "That wasn't a guess," I continued. "He knew. He knew who my dad was, who I am, and that's not something you can Google. Pluto exhaled slowly through his nose. He didn't look shocked, but more like he was bracing for impact. Solaris told me, he said after a beat. It's concerning. Concerning? I barked to shout, humorless laugh. It's terrifying. My dad kept that identity lock tighter than Fort Hamilton. Hell, I didn't even know until I was 10. He's in custody now, Pluto said, voice firm but low. He's getting treated. So, as soon as he'll... Jesus. As soon as he's well enough, well, he'll be interrogated. Sat up straighter, instantly regretting it as my whole side screamed in protest. Then I want to be there. When you interrogate him, I mean. Pluto didn't respond immediately. I need to be there, I pressed. He didn't just know my dad. He said what he was doing. That it was bigger. That he's just a piece. A link in the chain. That there's more. That someone higher up is pulling the strings. How do I say? Okay, I'm trying to think of the words. The words for this. It has to do with the direction of the conversation. Yes. It's like, I don't want to say anything until I have an example, so I'm trying to think of an example for this. Probably with Leo's train of thought in this scene, I assume. Okay, so it feels like there's too much too fast. So normally I would say the dialogue in the conversation feels like it's flowing from the character. Now, what I'm thinking here is this is Pluto's influence on the conversation. So, he's trying to get some sort of information across, but he's afraid of saying too much in doing that. And, like, I'm guessing you're just about to go into is that he doesn't want the character to have the knowledge of being too much. And this also raises the stakes even more for who is this character? Why is his dad such a big deal? And I feel like it's you, like, okay, it feels like this is where the first time I felt that the author's hand is moving the story. I think that's the best way to say it. Whereas before, it's felt very, very, very character and event oriented, right? Like, this character made this decision caused this event, which caused this character to make this decision, which caused this event. And we've been following Leo's thought and his direction. And this feels like this has shifted more to being pressed from Pluto's perspective than it is Leo's perspective. I hear you. Need to slow this scene down and help the flow. The scene Pluto feels very forced exposition, and I felt that way for a while. Yeah, like... This is why I hate holding what I was gonna say, because I had like the perfect way to say it, and then I was like, I was trusting you to fulfill it, and it hasn't happened yet, and I lost it. So I was trying to think, how can you solve this? What can we do to solve this? And I had a direction of lining in dialogue that I thought would work, but now I can't remember what that direction was. So I'm just trying to go back and be like, okay, here's how the conversation went. Where was it that I was originally like, okay, it needs this? Or this is what I'm expecting in the next couple of paragraphs. Because I think everything up until here, and this felt good too. Hell, I could move the Jupiter question later into the conversation, lead with the link in the chain thing. More. Two directions. Okay, there's two directions. You move talking about his dad to the secondary, and you keep the primary as there's something bigger going on. And you use the lead, something bigger is going on, connect that to my dad, Leo's dad. So start and flow the conversation with the events being bigger and who could possibly be behind it, and then end the conversation with him saying, "Can I ask you something?" And then he'll look over and then he'll say, "He said something about my dad." And then you just leave it there. Like, Pluto just nods and walks out of the room. And then the character Leo just sighs. And it adds even more anticipation to, like, what the fuck is going on with his dad? But you don't want to reveal it yet. You still want to build tension on that. So leaving off with it and taking, like, everything after this and adding that naturally into the conversation above, I think is the most powerful way to do this. Because this hits hard, but it has to be the last thing. It has to be the end. It's that as they're walking out the door, you're looking for like a yes or no answer almost. And he knows he can't talk about it. That's the right way to do it, yeah. So, and it's like he's frustrated about it. Because he knows that he can't talk about it, other people can't talk about it, and it's always that look, it's always that sigh, it's always silence. And he says, like, the brooding in the back of his mind. But we still don't know. Oh, that's so good! Okay. I'm glad I got that all out. Then I want to be there when you interrogate him, I mean. Pluto didn't answer. I need to be there. And then, that's when it's a silent moment, Pluto goes to leave, he says, "Can I ask you a question?" Boom. Leads right into the dad. End off with that. But we'll see where the rest of it goes to see how this interaction works and where you need to place that in here, right? Pluto finally moved, pacing a slow arc toward the window, his arms crossed, eyes distant. "You shouldn't have had to hear that," he muttered. "Yeah," I said. "Well, I did. And he said he'd do worse to Josh next time. That he'd come back for him. That he'd hurt his mom." My throat went tight. My hands balled in the blanket. "I wasn't trying to be a hero," I whispered. "I just didn't want him to hurt that kid again." Pluto turned back toward me. "That's exactly why it matters," he said. I blinked. "You weren't chasing glory. You were chasing you weren't chasing a camera crew or a brand deal. You acted because someone needed help. You stayed, even when you could have run. You put a child's life above your own. That," Pluto said, stepping closer, "is what a real hero looks like." I'm not, like, I know this is a thing, but I'm not really a fan of not putting... This is a personal thing for me, and I know this isn't the proper way to do it, because when the same person is talking and you continue into the next paragraph, you don't need the quotations at the end, because then it'll feel like a new person is talking, and I know that, but it just looks weird to me. So that's just a stigma on me. And that's something I need to, like, get used to and actually incorporate in my writing. Because, right, you go to the next line after a quotation. Yeah, originally had quotations there, but someone told me to remove it. Yeah, because if you had quotations here, right? Anytime you go to a new paragraph with quotations, it usually indicates another person, a different person has started talking. So that's kind of like just an understanding of how, like, the structure of, like, the basics of the reader interpretation of sentence structure and structure like that. So yeah, this would indicate that it's still Pluto talking. And this has been Pluto talking the entire time. But it just doesn't look right. And it doesn't feel right. But it's just one of those format things that when you get to... It's like having the dash in the middle of a word, because in the printed version on the page, the word cuts off halfway through the page, and you don't want to have like this gap at the end, so instead you just hyphenate the word between the two pages, and that's like a stylistic format choice, right? Just to make it smooth into the next page. It's also subconsciously a way to get the person to read the next page because they want to finish the word. Little trick. That, Pluto said, stepping closer, is what a real hero looks like. Nothing is nobler than self-sacrifice. You walked into a fight you couldn't win, and you still stood your ground. Yeah, and it's because, like, in Leo's mind, right? This is the difference between a hero and, yeah, you're absolutely right about moving the dad question to the end. It feels jammed into the middle of this discussion about Leo being a hero. Yeah. It feels like it should be a last-minute thought, and it should be something that he doesn't want to talk about, right? Because it's supposed to be mysterious, right? So it's like... And that just adds even more emphasis on it and builds it up even more. But it's like the winning scenario for Leo going into that fight was information. When he came out of that fight, the winning condition had changed from gaining information to making sure that Josh gets away. He never transferred from Josh getting away as my win condition to me getting away is the win condition. Which is really powerful on the character, because it shows that, like, his goal evolved with the situation. His decision-making changes with the situation. The connection to that character and wanting to save that character put him in a headspace where he didn't even consider the fact that he was going to get away. He was content laying there to die. Exactly. Exactly, and it's so powerful to have that with the character of knowing that they had never, like, because it's not that he was giving up, it's that he knew that he won. And there's a difference between showing the character that it's a resignation of them giving up, and it's a satisfaction of having won and spitting in the face of evil and laughing at it as you're dying. And that is such a powerful direction for the character, because that's what you've been promising and building up with this character's direction. And that payoff of not having that transfer to, okay, now I'm going to try and escape, is super powerful. Because most people would be, oh, I'm going to try and escape. But his mind was just so set on the footsteps of Josh getting away that that's all he thought of. To the point he didn't even really hear Pluto coming up to him. Which I think is maybe something I didn't mention there, but I was thinking about later. That that thought alone was like, he was like, okay. And then it was like blood rage. But all in his head, all I could imagine with him is, if I love you that you remember that scene verbatim. It's powerful. It's so powerful. Oh, those are the moments, and it's like I say, yeah, he was tunnel vision. Exactly. Like I can imagine in his head, all he hears is those footsteps, while his body is just acting, and he's just thinking in his head, they're getting away. The footsteps are getting away. That's all that matters. They're getting further and further and further away. Nothing's stopping them. Nothing's grabbing them. There's no one else here. They're just getting away. And it's just so true to the character, which is great. Because when you build a character like that, like I said, you've made a lot of promises about this character. And you've pretty much delivered on every single one of the promises about the character. There hasn't been a point where I'm like, well, why did he do that? That hasn't been like just a slight bit of out of place dialogue or something like that, right? And in the end, it always winds up happening. It just winds up happening in a different way that's more powerful, or perceived to be improved in some way, right? True as fear. I swallow hard. He knelt down a little to meet my eyes. That's what makes the greats, well, great. It's the instinct. You've got it, Leo. You need to accept that. So you'll let me be there for Randall? Be there for Randall? Pluto hesitated. First real crack in his statue face. He exhaled slowly. We're working with the police on this. Not my usual way of doing things. But with you and Solaris involved, didn't have a choice. It's out of my hands. My heart sank. But, he added, if I can get clearance, I'll bring you in. I stared. Seriously? You earned it, he said, then added gruffly. That doesn't mean I'm happy about it. You scared the hell out of me, kid. My eyebrows lifted. Wait, is that concern? Did you just admit to feeling an emotion? Stood and walked toward the door. Get your strength back before you make me regret it. Couldn't help smiling. Paused at the threshold. Leo? Yeah. Don't ever lose the part of you that jumped between that boy and danger. His voice dropped just slightly. But don't think I'm ever letting you walk into something like that alone. I'm conflicted about this. This line should be the last thing he says. No. This line should be the last thing he says. Like, it should go this conversation, the dad, and then, like, he's almost out of the door. Maybe even he does leave. And then he comes back, like, 2 seconds later, and looks him dead in the eye and says, don't ever lose the part of you that jumped between that boy and danger. Holy fuck. Oh my god. That hits so hard. Because I feel like this just, it's overshadowed. And it just, notes are being taken. Good. I'm like tearing up, man. That shit is so good. Because it's like I could just, it's, you can finally see that concern coming out. But just in the slightest. And it's mixed with not just concern for him, for Leo. It's concern for, like, the hero world. Like, he's looking at like, this style of hero, like raising heroes like this, and heroes being true heroes as what really needs to, people need to pay more attention to this. People need to stop being brands. People need to stop being advertisements. People need to stop being in it for the show. And his belief is embodied inside of Leo. And that's, to me, what hits so hard with this line. Is, it's like all of the faith of the hero world in his eyes is on people like Leo. Who are the true heroes. The ones in the dark that never get the recognition that they deserve. And half of the time they die before ever achieving the greatness that they deserve. And just, fuck, man. Oh, so good. His voice dropped just slightly. But don't ever think I'm letting you walk into something like that alone. And with that, he stepped out, leaving the door slightly ajar behind him. Yeah, so move this up to the conversation. Use this as a stopgap transition as he's about to leave. Then have Leo say, "Can I ask you a question?" Then he turns around, says about his dad. There's the silence. He walks out, pops his head back in. Boom. Epic line. Nailed it. The components are there. The gears just need to be slightly tweaked. Perfect. Yeah. Yeah. Brilliant. Absolutely fucking brilliant. Couple days later, my body still hurt, just slightly less than it did before. My left arm was stuck in a cast from shoulder to wrist, like I tried to cosplay as a human popsicle stick. My ribs hated me for every breath I took. I was hobbling along on the couch. Oh, on the crutch. There was one thing I was going to say also about the dialogue, is feel free to just let the dialogue flow. It, as in, like, I feel like some of the dialogue is interrupted with too much stuff sometimes. Like, it's good, but some of it could be like, let's say, I don't know what to call them, like 2 back and forths. Like, Leo says something, Pluto says something, Leo says something, transition moment leads to Pluto saying something else, and use, like, the "I swallowed hard, he knelt down to meet my eyes." Use those as topic transitions. So let a single topic go through on the flow, and when you're ready to change to a different topic on the conversation, or an angle of the conversation, use those movements to bridge where that conversation is going to go. And use it to angle it. And then just let them talk. Let the conversation actually be a conversation. Body movement equals topic change. Exactly. Yes. Yes. I think that would make it just like 2 or 3 parts in there. Just like squish them together. And I think that would definitely ease the ebb of it, where it doesn't feel like, because, like, there's so many questions that both of them want to say, and there's so many things that both of them want to say. There could even be a point here where it's like the talking past each other, where it's like Leo just needs to say this and Pluto just needs to say this, and that last line is something that Pluto needs to say, and the question that Leo needs to ask about his dad, those are like the two, okay, you need these, but everything else is how does the conversation flow? And then use those 2 need points to direct the conversation towards them in order to create a really quick segment of conversation, stopgap, drop. And it's just like, because then it hits even harder when and it's like you start off with 5 sentences, 3 sentences, 1 sentence, and it's like condensing it down, and it feels like that bump 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 at the end, right? And that conversation can really press that, because you want to get really personal with them at this moment, right? Like, this is an emotional connection. This is one of the few, like, intimate moments these characters are gonna have, right? Because it's like, it's not part of Pluto to be in this situation, right? And he kind of, like with the way that Leo jokes by saying, like, dad, is a perfect segue into, like, his concern over it, right? Like, he is also adding on top of that, like, I put him in this situation, I recruited him, I'm responsible for him, right? And it's just stacking all of the emotions that you need to make it have depth on top of each other, and adding to that rounded motivation where we see all the aspects of why this character is doing what they're doing, and how it's affecting them, and how they're gonna change in the future based upon this situation. Hobbling along on a crutch under my right arm, because apparently being half dead comes with a party pack of mobility issues. You walk like an elderly cat, Lies muttered beside me, steadying the door of the sleek black car. Thanks, I've been working on my limp, I shot back, easing into the passenger seat like I was made of glass. You know, really trying to nail the tragic war veteran vibe. Such a dad. Can easily lend into the you did good thing, and I can work the conversation flow from there. Yes. Yes. Exactly. See, you know exactly where this is going, not. Oh, I love it. I'm so excited. Guys, I have a confession to make. I like ads. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I like ads. I don't know why. Yeah, I do. It's because I get like 3 cents. Money. I mean, what? So I don't think I've made it a secret that Pluto is a surrogate / found father for Leo in place of his emotional abusive present father. You're building those vibes. 100% building those vibes, not. And that leads back to Pluto knowing about Leo's father, right? So the more that you press that Pluto knows about Leo's father, the more you can emphasize that sympathy towards Leo. We're on our way to the Lambert household. Wait, did I read this? Tragic war vibe. He snorted an actual noise of amusement, which was a new and mildly terrifying development. We were on our way to the Lambert household, aka the childhood trauma vault. because Steph had texted me in all caps demanding I come home before she dies of stress, which in her defense was fair. I'd saved the kid, almost died, and then ghosted the whole family except for her. Why are you the one chauffeuring me again? I asked as we pulled away from the base. Elias kept one hand on the wheel, the other resting casually on the door. Dad asked me to. Said you'd complain less if it was someone your age. I'd complain less if it was Solaris. Bow chicka wow wow. Hell yeah. Surprisingly, she never got her driver's license. If you know, you know. It's like the preppy pretty chick that gets driven around by everyone, so she never has the need. Yeah, surprisingly, sure, yeah, she never had the need to get her license because she's hot, so she can just tell people. And I love it figuratively and like literally because she has fire powers. I love that shit. Who cares if it's cliche? It's fucking beautiful. Oh, he gave me a sidelong glance. You did, boy, by the way. I blinked. Did you just... Wait, hold on a second. Say that again. I think the painkillers are distorting reality. You did good. He didn't look at... I was like, why did he say boy? I said boy. You did good, by the way. I don't know what... I just add words and say shit out of fucking nowhere. I was like... That's so weird for him to have said that. And I was like, oh wait, he didn't say that. I said that. Fuck me. You did good. You did, boy. I'm fucking retarded, okay? It was because I was... It's because of how I read, okay? I'm like one sentence ahead in my head, so... I think it was like bye and good became boy. You did boy the way. Oh my god. You did good. He didn't look at me. I love how it's like it's emphasized as if you knew that I fucked up what I said. I love times like that in books when that happens and it feels like a fourth wall break to me. I'm like, yeah, thanks for reminding me that I read it wrong. I'm fucking retarded. Take a step back. He didn't look at me this time. Don't make me say it again. Gross, I said, but my face heated a little anyway. We rode in silence for a minute, only the soft hum of the car's engine and the occasional traffic noise. Elias didn't do small talk, and I wasn't even sure he knew what Spotify was. But the silence wasn't awkward, just tolerable, like we'd reached the mutual ceasefire. I love your drops like that too. Just to remind people that this is a very grounded, realistic world. It's just the powers that people have are fantastic, right? It's just like 50 or 60, you said it's like 2100 or something like that, right? It's like 50 or 100 years in the future or something like that, kind of like My Hero Academia in that aspect. Where it's like, how many ever generations in the future? Like they say in the intro, humanity would be in space if it wasn't for heroes or quirks. Because that changed the trajectory of basically human development and evolution. Which is a really cool way of having your world affected by that. And, like, you know, the abandonment of such grand things because you think you've conquered everything. Because now you have to deal with more... non-existential, well, like, planetary existential versus cosmic existential threats, right? Yeah, only around 100, nothing future tech. But there are some stands out, like holographic phones, hoverboards, blah, 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 yeah. And then grounded by, like, having this name of companies and stuff like that. Does a great way of filling in the blanks. Like if you were here, D-Not, yesterday, what Sanderson was saying about the hollow iceberg, and making it feel like you have this huge iceberg underneath the water, but you only have like these tiny little trickles, and that's because you've just used what's above the iceberg to infer what's below it, which is how it should be. That's like the capital. That's how you capitalize on the medium of writing. That's like what the medium of writing is like. meant for, is to have that underneath, right? Meant what I said before, by the way, I added. Thanks for, you know, Josh's note. Saved the kid, he said simply. I was asked to pass it along. Since when did you get all noble? He smirked slightly. I didn't. Knowing you cried makes my heart feel full. I rolled my eyes. Aw, you do care. We pulled into the driveway. Oh, that's another thing, is like, hell, I make a small joke in a later chapter that a chapter is wearing Depot jeans, hinting that some point in 100 years Walmart and Home Depot merged. Wall Depot, I love it. That's fucking awesome. I could see that happening in like 50 years or 100 years or something like that. Companies verging together like Canadian Tire and like Staples, and like Walmart and Home Depot. Absolutely, I could see that. That is great. I don't think it matters, but I was welcome to Wall Depot. I love you, Hugo. Yeah, exactly, Hugo. Total idiocracy level stuff. Greetings taken to such a level. Oh, fuck, I love it. Well, you can't get more friendly than saying I love you, right? How's it going, Hugo? How are you, good sir? How's your day been going? I rolled my eyes. Aw, you do care. Oh, what I was gonna say is, like, in the conversation between him and Pluto earlier on, I'm alright, been hectic. Yeah, I feel you, bro. It would be Walton's Market Depot. Oh. I mean, there are a lot of combinations, right? More emphasis in the conversation, or at least pointing to, like, the tears on his face. Maybe even have, like, I don't know about this. I don't know. This might be over the top. But having Pluto wipe away his tears. I don't know how you feel about that. I don't even know how I feel about that. It might be too much. But, hey, it's an idea, right? Ideas are worth knowing that you don't want to do that. As much as it is worth knowing that you do want to do that. Right? But that was just a thought in my head, is maybe you could do something with that. But, you know, there is already a lot in that scene. It's like, you don't need... I think it might be too soon in their relationship for that. I see your train of thought with the tears, though. Yeah, yeah. Maybe, here's a good medium. Here's a good medium, D-Not. Pluto sees his eyes, so he, like, helps him raise his hand. So that Leo can do it himself, but Pluto helps him raise his hand. It's like the compromise midway point. In the future, one company owns all. Disney. True, Hugo. True. So what do you think about that, Not? Would that be like sufficient? Where it's like he kind of helps him raise, and then he does it himself? Just to, like, wipe his eyes? But it's like the halfway point. I don't know. Just it was spiraling in my head. Can definitely experiment with it. Yeah, exactly, right? There's always good ways to experiment with it. And again, like you said, if you know that it's not the time to do it, that's better, because now you know it's not the time to do it, which means there might be a time to do it in the future. Walmart and Home Depot merge and become a subsidiary of the Disney company. Well, Disney will own everything, just like Twitter, just like Elon wants literally eventually he wants like there to be like a Twitter theme park. He wants there to be like a Twitter like TV show. He wants there to be like a Twitter video game. He wants there to be fucking Twitter fucking everything. He wants it to be a brand. So in some ways he wants that X to be you know, the new thing, which is fucked up because if you know anything about the Nostradamus you know, quatrains, says that like a new leader X will lead us basically to a new planet. And Elon is absolutely fucking obsessed with X, which is 10. Interpretation, but hey man, it is what it is, right? Crazy fucking shit. I rolled my eyes. Aw, you do care. We pulled into the driveway of the Lambert house. You are only allowed 20 free speech thoughts unless you purchase the US Disney Premium Thought Package. Oh my god, Hugo, that's amazing. That's such a good thing. You have a limit on the amount of thoughts that you can have in a day, and if you have more than that, they charge you for them, and you can buy subscriptions for the amount of thoughts that you have. Dude, oh my god, that is such a good fucking premise for a story. Hugo, are you gonna write that, or can I steal that? Can I steal that as an idea for a short story? That's so fucking good. Oh my god, I want to write that so bad. You're not stealing, you're worshipping. Okay, we got it. Feel free to write away. Alright, so I'm putting you in the fucking credits for this. It's your story, but I'll write it. How about that? We pulled into the driveway of the Lambert house. Same two-story blue place with the chipped paint on the porch railing. The sight of it made my chest twist a little. Think you can get to the door without shattering anything? Elias asked as he parked. No promises, I muttered, shifting my crutch into place and cracking a door open. You picked me up? Jesus, I can't. God, I'm retarded. Why am I so fucking retarded? You picking me up? He nodded once. I'll be back in an hour, maybe two. You're the best, I said, dragging myself out of the car with exaggerated effort. And by best, I mean most horrible plague of a human being. I'd love to see your brain as you read. No, you wouldn't. It's like 100 different fucking tabs, all saying different things at once, all talking over each other, all fucking coming up with different points, saying this one's important, no, this one's important. Well, he's gonna solve it later, just trust him. But keep that in mind. Well, no, you forget, you idiot, you're fucking retarded, but I'll write it down somewhere, maybe you'll get a hint at it. Here's what'll remind you about it, remember that phrase. We know you'll forget, but shut up fucking streaming. It's like that one SpongeBob episode, everything on fire. I think I know what you're talking about. I don't watch SpongeBob, but I think I've seen a meme about that. It's something like, you know, everything's on fire, but you're doing all good because you're so engrossed in what you're doing, you can't tell. Everything's just fucked around you. Like falling asleep on a couch that's on fire. Took a breath, adjusting my crutch, and starting the slow, achy walk toward my front door. Let's see how this goes. As soon as I opened the front door, the smell of cooking hit me. Onions, garlic, and something frying in a pan. Yes, I've been waiting for good food and good smells. Oh my god, I can smell it. Home cooking. Which meant Mom was home. 100%. When you walk in the door after a long day of work and you smell and you just know that dinner's ready and you're just like, Oh, I'm so happy right now. Yes! Such a great, comforting feeling after everything that's happened. And it gives it that sense of home. Good. Indeed. Smell of cooking hit me. Onions, garlic, and something frying in a pan. Which meant Mom was home. Great! Second thing that greeted me. Blaring news on the living room TV. School teacher Randall Regal is currently in custody at Mercy Correctional is after... Man, can you play on words more? Not? I love it. I love it. Mercy Correctional. It, like, people be like, oh, that's heavy-handed, but you know what? That's literally how we name things in real life. And it's a desensitization. Like the Hope Prison. It's like... It's trying to cover up the dirty underneath with, like, saying, no, it's not a prison for criminals, it's a rehabilitation center for soon-to-be citizens. It's a very, politically correct, naming convention. And I fucking love it. Yeah, rehab! Mercy Correctional. After an altercation involving a hero. Well, the news is reporting it as a hero. But do they say... Now, this puts this in my mind, not... Are they talking about Pluto? Or are they talking about Leo? Because I'm guessing they're talking about Pluto. But I want to know what your intention with that is. Led to the discovery of a hidden medical facility. I shut the door behind me with my hip, leaning heavier than usual on the crotch under my right arm. I turned the corner into the living room and stopped. Dad saw it in his sat in his did I just say saw it? Dad saw it? What the Guys, I need to smoke more weed. My brain's not working. Dad sat in his recliner like nothing was out of the ordinary. Wait, it's Monday today, guys. Is that why? Well, technically now... No, it's only 11 o'clock. It's still Monday. It's fucking Monday, that's why. Fuck Mondays. Shut the door behind me with my hip leaning heavier than usual on the crotch under my right arm. I turned the corner into the living room and stopped. Dad sat in his recliner like nothing was out of the ordinary. One hand resting on the armrest, the other wrapped around a beer bottle. It's Pluto, Leto, or Solaris. Interpretation is up to the reader, though. I wrote the line with Solaris in mind, as she is a popular hero that wouldn't mind talking to press. Oh, that's important thought there, D-Not. I like that line, yes. And I like leaving it open-ended like that because you don't know. It's the news, right? And in this world, the news likes to exaggerate and poke things, right? So I'm thinking in my head, like, what would the difference make if you used the name? Inference. Oh, what about replace that with we go to an interview with her now, or we go to an interview with an altercation. We go to an interview with the hero now. So it's this idea, because it'll put the idea of, okay, well, if it's public facing, it's not going to be Pluto. So in your head as the reader, you go, well, they didn't say sidekick, so it's not Leo. They said hero, that means it could either be Pluto or Solaris. Oh, if they're going to an interview, the only one it could be is Solaris. And this puts more emphasis on the news being like sensationalism more than the truth. And maybe even have him make a quip about that, about like referring to it being like, you know, the news, all the news cares about is ratings. And then just like leave it at that. Just like a small little thing or something. Got you tabbed up while gaming, hoping you have a great stream, homie. Hell yeah, Cubano, thank you, good sir, I really appreciate it, man. Enjoy your gaming. But I don't know, what do you think about that, D-Not? And you can add to the frustration of him being like the reason why he doesn't want to be in the spotlight. He's like, this is exactly why I don't want to be in the spotlight. They twist and manipulate and fuck everything up, right? All they care about Solaris really is gonna bring in the big bucks for them or something like that. Yeah, and then maybe he can question, you know, her motives and stuff like that, and then that can be an arc of them like maturing their relationship together, his view of her public presentation versus her private presentation, you know? And then you could have a little dynamic working with them there. Because you already had them, like him, like jokingly try to flirt with her because she's hot. She's young and she's hot. What are you gonna fucking do? Right? Of course, Leo's gonna fucking try and flirt with her. He's a young guy. It's natural. And it's part of his personality to have that kind of thing, even if it isn't, like, overtly flirting, right? It's just a simple compliment. But we know, like, his intentions, right? Just the way that he looks at her. But that's a lot of things coming together, right? Number 19 hero, big leagues, you know, she's here, it's the first time they're hanging out. It's like, there's a lot of things that would be like reasons for him to see her in like a different light, right? But anyways, shut the door behind me with my hip, leaning heavier than usual on the crutch under my right arm. I turned the corner into the living room and stopped. Dad sat in his recliner like nothing was out of the ordinary. You remember this shit. What the fuck? That ranking is a one-off line. I love you. That's what makes it so powerful, D-Dot. Is it so random? She's not at the top. She's not at the bottom. 19 is such a fucking perfect number. It's so potent and it says so much about her. Her drive, her potential, the way she acts in public, her reasoning for it. Because obviously, when you're at that ranking, you're going for number one. You want to be at number one, but there are going to be things that you're not willing to sacrifice in order to get to that number one. So it's like, there is something so powerful about that number that it just sticks so immediately in my head. That is like, that's the number you want of an aspiring hero that's in the front. Then you have someone like Pluto, which I would suggest Pluto's like 150. Between like 150 and 200. Right? Like he could be a top, let's say, 50, but he's more focused on being the hero than he is being in the spotlight, which is like a Saitama effect where he's the C-rank hero, but he's actually the strongest hero. Which then leaves potential for development of his actual strength and how powerful he is later, and being underestimated by people. So it's like all of these things all conglomerate together to make this literally the best amateur story I've ever fucking read. Hands down, clears everything else. And like with everything, there are still like improvements for getting it across, right? Because, like I said, I'm an idea reader and writer. I'm like your top 1% that's gonna get this when reading it, because I'm invested in it for like multiple different reasons, right? So it's very difficult to find that level of insight on something. So even without that being directly composed in the story, the ability that you can dig deep enough to find it is mind-boggling. And it makes the potential for the story, in my mind, escalate beyond reality, right? And that's what you want. You want things to be greater and better than they are. And then when someone goes back, they usually, because this is how nostalgia works, usually go back and you say, man, you know what? Now that I've like reread it, I don't know what it is, but it's not as great as I thought it was? Question mark? And then you realize that the reason why is because the first time that you're reading it, right, is you're building the world in your head. The second time you're reading it, you already have the world built in your head. So a lot of it is built off of that nostalgia of building the world in your head and adding those things that you're like, I swear this was in the book. But it was something that you just inferred via subtext that you remember, but it didn't actually happen. And it's like, oh, well, it was because of this, and it's like a view of a character, for instance, right? And then you can come back and have an entirely different idea of that character afterwards. And there's power in that, and that's just kind of how stories are, right? You want them to be more grand in your mind than they are on paper. And you want that nostalgia to bring people back, and then to be like, the ability for me to create more out of the story than it was is what makes the story so good. And the world so good, right? And I'm sure you can say that with basically any world that you have, because everyone has fanfic in their head of stories behind the scenes of like IPs that they really, really fucking love. Right? Whether that'll ever come out of your mind or not. And that's just a byproduct of creativity. Right? Things that were hinted at that were never spoken of, like continuity mistakes in the lore that you could fix with this simple idea. You know? Like time turners in Harry Potter. Or the eagles in Lord of the Rings. You know? Dream sequences or something like that. Brain always stays creating. Yeah. Yeah. And you want to facilitate the ability and the want for someone to do that. How do you do that? Through character. One hand resting on the armrest, the other wrapped around a beer bottle. His prosthetic legs stretched out like it always. The TV cast was flickering light over his face, but he didn't look away from the screen, not even as I entered. "You're hurt," he said flatly, not surprised, just stating a fact. "Nice to see you too," I muttered. Took a long sip from the bottle. "You hear about this?" I didn't answer. "School teacher turned kidnapper. Hell of a thing." Clicked his tongue. I love, and it's like they all have kind of their small things that they do. Their mannerisms that have make them distinct. Whether that's tone, word choice, sentence structure and dialogue, like their syntax, or something that they do, some sort of physical movement or jitter or something like that. Sound effect, if you will. Phrase of some kind. Like as I always say, my phrase is as I always say. Even if it's the first time I've said it. I clench my jaw. All of the people to work under, he added. You had to pick Pluto, former vigilante. He's licensed, I snapped. He's been licensed for years. Only because the Paragons made it happen. Vanguard vouched it for him, and suddenly he's some kind of saint. Think I don't remember what he used to be? He turned in his chair, just enough to actually look at me. You're playing sidekick to a thug with a badge. My grip on the crutch tightened. He saved my life. Did he? 'Cause all I'm seeing is a beat-up teenager limping around like he got hit by a train. Took a shaky breath, the kind that hurt going down. I saved a kid. You almost got yourself killed. Glad you appreciate these little nuggets of they know each other and something happened between Jupiter and Pluto. Yeah. Like I said, I'm just taking the small subtleties that you're giving me and running with the fact that I trust you as an author. I trust for those to be breadcrumbs and not. This is gonna sound like. I guess this is a kind of interesting analogy. I'm hoping they're pieces of candy and not turds. So like, ooh, a piece of candy! Yep. I'm like, ooh, a piece of candy! Ooh, a piece of candy! Ah, it's a piece of candy, yes! That's just how I think. And it sucks when it's a turd, but sometimes you want it to suck. Sometimes you want to disperse a turd in there. 10% of these chocolates are actually poo. Choose at your own discretion. You never know. Plot droppings without payoff just don't taste good. Yep, unless they're leading to a specific area, and the more you build up trust, the more you can leave those shits, and the reader will eat them and say, I trust that the next one will be a piece of candy. And you can say, and when they can go, you know what? I think this one's a piece of shit. That's the difference. Is when you can tell. You've fed them candy. You've fed them shit. Now, they know the difference between the candy and the shit. And they know that the shit is intentional because they trust you because of the candy. And then you use that as an escalating loop to just keep people on the fucking roller coaster. Oh my god, I can just see it now. So what? I should have just done nothing? Let the kid disappear forever? Oh, another thing I want to say about Pluto is I can sympathize in a way, at least for now, or sorry, with Jupiter, for now, with he lost a leg. He knows what it's like to get your entire life fucked up by becoming crippled and getting yourself into shit. So he's actually like preaching from a position of authority, which makes him have more relatability and not just like feel like he is just being mean and an obstacle for being mean and being an obstacle, right? We've already established that like he's trying to live vicariously through Leo as a hero because he can't be a hero anymore. And he scorns the fact that his disability has caused him to not be a hero anymore. And he's kind of projecting that. And you get that sense of it, like, maybe this isn't what he truly feels deep down, this is just his regrets and all of that coming to life because that's the kind of person that he is. He's a hard ass. So he's not going to say his feelings, he's going to say what he thinks. And that's something that's really hard for a son to understand, looking at it from the position that Leo is in. But being the reader, that contrast between it and having the thought in the back of your head that that's how Jupiter is, makes you feel sorry for both of them, that if only they both saw that, they would have a really good relationship. And usually, in most things in real life, it's those small things that slowly fuck up that kind of relationship. And until both people realize that, the relationship can truly never be mended. And it only ever gets worse. And that usually getting worse is what causes them to see that, because they can look back on and say, wow, how did things change so much? Right? And trusting you as an author to lead down that direction is where I'm at this point. So every kind of path and imagining that I have, I'm hoping will be come to fruition. But the thing about that that's really nice is I'll have like 99 predictions, one will come true, and that's all that matters. Because I'll forget the other 99. As long as one of them comes true, over and over and over and over again, it becomes more and more a press on the reader of that trust. And if you can build that with an author, that's the best thing you can do in your reading. Because it's knowing that payoff. Knowing that you're going to get what you've been promised. And slow building that is a hard thing to do, because people just want you to get into their world. They want you to get into their character. They want you to understand what's going on, and they want you to root for the main character. But being in this kind of middle ground area where the character is being pushed by different things makes you feel better. A talk between Leo and Jupiter about everything, stemming from their relationship to Pluto and Jupiter history, and his history with Randall, is planned. I trust that it's planned not, because I would be sad that you wouldn't capitalize on something in the story that's so powerful. And if that doesn't tie into the kids being taken and the government being the way that it is, and maybe this shadow cell in the background trying to sell heroes as brands is being like pushed so much purposefully and not organically, and weave that all together. But whether you do that or not, or have Pluto and Jupiter have their own separate story with it, I think both of them, because I trust you as a writer to make a good story. If that's only the subplot, then I'm so excited what the main plot is. If that's just like Pluto's plot as opposed to Leo's plot, right? I'm a big fan of familial relationships and deep conversations, so I couldn't not have it planned. Yeah, I love that knot. Like, I have an amazing relationship with my family, and the fact of we're best friends. I do not have a good relationship with my family in the fact of, like, being a student, right? Like, I've never done my own taxes. My dad does my taxes. I'm basically a Nepo baby. And I've never really been pushed to get out on my own and live my dreams. I've always been, like, coddled and babied and been like, you can do whatever you want. Don't worry about it. And it is like a detrimental thing to have your parents be your best friends and not have like an actual like mother-father side that's like you can talk to them about the real things without it being like you can do whatever you want, we're not judging you. Like Yes Men, kind of. I have an amazing relationship with my father and his side of the family, but not with my birth mom. So most interactions Leo has with his parents are inspired by interactions with my birth mom. Okay. That's like my brother-in-law. I literally was afraid to ask about his dad because I thought his dad was dead. Because in 15 years, I'd never heard anyone mention anything about his dad. No, his dad's just a piece of shit. So and his dad just left when he was a baby. So no one ever talks about his dad because his dad isn't worth mentioning. Like, to the point, his dad's new wife and their kids came to my sister's wedding. His wedding. But his dad didn't. Like, kind of fucked up. But his mom is fucking amazing, and his stepdad's fucking amazing too. So, that's probably why he's so fucking amazing. And then my sister's amazing, because my parents are amazing. But there is always that, and she's a woman, so she can get through life not having to worry about it. I'm a dude. I need to go out there and stand on my own. She has her husband. She doesn't need to be, you know? She won the fucking lottery with that shit. Like every way, well, okay. Her kids are demons. My niece and nephew are demons, but me and my sister were also demons when we were like 4 to like 9. Probably 4 to 13, actually. We were fucking demons. So, what? I should have just done nothing? Let the kid disappear forever? It's not your job. Kidnappings are police work. Well, maybe someone had to make it their job. That shut him up for half a second. Just long enough for the silence to make me wish I'd never come here in the first place. I turned without waiting for another jab, hobbling my way into the kitchen. I needed water, or space. Mom was already there, back to me, stirring something in the stove with enough aggression to qualify as assault. She turned at the sound of my crutch scraping against the tile. When she saw me, castling bruises and all, her eyes narrowing. No soft gasp, no hug, just a frustrated, sharp intake of breath through her nose. Oh, Leo. I flinched. That wasn't the, "I'm so glad you're okay" voice. That was the, "I've already had a long day and you just made it longer" voice. You look like hell, she said. What the hell were you thinking? No, seriously. What went through your head? Did you think you were invincible? She pointed the woman's wooden spoon at me like it was a weapon. 'Cause from where I'm standing, it looks like you almost got yourself killed playing pretend. I wasn't pretending. You're 17. All you have is a hero complex. I was doing the right thing, I said, quieter now. She didn't look convinced. I saved a kid, I added. I actually did something. Her jaw worked, teeth grinding behind her lips. And what happens next time, huh? What if you don't come home? What if they bring your body back in a bag and I have to watch some official hand me a medal like that makes it okay? I didn't answer. I couldn't. She turned away with a harsh sigh and went back to stirring the pot. But her shoulders, they slumped just a little, like the weight of it was finally setting in. I didn't raise you like this, she said softly, back still to me. You're supposed to be smarter than your father. Again, I don't know anything about grammar, but this sentence just feels weird. Back still to me. Oh, I'm retarded. She said softly, back still to me. Her back. They said back, like she was saying back, but it's her back is facing him. No, that's just me being dumb. I think that's very clear that she's not facing him. I just read it weird. But I mean, if you want to add something in there to make it more clear, I mean, you could. But it's I'm the ultimate scale where I will make the most retarded mistakes, but I will also have the most insightful calls. But I have no middle ground. If there's any middle ground, I'm fucking a blob. I didn't raise you like this, she said softly, back to me. Because if there's no comma here, that's what the comma is for, right? She said softly, back still to me. I mean, you could even, if you wanted to, make it 2 separate sentences. but I don't know. You're supposed to be smarter than your father. You're the 0.0001%. Well, I mean, thanks not. I mean, I pride myself on the fact of I would love to find, it's kind of semantics. Yeah. But it's like without the comma, it would be weird. With the comma or a period there, it's the way I read it in my head. Cuz it would be read, she said softly, back still to me. You're supposed to be smarter than your father. I swallowed hard. She didn't turn around again. Didn't say anything else. Just kept cooking like that was all there was to say. So I limped over to the sink, filled a glass of water, and drank in silence. The back door creaked as I nudged it open with my crutch, slipping outside like a ghost no one wanted. I would say with the opening things with crutches, I don't know, this might just be a stylistic thing, but after 3 times doing it, first time, heavily emphasize the crutch is what's opening the door, or whatever he's doing, right? Second time, medium emphasis on it, emphasize more on the what he's doing. Then the third time, barely mention the crutch and what he's doing, and then if there's a fourth time, you know as the reader that what he's doing is via the crutch. And then that gives you more mobility with wording to do other things. Yeah, it's a repetition thing. I can just cut it. Yeah, at a certain point, you know he's using crutches, you know that's his mechanism of opening things. So you can... And then when you go back to saying that he's using his hand for something, then that becomes a super powerful moment where you're like, yes, he's actually like getting better, right? And you can slowly show him getting better by the more things that he does without the crutch. And you can make that the norm of him acting, right? Slipping outside like a ghost no one wanted. The breeze stirred gently through the trees lining the backyard. I eased myself down onto the wooden steps with a hiss, legs sore and ribs aching. But the wind, oh boy did it feel good. Closed my eyes, letting the breeze run through my hair and rest soft against my cheeks. For a second I could pretend everything was quiet again. Then the screen door creaked. A moment later, a fist bumped my uninjured shoulder. Not hard, just familiar. Took you long enough to feel better, Steph said, sliding down beside me. Thought I heard people arguing downstairs. Glad I was right. I chuckled dryly. Great. Glad I'm predictable. She sat sideways, arms draped across her knees, watching me from the corner of her eye. You okay? Agitation is almost probably one of the hardest things to pull off. And you immediately can tell from the way that he's talking that he is definitely agitated. And it's almost like he's just tired of talking to people and he's done with this day. And I think that's like a foreshadowing of the idea of like when his mom said in that voice that it's like it's making his day longer. That's like a projection in a way, I feel. And this is like the closing moment of the winding down of getting things off of his shoulders. And, you know, just having a comfortable conversation with someone who accepts you as you and isn't going to, you know, they might voice their opinion, like she said, it was you idiot the first time, like, she woke up, but she's already said her piece with that. Now it's like the comforting, like, rising up moment, right? You've said your piece about what you think about what they did, but you don't need to dwell on it like everyone else has dwelled on it, right? Steph is just like, I'm gonna let it go. It's now, let's recover from it. Which is like a very protective, sisterly thing to do, where you want to raise the spirits. And you know that that one thing is the thing that's holding you down, so let's get away from that. And let's focus on other things. And kind of like a distraction technique. And sometimes people just have to say things to get them off their shoulders, right? So here, I'm just gonna do a prediction and what I wouldn't normally do. Scotty cooks when it comes to reading and understanding characters. I love characters. I love delving into characters and saying, what can I extrapolate from this that is let's call it immersive creation. It was not intended by the author for it to be thought of in that way, but as soon as you do think of it that way, it's like something connects in the back of your head, like, maybe I subconsciously did that and I just never brought it to the forefront before. I forget. Do you play, or are you familiar with Genshin Impact? I'm familiar, Sean. I do not play. It's a gacha game. Excited to see if you predict where this conversation goes. I was gonna throw the prediction out right now, because I know that I'm most likely wrong, but this is where I feel like if I know the character, this is gonna be like an emotional info dump over his position of being a hero, and maybe asking her opinion about whether he did the right thing or not, and maybe self-questioning, and just for like even a pinch of prodding at his parents to get validation from her, so he can psychologically invalidate his parents' opinion. And a lot of that can be done through summary, because we know how the character feels. We just need the character to tell Steph how he feels. And we know how Steph feels, we just need her to tell Leo how she feels. So I feel a lot of this conversation could be done in summary, but I want to see how you execute it. So don't say anything right now, wait till I finish it, but that's my prediction for how I feel this should go. I just found out that Brian Hall, who has a YouTube channel, 20 plus voices in that game, he's also Dracula in Hotel Transylvania 3. Damn! You okay? I shrugged with my good arm. Define okay. Alive, she offered. Then sure, barely. I looked out toward the backyard, eyes unfocused. Feels like my body got thrown in a blender. My bones still rattle when I cough. Steph smirked faintly. Still got that flair for drama. You love it, unfortunately. We sat in silence for a moment. I didn't say anything. Didn't have to. She just waited. The way she always did. The way she had since we were kids, and I'd skinned a knee or gotten yelled at or started crying and didn't know why. Eventually I broke. I almost died, Steph. She turned to me fully. Like, actually died. If Pluto hadn't shown up when he did. I hadn't finished the sentence and she didn't push me to. I'm not saying I regret it. I added after a beat. Because I don't. Josh is safe. I protected someone. Steph gave me a quiet nod. He wrote you that note, right? The one I'm sure is in your pocket right now. Smiled, weak but genuine. Yeah. She nudged me gently. You deserve it. People keep telling me that, but I don't know if I do. Leo. I try, I said, louder than I meant to. I try so hard to stay positive, to be better, to make something of myself, and then Mom looks at me like I'm one screw up away from being a failure, and Dad just... I trailed off, chewing the inside of my cheek. Steph sighed. Yeah, I know. It's like they've already made up their minds about who I am and what I am. Nothing I do seems to change it. They're scared, I snorted. Of me? Of losing you, she said softly. They don't show it well, or at all, really. But I think that's what it is. Nailed it! Bam! Holy shit! Oh my god. Oh my god. I look down at the cast on my arm. Doesn't make it hurt less. I know. Steph went quiet again. She scooted closer, wrapping an arm around my shoulders carefully, mindful of every injury. I leaned into it without thinking. You ever wish things were different? I asked, my voice barely audible. Well, we had parents who actually believed in us. Steph pulled back just enough to look at me. Every day. But you know what? You believed in that kid. You kept him safe. That's more than most people can say. That's something Dad never did. That's something Mom never will. I like this because you know Steph feels the same way because she doesn't have powers, right? Or at least, like, she doesn't have his powers. As far as I know, she doesn't have powers, right? I just want to clarify that. Or it's just like something that's like the fact that he has the wind powers are so strong, their potential. No powers. Okay, that's what I thought. So she has no powers. Okay. And so it's like there is that glimmer that she understands, and that's a connection that they have. They have a connection in the fact that one of them's disappointed they're not good enough at using their powers, and the other one's disappointed they don't have powers to begin with, so they couldn't even try. And the fact that their parents, you know that's how some parents are, and they just don't know how to act, but their love kind of warps the way that they treat their kids. And that is a net negative, but that's super human. And like you said, that's something that you're drawing a personal experience from that, right? Whereas we were talking earlier about you having a research presentation, this, I think I've commented on it before, the familial connections feel real. And I think I've asked you, like, the kind of connection you've had with your family, even before this. Maybe not, but I've thought about it. Like, that you can tell that the connection and the understanding with the familial family is, and, like, the surrogate father of Pluto is kind of a lived experience. And again, if it's a research experience, it's damn good. But it sounds like it's a lived experience, like you said. So, that keeps it even more concise. She pulled back just enough to look at me. Every day, but you know what? You believed in that kid. You kept him safe. That's more than most people can say. It's more than Dad never will. Something Dad never will. That's something Mom never... Dad never did. Mom never will. I opened my mouth to respond, but instead my voice cracked. A sob clawed its way. Fucking ads, man. We've been at this for 3 hours, but... there's so much to say about this story. And I'm so invested in it. And you know what? I feel bad that I haven't gone this in-depth on anyone else's story. 3 hours of great feedback and thoughts. And, like, that's to me what makes this story so good, is that every turn, over and over and over again, I'm just like, it's mind-blowing. And it just makes me think. It gives me ideas. Whereas, I mean, again, everyone else's is, like, good stuff. I thoroughly enjoy everyone's story, especially Sean's. But it's like, even with, like, my critique with, like, Sean's main story, like, it felt too, it felt too slice of life, which isn't down my alley. So it's like, I wasn't as invested in the story, because I wasn't invested in the character. But I've also been learning, as we read through this, how to be a better beta reader, how to give better feedback. What am I thinking? Why am I thinking this during it? So I'm trying to get better at giving that feedback during the stories. And then it's like most of the feedback I think to give back to Sean, I've already given the feedback to Sean. So, I mean, there's redundancies there that I could do. But every time I'm like, oh, well, we talked about this in this other story, so I figure he knows about it, so he'll improve it in the next one. Right? Or it's like, I can tell here, this is an improvement from last time. Right? And I think I've mentioned that a couple times, Sean. Like, the conflict level, the betrayal level, the getting into the character's headspace and using their knowledge and that as their advantage to make it plausible for why they're so powerful, as opposed to, like, just having the nature of the land and learning to use their powers, I think is just a much more interesting story arc. So I think Treehouse Isekai is definitely stronger than those. 3 hours of great feedback. Yeah, it's gonna be 4 hours. Jesus. Sob clawed its way out before I could stop it. Sharp and ugly. I turned my face away, but Steph didn't move. I'm so tired, I whispered. And the tears came fast after that. I'm so freaking tired of being their disappointment. Steph didn't say anything. Just pulled me closer and let me cry into her shoulder. I almost died. And they didn't even say that they were proud of me. I choked out. They just looked at me like I was stupid. Like I asked for this. You're hitting... There's like 18 nails lined up. And somehow not... You're hitting like 42 nails. I'm like, oh yeah, there's this. Oh yeah, there's that. Oh yeah, there's that. I thought I had a good concept of this. Oh, we made it even deeper than that. Oh yeah, that's right. It's like, oh my fucking... At every turn, there's something new that I'm like, oh yeah, this is an angle I didn't think of. Holy shit. Okay, when I think about it in that angle, added everything, it's like, everything's multiplying. We're in the hundreds of trillions of septillions right now. We're gonna be at vigintillion soon. Considering that Dawn was a rewrite from high school with little change, I think it's a big jump. You could consider Dawn as the first one, Cat version as the second, and this the third. Yeah. That's why I didn't really want to talk about Dawn. I want to talk more about Cat version. I meant more of Cat version. But it does leak in there with it, because Dawn has kind of the same feel to it, whereas Cat version feels more flushed out. It's not nails, it's bricks. Think of those bricks laying videos where the guy places the final brick and then all the bricks fall into place all at once. Oh, okay, yeah, Sean. I see. Yeah, exactly. See, Sean's great at explaining things in layman's terms super easily. I'm great at, like, abstract extrapolations with examples. Sean's just like, this is what it is. Hit the nail on the head? No, you're laying bricks. Oh, dude, yes, laying bricks, that's a way better metaphor. And then being precise with them and lining them all up just to be like, flip, domino effect, the wall is done. It's like, oh, mind-blowing. Steph didn't say anything, just pulled me closer and let me cry into her shoulder. I almost died, and they didn't even say they were proud of me, I choked out. They just looked at me like I was stupid, like I asked for this. Steph rubbed my back gently, whispering, you didn't. You're not stupid. You did something incredible. Doesn't matter, I sniffed. They'll never see me as good enough. Then, another pause, then... Do you think... My voice dropped almost nothing. Do you think they'd love me more if you were the one who had powers instead? There it is. There it is, not... Ooh! The core question that I have been wondering since the very beginning. Is the reason Leo holding himself back is because he doesn't believe he's worthy? Ooh. Ooh, that hits. Fuck, man. This last conversation with Steph is kind of predictable, but I like it because this is one of the first times so far in the story that Leo's true emotions are only shown to Steph. Or not only shown to Steph, but to the reader as well. It's predictably genius. You did, in actual dialogue, what I thought was only possible in summary. Because to choose the words to make this impact is super, super, super fucking hard. And I've been in a lot of places like this with, like, you know, my family members and stuff with my seizures and stuff being like, dude, this could have been the last one. You could have literally not woken up this time. So it's like, I've been in these situations, and then it's like, my parents get to the point of annoyance of being like, can you just stop having seizures? So it's like, I have literally had this, like, conversation with my sister of being like, not so much, you know, would they love me more if I didn't have seizures, but it's like, do they resent me because I have seizures? Do they think that I'm doing it on purpose? There's always that idea in the back of your head. And as a parent, it's so hard to put up the mask to make that not see-through. And my parents did a great job of it, but 10 years? 10 years is a long time. Eventually, you get jaded. And it fucking sucks. But having someone who's not jaded, who's seen through it from a different perspective of, you know, only mediocrely, but not, like, literally they weren't the ones that were always there spending every night in the hospital every time. You know, they came, like, once in a while when they had the chance. But my parents are there every fucking time, all of the time, no matter what. For 10 fucking years. That wears on you, right? So, a lot of this story I resonate with because of the character relationships, which is fucking amazing, and that's what makes it feel so real. So like I said, I am extremely biased to this story. Save that video link so you can add it to trigger commands for when viewers see that a person did the track in their writing like this. Trick in their writing like this. All these little tidbits all falling into place at one time. Such satisfaction. I will do that, Sean. So this is like, literally, I've had this exact same conversation with my sister. And holy shit. Steph pulled back, eyes wide. Leo, I mean it. You're everything they want. You're smart. You've always been the good one. If you'd have been the one who inherited Dad's gift, maybe they wouldn't be so disappointed. She stared at me, horrified. And then her expression softened into something else, something sharp and aching. That's the look. The, like, and it's almost like the horrified look is that realization. That, oh my God, how could you ever possibly think that way? And how long have you been thinking that way? I need to change the way that you're thinking. And that's where the softening of the look goes, like, okay, let's work through this. Let's figure this out, right? Something sharp and aching. No, she said firmly. Don't you ever think that again. But don't. She took my face in both hands, gently but steadily, making me look her in the eyes. You're not broken. You're not a mistake. You didn't ruin anything by existing. I blinked, more tears spilling down my cheeks. She leaned her forehead against mine. You saved a kid, Leo. You came home. And you're gonna save more. That's all you. Powers or no powers. I'm proud of you. You hear me? I nodded, mouth too full of emotion to speak. And if Mom or Dad can't see that, that's their loss, not yours. Let out a breath. I didn't realize I'd been holding. My chest still hurt. My ribs still ached. We sat there a while longer, the two of us, side by side, as the breeze moved gently around us, like it had been listening the whole time. Thanks, I finally whispered. Steph squeezed my good hand. Anytime, Wendy. Oh, jeez. You know what? It's fucked up to say this, but this is the feeling. It's like wanting to have a cigarette after sex. The indulging in the pure satisfaction of the moment. Just the elation. And just the, oh, yes. It could have only been. What a fucking journey. What an adventure. Oh. Oh man. So good. So good. Inspiration to the last word. If I can make my story half as fucking good as this, I'll be happy. That'll be a success. Jesus. Your praise always makes my heart full. I know you mean it because you remember these small details from earlier chapters. Do you know why I remember them mainly, do you not? My power comes from excuse me. My power comes from recollection. If something reminds me of something, it's a cascading chain reaction. And I will, like, have photographic fucking memory. But until that, like, event happens, I'm fucked. It's like this. Water. True. They're like, oh no, you fucked up, and it's like, oh, you knew what you were doing. So good. Fucking so fucking good. So you got woman's brain, where it's a bundle of wires instead of a room of boxes. I don't know, Sean. I think it was like a computer and they're hidden in files. I just didn't organize them properly. And when I click on, I put a memory inside of a file, it opens the entire file, and then I'm like, oh, these are all the memories that are connected to that memory that leads a chain reaction of opening more files until, like, I have the entire story in my head. But, like, that's what I mean by predictable. You had the idea of conversation, and you were right. Yes. And that's perfect payoff. Because that's what you want. Right? You want the person to be able to be excited for what's to come and predict it. But like I said, I was predicting it in the form of summary because I didn't know it could be done in such elegant way with words. You know? Something... And you made it a lot more powerful than something like... Maybe including a flashback... you know... will be like another way that I would do it. Interruption, and like have the parents come in and make it into like an argument. It's predictable in the sense that anyone who paid proper attention to the signals will be able to predict it, but not everyone will. Yeah. Yeah. Huge sense of ability of recall. So the reason why I can pull it all together is because you're giving me the tools, not to recall those things. And like building on previous layers that you've laid out. So the better that you can make me recall things without having to have flashbacks, without having to have summary, with just small subtext and nuance to the way that people talk. The things that they talk about. Like a Sherlock Holmes mystery, all the clues are there, but most people won't understand their importance and will have their mind blown at the end of the story. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Alright, Sean, you're up! But I prefer super in-depth, on-point analysis than a quick rush through, oh, I gotta get through everybody's story, right? It's like, I want people to be fighting over whose story gets read. Right? Like, oh, me first! I was here first! First on the list! Right? Oh yeah, of course. That's why I love your feedback. Yeah. And then everyone else, you know, and it's like, that's why I'm always like, I don't want to rush through it. And I see myself if I do. That's why I try to get here early. Yeah! Well, I mean, today we were just gonna read, the short story because no one was in here and we didn't have, anyone's story to read. And then, you know, we went on a tangent for a while, and the next thing you know, everyone was in here, and, now we're 5 hours into the stream. Pretty good. Pretty good, I'd say. I understand anyone can write a mystery story from start to finish. Were I attempt to write one, it would be written from the end to the beginning. Otherwise, I won't know what clues need to be left. You? Tangent? No way. You guys think I should put ADHD in my tags? And do you think I'd get more viewers if I had ADHD in there? Because I've considered it, even though I don't consider myself to have ADHD. No, just change tangents to bold. I don't know how to do that, Sean. Isn't tangents the first one? I don't know if tangents is even a tag. It should be. Oh, let me check. Writing, world building, reading, tangent, co-working, art, author, chill, funny, LGBTQ friendly. I should also say AI friendly. Is it like AI friendly and ADHD? Right? Maybe we try that. Because if we look here, hold on, let me pull it up. Is it in research? Where the hell is it? No, it should be in Discovery. Yeah, okay, there it is. So we've had 63 impressions on Tangent, 15 on LGBTQ, 2 on Funny, 1 on Entertainment, 66 on Co-work, 1 on Chill, 7 on Author, 87 on Art, 79 on World Building, 160 on Reading, and 262 on whatever. So if I go to... the weakest ones are Funny, and Chill. So... hold on, I have an idea. We're gonna reorganize this. Oh, we need to get rid of one more. Okay, which one was it? Let's go to Discovery again. Author. Okay, we can get rid of Author. That's only 7, so we'll try a new one with author. So we go back to here, here. We go. We get rid of author. We replace author with AI friendly. Do. And 2 a.m. for me, so I'll be lurking while I prep for bed. Much love, everyone. True not. Have a great night, good sir. Thank you for sharing, as always. See, it comes up as its own thing, so you can put tangent. Just want to see if this is backwards or not. Okay, reading. Co-working. World building. Writing. Art. AI friendly. There. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, I'm missing some. The hell? What am I missing? I thought I wrote them all down. I'm retarded. Cause I can have 10. I guess we could add author back. We could try a different one since that one didn't hit very hard. Authors and what's the other one? We have drawing. That'll do. Okay, let's see what happens with that. Always good to experiment with the search engine kind of stuff. Alright, let's get to your story here, Sean. $32, finally free. Alright, so this is Sean's story. Chapter 32! Actually, I gotta take a piss and we're gonna have ads. Is it bedtime? It is bedtime for me. Good night. Have a good night, Hugo. Thanks for hanging out, man. Always glad to have you around, buddy. See you next time. Take care, Brew. Sweet dreams. I should have went and grabbed water. I'm retarded. I need water. Oh, that's not even started yet? Not a fan of the music that has voice in it. Let's get back down to like here. Let's see what this is all about. Come on, ads. Take your time. Take your time. I'm not in a rush or anything. Oh, no, I'm not in a rush. Don't worry about it. Not in a rush at all. Never in a rush. No, I would never be in a rush, guys. Why would I ever be in a rush? That'd be silly. It'd be silly to be in a rush. That's not how it is. And this one, again, has vocals on it. Not a fan. Okay, let's go down here. Try this one. Alright, we back from ads? We ready? Ready to do this? Alright, this is Sean's story, chapter 32. Let's go. Maggie's belongings were included with Nayla's and added to the luggage, which was stowed on the carriages. It had taken a week before all the politics had finally been settled. He personally asked questions about agriculture and animal husbandry. During that week, I had almost managed to introduce ground meat into the kitchen's resources. I'd also managed to introduce ground meat into the kitchen's resources, showing some of the kitchen men a few recipes that often adorned more affluent families' tables back home. Queen Nitre's reaction to the new dishes was truly pleasant to behold. Now, finally, we were returning home. Gotta make shepherd's pie, man. You gotta make shepherd's pie. Second you get ground beef, you make tacos, you make shepherd's pie, and you make... What's another really good, like, ground beef? Chili! 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 Yep. Top 3 ground beef foods. And if you can name any more, please do, because I'm fucking starving. I'm so hungry. I wish I had some chili. Fuck. Oh. Oh. Carriages have been modified since our last usage. The Royal Smith was overjoyed at the plans for leaf springs and had worked extra hard to ensure that the 2 carriages we've been using would be modified prior to our departure. As a result, the speed of our trip increased. "This is amazing," cried Missa. "This is still slow. Probably knocked a day, maybe a day and a half from the total trip time. It's nothing special," I replied. "James, none of us has ever traveled this fast. I think Missa's reaction is justified." Marta spoke in defense of Missa. I shrugged. "It is, but compared to the vehicles I'm used to riding in, we may as well be a slug." Gabby tilted her head. "What's a slug?" "An insect." See, that is such a child response. That's what they pick up on, right? An insect, but it doesn't have any shell. It's very slow, just sliding across the ground, no legs. Sort of looks like a dirty lump of snot, only larger than any lump of snot has a right to be. Their slime tends to stick to things, too. Some of them can make you go numb if you're stupid enough to try eating them. One. The girl's lips both curled up and says, "Ew!" cried Missa. 3 days into the trip. Not gonna lie, Sean, this sounds like a girl response, not a boy response. Maybe you should have them almost be intrigued by it, because boys love that kind of stuff. Like, they're grossed out, but, like, they're intrigued by it, right? Should be like, "Oh, I want to see one of them." I'm not sure. They just, to me, it seems very of a girlish reaction. So I don't, but that's up to you. Like, do you want that? Do you want them to feel more like tomboys? Because of the, like, the male-female dichotomy? Keeping that continuity, I'm not sure. 3 days into the trip. Is this corpse? Or is copse, like, copse, like, a group of trees? Never heard the word copse. But it says it's a word. So I just don't know what copse it means. Smaller group of trees is a copse. Okay, cool. You learn something new every day. That's what I thought. It was like a bunch of, right? Like, you know, murder of crows. Copse of trees bordered the road. I tensed up in anticipation. This seemed like a good ambush point. So I wasn't too surprised to hear a tree come slamming down across the road. What was surprising was the fact that it fell behind our carriages. I laughed briefly. Not a forest or even an orchard, just kind of a spreading of trees. Yeah, I could see that. Like, you'd probably call that on, like, a golf course. Like, if you looked at a golf course, probably be a copse of trees. Because there's, like, maybe 30, 40 trees spread over, like, the entire course. But most of them are compacted in, like, the middle, and then, like, along, in, like, kind of a T shape. So it kind of goes in a line like that, and then a line like that, and then the course is kind of around it. Yeah, thick enough to block visibility in that area, but ultimately nothing. Yeah, okay. Cool. Cool. Copse of trees bordered the road, tensed up in anticipation. Seemed like a good ambush point, so I wasn't too surprised to hear a tree come slamming down across the road. What was surprising was the fact that it fell behind our carriages. I laughed briefly. It's an ambush, but they misjudged our speed and cut the tree too late. See, I like the use of that, like, the unanticipated, you know, we're used to this kind of thing, but they're not used to, like, the carriage being so fast, so it throws off everything. And it's like, goes to show the consequences and like the consequences of action have a place, right? So there's like third order effects can actually happen. It's like a thought in the head that there is this causing this to happen. And just that introduction, I think, is probably one of the most powerful things about being a pantser. Because you just have the idea, then you roll with the idea, and then it stands on its own because of that idea. And in this case, it's introducing this as a faster wagon. Oh, but it's not that fast. Well, I guess it's fast enough. So it could be, what I would say is there might be even a capitalization point here where you could do something with James's character for, like, how did you say this? It's like prep? Like, how do I say this? Almost like an introspection point of being like, how even something he did out of selfishness had a net gain for good in the world. Yeah, something like that. Like the idea that like he is... I think it's more of like a time thing. Like the things that he... Okay, I guess the best way to say it is the things that he's done in the past to improve things have taken time to occur. And now he's looking at a moment where he's like, oh, something that I did actually had a practical effect, out not only outside of what it was meant to be, but also a point of, what other things, like other type of introspections, lead from that line of thought? That's like, how many other things can I think of now that I haven't thought of that I've been thinking, you know, oh, there's only a future use for this, but it's actually like paid off immediately. And the only other one I can think of is like food, right? But that still took a little bit of time. So him being like proud and like, even when I, even when I do something for myself, it helps other people. And then he can turn to them and be like, this is what happens when you do the right thing. Or some sort of quib like that, just to kind of poke fun at it. Like, progressing in the right direction, this is a sign. And you can find these kind of signposts along the way to pick up on whether what you're doing is pushing you to be good or bad. And kind of like this little moment of life lesson of introspection, of being like, huh, I never thought about that, but this, and this, right? I don't know, I feel like this could be a good moment to capitalize on that and show that James isn't fully, like this isn't, like, he had other things planned, but some things fall outside of his plan. And then you can start this as a spiral moment. Because like you said, the Queen's betrayal or something like that is going to be, like, a big part of, like, chapter 35 or something like that. So, like, maybe have this the beginning part of where things start to go out of hand. Everything before has fallen into James's hands, and now it's like this one tiny thing, and it's even a positive thing, but it's outside of the scope of his thought. And then you start to slowly introduce other things that are outside of the scope of his thought until he's like, uh-oh, I didn't realize this. And then that moment comes to, like, the betrayal. And then he puts two and two together. And I think that might add more conflict to it, but I don't know how you did it. So that's just where my thought goes with it. I don't know what you think about that. But I think capitalizing on this being outside of his plans, even being in a positive way, is like, oh, well, there's other things that I haven't taken into consideration. And you want to put that in the reader's mind that there are things that even James isn't. Have you heard of grout burgers? No, Sean, I have not. At least not that I know of. It's an ambush, but they misjudged our speed and cut the tree too late. Do we move on or take care of them? Nayla, Marta, Cora, and Tessel flew off out of the carriage, weapons whipping out of sheaths as they moved. They attacked the royal carriages. It's a matter of course that we take care of them. It's assuming we wouldn't do it anyway. Nayla's smirk at my question informed me that she knew I was asking rhetorically. Jean followed after them, with her polearm in her grasp. Wish I had more ammo. I'll have to make do with this crossbow or fight unarmed. Gabby and Missa look tense, ready to join in the fray. You two stay out of this. Defend yourselves if you have to, but don't engage otherwise. But Dad, they both shouted in unison, no buts. You aren't trained. You'll only end up dead right now. Gabby, you can use your water magic from range if the opportunity presents itself. Maggie gripped a mace. Her body language showed clearly that she wasn't interested in fighting. Besides, someone has to keep Maggie safe. That somewhat mollified them. That's more like the expected reaction of, well, we want to help. Well, you're just gonna get in the way. Sorries, go help, defend, the one who's like a little more shy. She hasn't had as much time to open up, to get a grip of, the power that she has in the world. So now Gabby gets to be the big sister. The bandits, confused why we were behind them, were too slow to react to the change in battle. Gasps and screams of pain arose from them. It's ground beef, that's where the G comes from, and cabbage or kraut, which is where the route comes from. You fry the beef and cabbage, maybe with onions and seasonings, and you wrap it in bread dough and bake it, then you can take it in your lunch later. Oh, huh. Never had that. That sounds like a good time, actually, Sean. Like, I was thinking of it as like a homemade kind of like beef burger. Like, you take the beef and you press it together, and then you use like the kraut or cabbage with like breadcrumbs to hold it together. And then like onions and seasoning and stuff like that. Peppers. Whatever you want to stuff in. Cheese. God, I'm fucking hungry. Oh my god, I'm so hungry. She let out a cry of pain and lost, gasp and screams. An archer turned to face me, taking aim. I loosed a bolt from my crossbow, hitting her in the dominant shoulder. She let out a cry of pain and lost control of her bow, which snapped back at her face. It's the precursor to Hot Pockets, I swear. Mom made those for Dad's lunch when I was a kid. It would be a prime treat for that tech level. Nice. Sean, you know what I'd do? I'd open up, so I'd like half heat the Pizza Pops, or I would just like leave them out. True as fear, welcome, welcome. How's it going? Smoke it, good sir. And then I would open them up, and I would add onions, I would add peppers, I would add ground beef, I would add more cheese, I would add bacon, and then I'd fold it back up and then reheat it. Oh, so good. And you can like dip it in some pizza pocket sandwich. Basically, you can add other kinds of meats in it and stuff. Like I've added ham in it before. I've added turkey, chicken. I've had like pulled pork, ribs. Like, I have put a shit ton of stuff in pizza pockets. I love experimenting with new things. And that's like the easiest way to do it. I wonder what like pizza pocket stuffed with spaghetti or lasagna would be like. I've never tried that. Stuffed inside of like a hollowed out piece of garlic bread. God, I'm so hungry! Fuck! Fuck! Ugh. There's been too much food in these stories, too much food talk. She let out a cry of pain and lost control of her bow, which snapped back and hit her in the face. That's funny, I love that. I just imagine that, and just like, ugh! It's like you're already injured, but then you're just like, boom! I've had that happen to me. Knife wielder beside her rushed me, thinking to take advantage of my reload time. I used the butt of the crossbow to smash her dagger away, only to swivel around in a roundhouse kick, knocking her out. A woman with an axe pulled her hand back to throw it at me, only for a ball of water to slam into her head and cling to it. She frantically tried to claw the water off, but all too soon her struggles stopped, and she fell to the ground, seemingly lifeless. From my perspective, that was the end of the battle. Only the archer survived, and she glowered hatred at us, only to finally spot the crest on the carriages and turn pale. Using her offhand, she attempted to draw her boot knife. Once it was in her hand, she attempted to slit her own throat. I snatched her wrist and twisted just enough to force her to release the blade. No, I didn't know. I swear I never would have joined a raid on a royal carriage. Please let me die now. Don't. I slapped her across the face, silencing her. Where is your camp? Speak quickly, and perhaps we won't bother to find out who your family is. I'm sure your mother had nothing to do with this mess anyway. Any sister you have likely is older and well established, an honest citizen, but you... With shame-filled eyes, she guided us to the camp, where as I had suspected, they were cages. Using my crowbar, I ripped the cages open, freeing several girls. To my surprise, a boy. Must be your version of a tomboy. Nayla came up behind me to see what I was talking about. Oh, a briar girl. Wasn't expecting that. The boy looked daggers at Nayla, but then spotted me, and really turned in my appearance. Marion will take the pie pumpkins and fill them with peppered bacon onions, then bake them whole. Pretty good, honestly. I was just thinking of doing the same thing with smaller pumpkins, only added nacho cheese. Ooh, pumpkins. That's insane. That sounds good. I was thinking like stuffed peppers, though. But that ups the game. A stuffed pumpkin. Ooh. A stuffed pumpkin with a stuffed pepper inside of it? Oh! Fuck! We're getting to levels of food that I'm gonna drool on myself. Totally doable. Yep. Oh, a briar girl. Wasn't expecting that. The boy looked daggers at Nayla, but then spotted me and really took in my appearance. You're just like me, he cried in shock. Perhaps to some extent, let me guess. You got in a fight with your mother about how you dress and ran away, then got caught up in this mess. Am I close? He looked down. Mother died. She was the only one that let me wear the clothes I like. Gran wasn't gonna have any of it, so yeah, I ran away. It's like the turducken. Turkey inside of a duck inside of a chicken. Or I guess it would be a chicken inside of... A duck inside of a chicken inside of a turkey. Because of sizes. It reminds me, do you remember... Did you ever watch Malcolm in the Middle, Sean? And it's the episode where Reese learns to cook. And Malcolm goes out to drink all night on Thanksgiving. And Reese is making, like... the turducken with like another fish, and it's like 8 things inside of itself, and it's like everyone's super excited to eat, and then Malcolm fucking pukes inside of it. There's a scene where he's like he needs to pull something out of the oven, and he has to use his hands because he can't find the oven mitts. He's like, where are the oven mitts? Where are the oven mitts? I have to pull it out now! Pulls it out, and he's looking around, and he's like, where do I put it? And he's like, move the oven mitts! Because the oven mitts were on the table. Good times. There was a bruise on his cheek, and I could tell the bandits intended to force him into a dress. Well, come on out of there. As far as I'm concerned, your gran can take a flying leap off a cliff. She put your life at risk over clothes. You're coming with us. We'll see if you want to stay with us after getting home, or maybe find another family to live with. One that will let you live how you want, but ensure you will be the best you that you can be. Despite being what they called a briar girl, he slammed into me for a hug. Yes, please. Nayla deciding my offer to not hunt down the Archer's family was a just offer. Simply slit her throat. We broke the cages down so we could use their pieces as sleds behind the carriages. Then Marta used fire magic to remove the tree, and we piled everything else from the bandit camp onto the cage pieces. It took 3 hours to reach the nearest village where the girls were rescued. The girls we rescued found their families. Gabby and Missa kept beside the boy, hiding him from view while we were in the village. They took the duty of protecting him very seriously. We didn't stay in the village, opting to camp out under the stars instead of risking a confrontation with the boy's grandmother. His raccoon tail only relaxed when we were far out of town. Might want to tell us your name now, unless Briar Girl is something you actually like to be called. No, I hate being called that. I'm Matt. Well, it's really Matthias, but I hate that too. His expression reminded me of a bull, and I knew better than to push on the name. Matt it is. I have a few friends in my homeland with the name Matt, even one female friend, only in her case it was Matilda. Now I think on it, she was a tomboy too. She'd have fit right in here. Always liked getting dirty instead of wearing fancy clothes. Ain't that just what girls do? He asked, confused. I chuckled. Here, yes. Where I come from, you're dressed normally for a boy. If you wore a skirt back where I came from, people would laugh at you or think you like things you don't. Anything you wanted to do but weren't allowed because it's girls' work. As if so, we'll get you set up. You can do anything a girl can do except give birth, but making a child takes both boys and girls. Neither can do it without the other. You mean it? Like maybe a hunting? His genuinely pleading gaze struck me to the core. Absolutely, I love hunting. When we get home, I'll buy you a hunter's bow, and we'll start training. You'll need a knife set, too. James has your back on this. James, what about when he wants to, women might look at him strangely if he can hunt. Shook my head. Any woman who's upset he can hunt isn't worth his time anyway. Matt needs to find a partner, not a dictator. Just look at Gabby and Missa. They both like him just fine. The girls blushed, but added, maybe we can learn to hunt together? Matt's eyes lit up. See? What did I tell you? Matt will find his soulmate, who will be happy that he can hunt. Who knows? Maybe she's going to be a professional chef, cook his game in her shop. Only the future will tell. Nice. Hell yeah, Sean. More! Give me more people! So now we have the Briar Girl. Another like him. He gonna change the way people think about things and the stigmas towards them. The more and more this kind of stuff happens, that's my thought. There's something about it, though. Like I said, that subtlety there to build up on. And like the gender affirming roles, right? The conversation, like, to me, what this reminds me of, Sean, is like Game of Thrones, when Arya is telling her story about how when one time Bran left his bow and arrow, and it was one arrow, and she was shooting, and after like 3 hours of shooting, and every time she had to go grab the arrow and come back and then shoot again, and then she finally got a bullseye, and when she got a bullseye above her, she heard, and it was Ned standing there. And it was like that moment of realization that the rules were wrong and that she wasn't wrong. And then if you look at like Ned's like older sister or younger sister or whatever, right? She was very much like Arya in that like adventurous tomboy way. And it's like that's a powerful image for a character to have in that moment, right? So I like the leaning into that. And especially with them as well. Like raising Gabby and Missa to not treat him weird for the way that he acts like an actual boy. And that's like leading to the teaching of the next generation, right? Alright, so what do we want to do for the meantime?
Well,
Could do this. Okay. Joe Scott video while I eat. Space is way scarier than you think. Alright. I shall return.
On February 7th, 1984, 317 miles above Earth, Bruce McCandless pushed away from the space shuttle and into the history books, taking the largest first step in human history. While Neil Armstrong's small step was a giant leap for mankind, Bruce McCandless's first test of the Manned Maneuvering Unit was a plunge into infinity. Space is big. In size, obviously, but also in the way that it stirs our imaginations. The very concept of nothing is hard to fully process. And if space is anything, it's a whole lot of nothing. Potentially infinite nothingness. But at the same time, teeming with monstrous structures and energies beyond human comprehension. Filaments made up of thousands of clusters of galaxies, each with hundreds of billions of stars. Areas of space so dense and massive that the rules of physics entirely break down. And yet, when we look outside, we only see the very closest stars. All the rest of it is just out there, hidden in the endless darkness, like an eldritch horror. And despite that, or maybe because of it, we feel inexplicably drawn to it. From our earliest days, we explored the infinite darkness, looking for meaning. We used the stars to navigate, to guide our planting of crops. We imprinted our gods and mythologies into the patterns we saw in them. We may not have known what was out there, but we knew it was important. We invented eye-enhancing telescopes that reached through the darkness and found monstrous worlds we didn't even know existed. And now in the modern era, we've taken our first tentative steps into that void by packaging ourselves in suits and machines that simulate the conditions on Earth. And we can't survive in any of it. Our world, in this perspective, is a microscopic oasis in a never-ending inky void, as insignificant to the rest of the universe as a bacterium floating in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Astrophobia is the fear of space, or astronomical objects. Astro from the Greek astron, meaning star, and phobia from the Greek phobos, meaning fear. So technically, astrophobia is the fear of stars, but we include space and celestial objects as well. Objects like, say, the Mars moon Phobos. We literally have an object in the solar system named Fear. If someone from the city who rarely sees stars goes to the country or dark sky territory, they might find the immensity of a fully lit night sky to be overwhelming, even nerve-rattling. We might say that person has a touch of astrophobia. A believer in astrology might become nervous in the days when Mercury goes into retrograde. This could be considered astrophobia. Or the old idea that people go mad under a full moon, turning them into lunatics. That's astrophobia. In the ancient times, comets were thought to be harbingers of disaster. In fact, that's where the word comes from, dis-aster, bad star. But there's another type of astrophobia, one that's not specific to an object or a superstition, but something much deeper, a kind of cosmic existentialism. Have you ever laid in the grass on a clear night and just took in the sky? Just let it wash over you and kind of become a part of it. A strange sensation starts to come over you, that you're not actually looking up, you're looking down. Below you is a drop into an infinite void, and the only thing keeping you from falling is the fact that you're stuck to the ground by gravity. This shift in perspective is a bit of a transformative experience, and I recommend everybody to have it at some point in their lives. Certain chemicals can help that along, just saying. But that perspective is a bit more accurate. In space, there really is no up. There is no down. It's just out, in all directions, forever. And the only thing keeping you from falling into
it wasn't the food that I thought there was food of. So I had to change what food I'm getting.
And it's a good thing because if you
so originally I didn't have enough time to watch the Sanderson lecture. Now we do have enough time to watch the Sanderson lecture. Problem is, we don't have enough time to watch the Sanderson lecture and this.
8 kilometers.
But
you can walk that distance in a little over an hour. That's nothing. And everything beyond that
actually fucking
will kill you.
In here. Holy shit.
Fear of space indeed. We exist on a tiny sliver of space.
It's October. What
on the surface of a tiny planet. And even in that sliver, we can only survive on land, which is only 29% of the total surface. And even on that land, only 43% of it is habitable. The rest will kill you with oppressive heat, extreme cold, and choking forests. Earth can kill you in a million different ways. You can dehydrate, drown, fall off a cliff, get hit by lightning, consumed by fire, consumed by a lion,
turn the music
or
off.
tiger,
I'm so
or
retarded.
bear. You could eat the wrong berry, or pet the wrong snake, or get bitten by the wrong bug, or go to Australia. You could get blown up by a volcano, or breathe a toxic gas, catch a disease from a rat, or have a small number of blood cells clot up and travel to your brain, or just wait long enough. One way or the other, the Earth always wins. Nobody has ever survived Earth, and yet it's the only place in our solar system we can survive. If you teleported to the surface of Mercury, you would lose consciousness within 20 seconds for lack of oxygen. And in the vacuum of space, your skin would boil as gases in your blood flash into bubbles, like a carbonated soda. If you were teleported to the sun side, your body would bake on the 800-degree surface. If you're on the shadow side, it's immediate frostbite at negative 290 degrees. If you went to the surface of Venus, you wouldn't have time to suffocate from the lack of oxygen because you would immediately burst into flame from the 867-degree air temperature, while simultaneously being crushed by an atmospheric pressure 92 times higher than here on Earth. It would basically be like the Titan submersible, but on fire.
Damn.
On Mars, you might have a relatively warm day, but you'd still suffocate. There's only 1% of our air pressure there, and almost none of it is oxygen. So you'd get the worst case of the bends imaginable, and then pass out. Teleporting to the surface of Jupiter would be difficult because there's no real surface on Jupiter. Just thick atmosphere that gets thicker as you go down until it turns into liquids and solids and states of matter we don't even understand. You would basically just fall until you were crushed into a diamond. Somewhat the same thing on Saturn, but breathing the ammonia clouds would scorch your lungs first. Neptune and Uranus are so far away from the sun that the hydrogen atmosphere freezes solid. That's why they're called ice giants, which is what you would be within seconds of going there. At negative 371 degrees, your body doesn't freeze, it vitrifies. Basically turns into glass. Our sense of scale about space is completely skewed because you can't really image it. To show it remotely at scale, you wouldn't really be able to see anything. It takes 8 minutes for light to travel from the sun to the Earth. It takes light about 8 hours to reach the outer edge of the Kuiper Belt and leave our solar system. So one light day is 3 times longer than the radius of our solar system. 1 light year is 365 times that long. Our closest star is 2.24 light years away. Polaris is around 450 light years away. The farthest star that you can see with the naked eye is V762 Cassiopeia, a supergiant star approximately 16,000 light years away. While we're looking at the Milky Way, we sit about halfway between the center and the edge. If we went to the edge, it would be 25 to 28,000 light years, making the radius of the Milky Way about 50,000 light years, roughly 100,000 all the way across. These distances are ridiculous, but that's nothing compared to the distance between galaxies. The closest galaxy is Andromeda, which is 2.5 million light years away, 25 times the length of our galaxy. We're part of the local group of galaxies, roughly 10 million light years across. And that is inside the Virgo supercluster, which contains 100 galaxy clusters and made up of 10,000 galaxies, spanning 110 million light years. And that is part of the Laniakea supercluster, including the Virgo supercluster and the Hydra Centaurus supercluster, that are all flowing toward a region known as the Great Attractor. It's 500 million light years across. Laniakea is one of the superclusters that makes up the Pisces-Cetus supercluster complex. It's a galaxy filament 1 billion light years long. At this scale, the cosmos breaks down into filaments and voids, including the Boötes void, which is 300 million light years across. Just pure emptiness. Beyond this is the cosmic web, which is where our numbers break down. All told, the observable universe is agreed to be about 93 billion light years across. Given the absurd scale that we're dealing with, one can only assume that the universe is filled with billions, even trillions of different planets harboring life. If there is even a millionth of a percentage chance that life could evolve in another star system, the number would still be, well, astronomical. Arthur C. Clarke once said, quote, "Two possibilities exist. Either we are alone in the universe, or we are not. Both are equally terrifying."
Yup.
If the universe is teeming with life, that would mean that it's filled with potential hidden threats all around us. But it would also mean that we are not special. We do not have some privileged place in the universe. We are not the universe experiencing itself. We're just a really weird fluke of organic chemistry that happens from time to time, devoid of meaning and purpose. If there is no life outside of Earth, then we are truly alone, floating in an infinite void, which would be, in the words of Ellie Arroway, a huge waste of space.
Yup.
It's such a waste of space, it feels unreal. Perhaps a simulation? What if this really is just a massive game that creates itself as we explore the virtual universe? The further out we look, the more we see. When Hubble took its deep field photo, pointing at a tiny dark patch of sky and finding thousands of galaxies, maybe those galaxies literally didn't exist until we looked there.
Mm-hmm. Concept of consciousness
The universe
creating.
didn't exist until we figured out how to map the cosmic microwave background radiation. Maybe you and I are just ones and zeros, and what we experience as consciousness is just a sim program, just existing in a game. This is a popular theory, if maybe a little bananas. A belief in it is understandable. considering the equally baffling absurdity of the physical universe.
Yep.
There is a more elegant solution, though. One that allows for a universe teeming with life, but simultaneously seemingly void of life. But it's no less existentially terrifying. The term Great Filter speaks to the idea that basic life like single-cell bacteria might be common, but intelligent life encounters barriers that prevent it from existing everywhere. Some think the Great Filter occurs before intelligent life. For example, the evolution from single-celled organisms to multicellular organisms, that might be a Great Filter. After all, the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, and single-cell life began relatively early, some believe around 500 million years. But it wasn't until 1.6 billion years ago that multicellular life arose on Earth, meaning it took 2.5 billion years for life to make that jump. Perhaps this is such a remarkably rare event that it could be considered a Great Filter. Others suggest the Great Filter is something that still awaits us, that it occurs after intelligence evolves.
Like
Maybe
in
because of
Mass
a
Effect, it's the
cataclysmic
fucking
cosmic event, the death of their star, maybe it's
Reapers.
a predatory alien civilization engaging in dark forest gamesmanship. Or maybe because intelligent civilizations inevitably drain their own resources and wipe themselves out. Perhaps intelligence isn't the ultimate goal of evolution, but a mutation of it, a kind of cancer, a metastasis that requires an unsustainable consumption of resources that inevitably dies out. All of this is an overdramatic way of saying that maybe intelligent civilizations have a time limit. And if there's anything as absurd as the space in the universe, it's the time of the universe. The two are fundamentally linked after all. The average lifetime of a species here on Earth is between 5 and 10 million years. Intelligent life might fare better, or it might fare worse, but we can give ourselves the benefit of the doubt. Let's just say we last 10 million years. In the 13.8 billion year history of the universe, that is a line so thin, you can barely see it on the screen. Even if life was common, even if intelligent life were common, even if every single star system in the universe were capable of creating intelligent life at some point before that star system dies out, it is entirely plausible that all of those civilizations rose, conquered, and ended at different windows in the universe, and never knew that any of the others ever existed.
Mm-hmm.
We, in our tiny, inconsequential oasis of the universe, are only here for a fleeting amount of time. And all we have is each other against the vast, consuming darkness. On Valentine's Day in 1990, the Voyager 1 spacecraft, well past the orbit of Neptune at this point, took one last look back toward the inner solar system and snapped a picture. This picture held no scientific value. In it, there was nothing we could learn that we didn't already know. But in this photo, Voyager captured Earth from over 6 billion kilometers away, making it look like only a cluster of blue pixels. Carl Sagan championed this photo and called it the pale blue dot. It is, in a sense, the most accurate photo of our species ever taken. In Carl's words, "From this distant vantage point, the Earth might not seem of any particular interest. But for us, it's different. Consider again that dot. That's here.
Intelligent life
That's
takes a
home.
little time to form
That's
once
us.
the conditions are
On
correct.
it, everyone you
Took
love,
4.5
everyone you
billion
know,
years for
everyone
life
you
to
ever
form
heard
here,
of,
but the
every
time
human
from
being who
single
ever
cell
was
life
lived out
complex
their
is
lives.
almost instant.
The aggregate of our joy and suffering,
It's having a
thousands of
planet in the
confident
correct
religions,
situation long enough for
ideologies,
that to
and
happen
economic
is a real
doctrines,
trick.
every hunter and forager, every hero and coward, every creator and destroyer of civilization, every king and peasant, every young couple in love, every mother and father, hopeful child, inventor and explorer, every teacher of morals, every corrupt politician, every superstar, every supreme leader, every saint and sinner in the history of our species lived there, on a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam. The Earth is a very small stage in a vast cosmic arena. Think of the rivers of blood spilled by all those generals and emperors so that, in glory and triumph, they could become the momentary masters of a fraction of a dot. Think of the endless cruelties visited by the inhabitants of one corner of this pixel on the scarcely distinguishable inhabitants of some other corner. How frequent their misunderstandings, how eager they are to kill one another, how fervent their hatreds. Our posturings, our imagined self-importance, the delusion that we have some privileged position in the universe, are all challenged by this point of pale light. Our planet is a lonely speck in the enveloping cosmic dark. In our obscurity, in all this vastness, there is no hint that help will come from elsewhere to save us from ourselves. The Earth is the only world known so far to harbor life. There is nowhere else, at least in the near future, to which our species could migrate. Visit, yes. Settle, not yet. Like it or not, for the moment, the Earth is where we make our stand. It has been said that astronomy is a humbling and character-building experience. There is perhaps no better demonstration of the folly of human conceits than this distant image of our tiny world. To me, it underscores our responsibility to deal more kindly with one another and to preserve and cherish the pale blue dot, the only home we've ever known.
First step to colonize Mars is
Space
to dome
scary.
a crater.
And yet, we are drawn to it.
Yup.
It's the ultimate call of the void. And with a renewed interest in colonizing the moon and new telescopes like the Vera Rubin telescope, we seek to expand our reach into the abyss. And maybe we'll get there. Maybe we'll wise up and outlive our species' life expectancy. Maybe we'll expand through the cosmos and find new homes on other worlds near other stars. Because in an infinite universe, anything's possible. The expansive scale of our universe is beyond comprehension, but your comprehension skills are not beyond expanding when you dive into the scientific thinking course on Brilliant.org.
Oh, alright, that's the ad. Okay, so I gotta go flip my food, but we got one more video. Robot of your nightmares.
Robots and AI and music and dogs and cats. All typical stuff for a lightning round video.
Let's do it.
Hey everybody,
When you put a
thanks for
telescope
joining.
on the
If you
dark
like
side of the
lightning
moon,
round
it will have
videos
far
where
less
I take
light
questions
pollution to
from Patreon
fight.
supporters at the solar system level, and I give them the best
The problem
answers
with
I can.
that is then we would need satellites in orbit so that we could get the signal to come back to Earth. So, getting satellite, and then you'd have to have
As
enough
always, if you think
satellites
any
that
of
you
these
could
topics
get
deserve
like
a
enough
deep dive,
telemetry at
leave
enough
comments,
time.
and if you want
Like
to
I
question answers
actually
yourself,
watched a
just
video
go to
on
Patreon
that, and like the things that you would have to do to have like a full link to the dark side of the moon without having the other side of the moon set up
Sun
already.
damage that I've received. It's looking a lot better now, actually, than it was just a couple of days ago. But I did a video on my TMI channel if you want to go check it out. So you're going to see this for a few videos. Now you know what's up. All right, first question goes to Brian Beswick. He asked, "What's your thoughts on the proto-clones from Clone Robotics?" Clone Robotics. I don't think I'm familiar with them. Here, let me take a look. Don't like that. Okay, so the first thing that I notice here is that like all of their videos that they share are like intentionally creepy. Like it's got creepy lighting, creepy music. Holy hell, bro. Definitely gets your attention though, which I don't know, maybe you need to do these days because there's a lot of like humanoid robots in production right now. Maybe that's what you gotta do to get attention. Also, you can't not
Radio
make
equipment,
comparison
solar
to what's
panels will be on the light side.
it seems
Cable
as if
connects the
these clone
telescope. Rather
robots,
pricey to set
is
up.
that
Would be a
instead
very
of
good
using,
spot for a telescope.
like,
Oh, it would.
mechanical actuators and
But yeah, there's like
whatnot, they
it would
use
actually cost less
So
money to
it
have
covers
like
the
a
video about
1,000
that, like, some engineers are working on, like,
satellites
robots
orbiting the
that use
moon than it
low
would to
pressure,
like build a
to move
connection
these, like,
station
images and
between the
stuff. And at
far
the
side
time,
of
it
the
was
moon
mostly,
and the
like,
light side of the
little
moon, even if it
spiders
was
and,
just on the
you know,
corners where we could
octopodes
get the
kinda thing.
signal.
They use tentacles to kind
At
of
least
grip
that's what the video
food,
went
but
through.
This is like
If I'm remembering correctly.
honestly, there's not a ton of
It might have even been a Joe
information
Scott
about these
video.
guys. I did find an interview with the CEO. I'll link it down below. But what I can gather from the interview that I saw is that they're saying that the advantage of using hydraulics is, well, first of all, it works more like the human body and how our muscles work. And their argument seems to be that it's more energy efficient because instead of powering dozens of motors and actuators and whatnot, it's just being managed by like a pump, a water pump in the torso. So it looks like they developed a material that acts like normal muscle tissue that they call myofiber. They even claim to have a layer of like synthetic fat under the skin to give it a more like lifelike feel. So they started by working on hands a few years back and getting the hands to work just right, trying to get it as close to the dexterity of the human hand as possible. They then added a torso and a head, and it looks like just recently they added the lower half of the body. It can't stand yet, though. It looks like that's their next big milestone that they're trying to reach, and then walking, obviously. So the general argument for humanoid robots is that, you know, we built our spaces around the human form, and having a robot that fits that human form will more, you know, easily fit into our current spaces that we use. That's the argument anyway. Now, is this hydraulic system actually more efficient and more useful? I don't know. I mean, I guess time will tell. Now, where this does get a little weird is that ultimately, according to the CEO, what they're really trying to do, the ultimate goal, is to actually create clones of people. Like, you would actually get a robot made to look just like you, and like mirror your behavior and stuff like that. By the way, that is exactly a Black Mirror episode. They did a Black Mirror episode on that exactly. Methinks the Uncanny Valley problem is gonna get super real for this if they go in that direction.
Yeah.
I will say the videos of the hands look pretty impressive.
Even with a fiber
though
optic
I've been
connection
impressed
for
with
the
some of
data, you'd
the
still
hands
need to
that
have a
they've
power
done.
connection. So
I've
yeah,
done
unless
as
you're
well.
going to put a
That's
nuclear
not
power
great.
plant on the
I
dark
think it'll
side,
be
it probably
interesting
can't
whether
happen
they,
at all.
Whoever they is, like, cracks
Talking
software
one that runs
makes
off
these humanoid
radiation, not one
robots,
that
like,
makes it.
autonomous and
Yeah.
useful.
I'm sure the
You know, once that
Chinese will do it,
software is
though.
cracked, then it can be applied to all kinds of hardware platforms, and yeah, we'll see which ones, you know, break down the least. I think that's basically what it's going to come down to, which ones require the least maintenance. And I really don't know which one would break down the fastest, the hydraulic or the mechanical robots, like which one would require the most maintenance and whatnot. I imagine the hydraulic ones would be messier. You know, if something went wrong, your robot's just leaking everywhere. Of course, mechanical robots require oil, and that can leak too. And it's funny because my brain immediately goes to like space applications for some reason, because like robots seem to be the most useful.
What about when
in
the
extreme
sun
environments
gets
where our
to the
fragile
dark
human
side?
bodies that are only designed for
Do
a
you
specific
just
environment,
move stuff or
you
wait
know,
till
can
at
work
nighttime
in.
again?
And mechanical robots can work in much more extreme conditions. I don't think this would apply to that as well. This really seems to be more
You would
like
probably
a
just close the
home
shutters on the
companion or an
telescope
assistant, rather than,
for that
say,
like
a
brief
workforce in a
period of
factory or a
time.
warehouse or something.
That would be my guess.
So it's
Like,
it's
that's
super creepy.
kind of what we do
And it might get
here,
more creepy as
or
they try to
like
make it
pointed
more
in a
like
different
person
direction.
and make it look like a person, Uncanny Valley and all that. I don't know. It's
That would be my
interesting.
thought.
You guys tell me what you think in the comments. Next up, Rafe Zero Humor Singer asked, how did standard tuning for stringed instruments come to be standard? I've played guitar for 35 years and I still don't know how this came to be. You've been playing guitar for 35 years? Why the hell are you asking me? Do you have any idea how much dust is collected on this guitar back here? It's surrounded by junk. That should tell you something. Yeah, I only know how to play like 4 chords. I can only play Hooting the Blowfish songs. And the only alternative tuning that I know of is drop D, because back in the day when I was more into playing music, that was the 90s, and that was like big in the whole grunge thing. But I guess some lightning round questions are just me being asked to Google something for somebody. I'm the Ask Jeeves of the YouTube. My guess is that it was settled on because it made like fingering the chords easier. Oh, here's an article from Fender, they would know. Standard tuning, how EADGBE came to be. B, see it ends with B, and it... that was on purpose. Okay, so it starts here by talking about how like 4-stringed instruments like the violin and the cello and whatnot.
Ooh, make an
used
equator
fifths
train
to
track on the
tune
moon.
in,
So the telescope
perfect
and
fifth.
power
But
station, etc. keep
guitars
moving.
are tuned with a series of ascending perfect fourths and a single major chord.
There you go, Sean.
There you
That's
go.
inventive.
The reason it's simultaneously musically convenient and physically comfortable, a conclusion players came to 100 years ago. 200 years ago. The aim was to create a tuning that would ease the transition between fingering simple chords and playing common scales and separate hand movement. To get more specific, it says tuning the third and second strings to a major third interval made fingering easier than continuing a series of perfect fourths, which would have resulted in a second string tuned to C and a first string tuned to F. This is all starting to go a bit over my head already.
Apparently
It
didn't
kinda
hold
sounds
shift
like the
long
Dvorak
enough.
keyboard of musical tunings. I tried switching over to Dvorak keyboard years ago. It was a nightmare. Failed miserably. Also, I need to be practicing my guitar. Sticking with the musical theme, Fishtail asked, Mary Spender, a singer-songwriter and YouTuber, recently said that proof of work is a big distinguisher for artists in this AI world. Does this hold true to your channels? So Fishtail, I know exactly the video that you're talking about. I actually saw it the other day before you even asked this. So Mary's a fellow Nebula creator. I think we've interacted a few times here and there, but yeah, everybody go follow her if you like music content. She's amazing. But yeah, in her video, she was basically making the argument that now that we're in this AI slop era, basically, like, creators now have to basically show their work. Not just to prove that they actually did the work, but also because that's kind of part of the creator's story, and that's what people follow creators for. And
But technically, you can still cheat with
I
that.
use a different-
Like, for instance, like, no matter how much I write on stream, couldn't the train produce the power somehow, too? Use, like, the friction of, like, the train tracks to, like, gain power or something like that? Interesting concept, Queen. I don't know. But yeah, even if you show your work like I do, right? I could still have like, literally everything on the left side of the monitor, or, you know, I could literally have a video playing of me doing it when I did it in the past, and then I'm just pretending to type on the keyboard. Like, there's a lot of ways you can fake it. If you want to fake it, you're gonna be able to fake it. So, like, if someone still says, "Oh, look, you can see me writing it," it's like, yeah, but yeah, right? You could still be cheating. Solar panels on the side provide the power for both sides to function, sending the power through the tracks. The data would go through all the other rails to the tracks as well.
Phrasing though. To me, it's more about like high effort content versus low effort content.
Yeah.
Slop has always been a thing. You know, as
It
long as
always
there was
will
a
be.
monetary incentive to publish things on social media, or even before social media for that matter, you know, there have been people who are just trying to find ways to pick the low-hanging fruit and exploit it and, you know, just make money by doing as little as possible. That's never going away. You know, but now we live in a world where, like, ChatGPT can write a script in a matter of seconds, and then just, you could feed that into 11 labs to create a voiceover, and then use Midjourney or Sora or Runway to crank out a bunch of AI animations and images and stuff like that. Like, you can create a full video in a matter of hours. And of course, people are coming out of the woodwork to do that. So I think, I don't know, my philosophy has always been that you need to zig when everybody else zags, you know, or at least don't follow trends.
Yeah,
because
you
trends
need to
are
make
very
trends,
much
not
changing
follow
constantly,
trends.
and you're never going to keep up with them. I don't know, my channel might grow a little faster if I did, but that's just my philosophy. So in this slop era, I've been trying to move into more high effort content, which of course takes more effort and doesn't always get rewarded, which sucks. At the risk of sounding salty, that Thai cave video that I did earlier this month, this is a good example of that. I put a lot of work into that. I'm really proud of it. I think it's actually a pretty great video.
It was a great video.
The comments seem to reflect that. A lot of people were really, like, people were saying that it made them cry, you know. But it tanked. Like, hard. It, like, super tanked. But I've also made low effort content that's bombed as well. And I've done some videos that were just like rushed out.
Yeah, everything's all over the place.
It blew up. So I mean, I've been doing this for 10 years, and it's still a bit of a toss-up whenever I make a video. I just never. Really
It's a creative medium. All creative mediums are fucking building your house on sand.
You know, and let the chips fall where they may.
You know.
And if you throw enough chips out there, then maybe you can make a living doing it. That's kind of the way I've always done it.
That's why it's like, I don't give a fuck about making a living. I just want to do this. Right? I don't need to make a living. I'm good. Right? That's not what it's about.
I would just rather make stuff I'm proud of.
Yeah, make what you're proud of, whether you think that's slop or not. If you're proud of it,
asked,
fuck it.
3 years ago, you made "We're shockingly close to a cure for aging. How much closer are we?"
Yeah.
Is this going to be like self-driving cars where we're always 5 years away?
Oh, it probably will be.
Yeah, I really haven't talked about longevity or the life extension
Tellarites.
in a while. I might have become a little disillusioned by it,
I don't know.
So
the things on the end
the
of
problem with aging research is that it just takes a long time. You know, it's really hard to make that leap from like mice experiments to human experiments because we just live much longer.
I'll be right back.
I mean, will XYZ supplement help you to live to be 100 years old? You kind of have to wait 100 years to find out, don't you? I don't know about you guys. I probably don't have 100 years to wait on that. And it's like, how do you know that it's working until the person, you know, dies at an old age? It makes me think of, many of you have noticed my hairline is not spectacular. I do take hair pills, and whenever I say that, people are like, "Oh, does it work?" And it's like, well, how would I know? How would I know if it didn't work? I have no idea what my hair would look like if I wasn't taking them. And it does feel a little bit like self-driving cars and fusion, how it's always just, you know, in the future. So I had to kind of look, and there are a few different paths that there's been incremental advancements in over the last few years. So the first path that people have been working on is what they call cellular reprogramming. This is the kind of stuff that David Sinclair and his team at Harvard were working on. They got a lot of attention about a decade or so around this. But it deals with epigenetics, which is like the methylation that occurs around DNA that causes aging. Quick and dirty, the methylation is basically like a buildup of sort of junk particles that accumulates around DNA. And over time, it just kind of keeps it from performing properly, and it leads to aging breakdowns that you see in all various different ways in your body. So cellular reprogramming is basically using these things called Yamanaka factors that are named after a Japanese scientist that discovered these, and he won the Nobel Prize in 2012 for it, actually. But basically there's like 4 different Yamanaka factors, and they help to clear out the methylation around the DNA. The problem is that when this goes wrong, it can create tumors, because you're kind of reversing the cells to their pluripotent state, like a stem cell state. And cells in that state grow really fast, like a tumor. So what they've been working on over the last few years is trying to sort of fine-tune the use of Yamanaka factors, to kind of find that sweet spot, the right combination and amounts of them, to clear out that methylation without leading to the growth of tumors and stuff. It's a hot topic. It's somewhat controversial in some circles. A lot of people, bioethicists and stuff, are very concerned because, when it goes wrong, it goes very wrong. If it were to work, it would be amazing. Your body would literally rejuvenate itself and you'd return to the body of a 20-year-old or something like that. But if it doesn't work, you just become a giant tumor. So that's bad. Another path that people are working on is something called senolytics.
Hey, Cute Muffin, how's it going, bro? How are you?
Senescent cells. These are also referred to as zombie cells.
You
So
streaming today, brother?
Half dead, half alive cells that release these like aging-related chemicals into the body that causes inflammation and joint stiffness and all kinds of stuff. But a study that just came out this year, in March of this year, was testing 2 different senolytic agents working together. One of them is called dasatinib and quercetin. Quercetin. I'll never get it right. Let's just leave it with that. They shortened it to DQ, which is funny. It's not
the quercetin. Damn, what a name. Alright, not streaming. Wouldn't be, would have been pretty short if I had anyway. Gonna go bouldering soon. Nice. Hell yeah, Muffin.
So it's at least, doesn't have a lot of side effects. And it says they suggest that DQ may improve cognition by modulating the SASP. SASP are senescence-associated secretory phenotype. It says, but however, there is not an appropriate control group. Data are preliminary and must be interpreted cautiously. So these are positive results, but it's mostly focused on, right now anyway, preventing Alzheimer's. Which also, like, aging aside, that would be an amazing thing to sort out. Other research has been in different supplements like metformin and rapamycin. There was a study that came out at the end of last year, September of last year, I guess about exactly a year ago, that was talking about metformin, where they were using it on monkeys, and it shows that it reaffirms that the drug can slow organ aging, including aging of the brain. It says that over 3 years, they experienced slower aging of the kidneys, lungs, and skin by up to 5 years, and slow aging of the brain by up to 6 years. In this actual scientific paper here, it says over a 3.5-year period, they found that monkeys treated with metformin reduced age-relating decline, with some exhibiting a 6-year regression in certain aging indicators. Now, the cool thing about metformin is it's a drug that's already out there. It's very cheap. It's a diabetes drug. A lot of people are already on it. There's not a lot of side effects. And there is something called TAME, which is targeting aging with metformin. It's a trial that's going on right now where they are testing this out in humans. So we got some results from monkeys in about, what was it, like 5 years? Maybe we'll be getting something like that in about 5 years on humans, which would be really cool. And the other one was rapamycin. There was a study that came out this year in June that showed that it could hold the same level of effectiveness as like calorie restriction. Calorie restriction has been something that people have used for a while. It's been shown, proven in rats and in experiments. But a lot of people, they're very skinny. They have a very calorie restrictive diet, and it's supposed to help with longevity.
Because the less times your cells replicate, the more DNA that you have.
So there's still some research going on with rapamycin. It is interesting to me how many of these...
the less fat you have to make, the less times your cells replicate. The less there is of you, the less they need to replicate.
I've been following it for a while.
That would be my thought process on it. It's completely unscientific.
Canker sores, which I could use less of. So, no big blockbuster things really to report on, which is partly why I haven't really talked about it much, but things are inching forward, which is good. I could mention that there's people like Brian Johnson and other influencers that are doing all crazy biohacking stuff, like using blood transfusions from younger people.
Mm-hmm.
None of that is peer reviewable, that kind of thing. And I'm not going to stop anybody from experimenting on themselves. There might be things.
You look like the definition of non-binary.
But hey, I haven't covered that in a while. If you guys would like to see a deeper dive on that kind of stuff, just let me know. All right, next up, we got Sawyer, who said, which of these would be easiest to accomplish? Big city life to small city life city life to big city life, cat lover to dog lover, or dog lover to cat lover? Please show your work. Look, this is a very subjective question. What's true for me might not be true for anybody else. But, I mean, as a lot of you guys know, I grew up in a small town, and I moved to a city. But this happened when I was young. I moved away for college, which is kind of an easy time to do that, because you're moving into student housing, and you don't already have, like, a life, built up yet. I imagine as an adult that would be very hard. Especially, I mean, just financially, right? Like, you're going from a place with a median home value of $50,000 to a place where it's $500,000. Like, that's a huge jump. You just don't have the equity to put into something like that. And the same is true for rent. Rent is less in a small town as well. Depends on where you are, though. That's very subjective. As far as cat lover to dog lover and vice versa, I used to be all about the cats. When I moved into this home, we had 2 cats. But when we moved into this house, we decided having a house might be good to have, a big dog for protection, that kind of thing. So we got a pity mix named Jake, who was the sweetest animal that ever lived to us. He scared everybody else, but I don't know. He changed me. He changed me from a cat person to a dog person. And stop the hate comments right now. Just stop it. I still like cats. Actually, no, that's engagement. No, cats. I hate them.
That's charming.
Another one.
I'm gonna go. Bye-bye. See you, Muffin.
All of our old furniture.
Yeah.
And I'm not really in a hurry to have my new furniture get scratched all to hell. Which is why we had to replace the old furniture. I will say my old cat Falco, he would always greet me at the door, meow, 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 and all that stuff. He would jump up on the kitchen counter, and I'd walk over to him. And
fuck this dude.
I would just,
fuck you, Muffin.
A big hug, and he'd purr and all that. I do miss that. That was really sweet. But Jake was just such a great dog. He was an idiot, but he had the biggest dog heart, and he just wanted to be in the room with you, and he just wanted to be, next to you, and he just wanted to fill that room with his farts. I don't know. Jake changed me from a primarily cat person to a dog person, and now we have 2 little chicken nuggets running around the house. So, and that happened with no effort whatsoever. So I would say that was the easiest. I do still like cats though. All right, next up, PJ Christensen, a noob. Welcome. What does the future of AI and psychology look like in relation to each other? Is AI merely a tool or a companion? AI and psychology. I'm actually very curious about this, honestly. So on one hand, like, the erosion of human relationships is troubling, and it's a concern for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
There's a rise that you're hearing of people having, like, relationships with AI characters and whatnot. And there are AI therapy apps that already exist, which, sounds helpful. They have the access to all the info on the subject that exists out there. And I'm not a hater. I'm really not. I mean, like, we are in a bit of an AI backlash because it's just ubiquitous at this point. But I think we do forget sometimes that it does have very specific and tangible uses, especially when it comes to medicine.
Yeah,
like,
curing cancer.
To find patterns and compare it against.
What are you against AI? Oh, you're against cancer. Okay, you like cancer. You're against cancer research. That all makes sense now.
Helpful in diagnostic medicine. Like, AI is being used to find melanomas and skin scans
Mm-hmm.
and lung cancers and X-rays and whatnot
Mm-hmm.
way faster and earlier than a human could, which is also super important to catch it early. So theoretically, why couldn't an AI help with mental health in the same way? Like, recognize patterns in thoughts and behaviors, and then make recommendations. Maybe it's something that could find troubling psychological stuff earlier in a person's life and redirect them before they go too far that direction. Maybe there's even something out there that exists already that I don't know about, where if you keep a journal, which I try to do on a somewhat regular basis, but if you keep a journal, maybe you could feed that into an AI, and it could find patterns in thinking and thoughts and offer, therapeutic solutions. There's a thing that I've become really fascinated by. It's something called DebunkBot. Some AI researchers came up with this. It's basically an AI that's trained on conspiracy theories.
Ooh.
And what's interesting is through, testing and experimentation and whatnot, they've actually shown that it can help reduce a person's level of belief in a conspiracy. And what's interesting about it to me is that
the more you dig into it, the more you do the science on it, and not just believe retards.
a lot of human
Well, you guys
interactions
retarded.
tribalism, you know, so somebody's trying to convince you
For
that
the whole
you should
moon.
believe in a conspiracy or even, you know, a political belief or whatever, you know, it's easy to put them in the other camp and just dismiss what they have to say. And you're not really even wrong to do that. Everybody's belief is colored by their own biases. That's a human thing, you know? But I think the reason that AI is proving to be so effective is because it is dispassionate. It's not colored with any kind of specific human bias anyway, you know, and so it's a lot easier for people to just kind of like accept the facts that's given to them.
Callie!
And of course it can share its sources as well. So
What's
it's not
up,
just
Callie?
somebody saying that's not true. It's like, well, here's the receipts. So in that sense, I guess there is a little bit of evidence that AI could be used in a mental health capacity.
Did you finish your exercises, Callie?
But there's also the other side of it that we have to acknowledge, which is there have been stories of people actually, like, you know, taking AI advice and hurting themselves, even ending their own life.
Yup, the 14-year-old whose girlfriend Daenerys told him to kill himself so they could be together.
So it's something to be careful about. But I don't think it's completely
You gonna tell me?
unhelpful. I think there could
Marvel
be some
Rivals,
opportunity
Callie?
for it out there. I'm sure there'll be lots of research into it in the coming years, and it'll be interesting to follow that. So we got one more question to get to, but before we do that, let's christen the new members and Patreon supporters with the power of Zoe. Here we go. New supporters include on Patreon, Bored to Death, PJ Christensen, whose question is answered, Usual Going On with the Geomagnetic Field, All My Life I've wanted to see the Aurora Borealis, last year, early this year, as far south as central Oklahoma can see them. Today there's another chance. Solar Maximum, Weaker Field.
One thing I improve on my writing, you want to elevate beyond comprehension. Beyond all other stories that were written. True, Callie, I believe it.
It's never gotten as far down as Dallas, and even if it did get this far down, the light pollution, I'm sure, would knock it all out. But yeah, the quick answer is yes. We are at solar maximum right now. This was from last year, at the end of last year, about this time last year. But yeah, the sun goes through 11-year solar cycles, and we are in solar maximum, which is also known as the time when all the sunspots are out. And you'll see some on social media. There's lots of really cool videos of like solar flares and coronal mass ejections that are really interesting to look at. But actually, you know, like remember last year we had that total solar eclipse. It was a good time to have a total solar eclipse because there were these huge prominences that were coming off the sun, and I actually captured it myself in the backyard, which was amazing. So you asked if there's a solar maximum, and you asked if the magnetic field is weakening. Number one, yes, we are in solar maximum. Number two,
Your clarity, Callie.
so as many of you
Make
know,
sure
these magnetic poles flip.
you are telling the reader exactly what is going on.
They occur about every 450,000 years on average.
That is the biggest thing you
and it's
can
been
do
about
is
700,000
clarity.
years since the last one. And there is evidence that, like, you know, the pole moves around, and it's moved
Just like
quite a bit
one
over the last 10
sentence
years or so.
at the end
So
of
here's
everything
an
being
article
like, and this
talking
is what it
about going all
actually
the way back
is.
to 2003, so this is
Right?
this is not a new thing. But these transitions take a long time. Like it's saying right here that
But I think that's
the
literally all you need,
2,000
Callie.
years at the current rate continues.
And you're like, oh, I
Yeah, a
thought
little bit
so,
of time.
or
But it also
oh,
says
now
that
I
there's
see it, right?
things
Those are
called
the
excursions
reactions you're
that
looking
happen,
for.
like 10 times more common than the full-fledged flip-flops. That's a lot of F's. It says in the last 50,000 years, there were many times when the field strength was a lot lower than it is today without reversing. The dipole may be stumbling, but it's far from a collapse. So to answer your question about like if the magnetic field is weakening to the point that like you could see a difference in the Aurora Borealis and stuff like that, probably not, because we're really talking over like geologic timescales here. Actually, one of my favorite things that I learned working on a previous project was that, you know, the ocean floor, especially in the Atlantic Ocean, as it's spreading, it kind of like
invite
there's a
Queen.
ridge and it spreads and it moves out like
I
that.
think Queen's
You
here.
can see, they know how long it's been doing that because you can see differences in the way particles are organized due to the shifting magnetic poles. So yeah, this picture right here kind of shows what I'm talking about. There's literally
I'll make
stripes
food
in the
first.
ocean floor,
Okay.
magnetic stripes, where you can see how the magma, as it cooled, aligned
I'm
itself
playing
to the
comp.
magnetic field, and that field keeps flipping, and you can see stripes because of it. If you're looking at the magnetic field, anyway. So, is our magnetic field weakening in a sense? Yes, but not over so long a period of time that it's going to cause any actual problems or anything for us living here today. So if there's an uptick in aurora activity, it would be a lot more to do with the solar maximum, I would imagine. The good news is that most scientists don't think that this poses any kind of like threat to humanity or anything. It'll take place over thousands of years, so, you know, plenty of time to adjust and whatnot. Really the worst thing is that like compasses are going to need to be recalculated like 2,000 years from now. we'll be fine. So it doesn't look like it would weaken the magnetic field so much that it would endanger
Oh,
us.
except for season
The
4.5,
previous
I
didn't
want to
result in
try
mass
to get
extinctions or
diamond.
anything like that.
Alright,
It has
no
caused mass
worries,
extinctions in the
Queen, no
past, but it's
worries.
sudden climate change. So that's still the more urgent concern. On that note, a recent study in the journal Nature has linked 213 heat waves between the years 2000 and 2023 to specific carbon emissions from 180 fossil fuel and cement producers around the world. And 50% of those emissions came from just 14 companies. In no way will that be polarizing, because everything is polarizing now. I mean, that's what gets the clicks, and honest journalism feels increasingly rare. So when I want clarity on an issue, I turn to ground news. Look, if you get your news from only one source, you're
Alright. World building questions. Oops, this is muted. Hold on.
Hey, Brandon here. This is the bonus companion video to my world building Q&A lecture. So, if you have been following
Koala, yo.
my lecture series, which is now finished, I'm recording a
Daedra was
bonus
just
Q&A.
telling me.
What? I don't know what his name is.
Thinks he'd be a perfect
JBLH. Yeah.
Class. Number one, in your lectures, you talk about having world building be a hollow iceberg. What are some signs or signals to us as writers that we've gone off the deep end with world building and our iceberg has become too big? Similarly, how can we self-assess our own work to see if the iceberg needs to be world building needs to be more comprehensive? Seems like a very fine line to tread, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. Well, thank you. Thank you for the question. This is a fine line to tread. So let's start with the first one. How can you tell if you're world building, if you're putting too much world building into the book? I would suggest a two-phase litmus test. The first one is, are you spending so much time world building that you aren't actually getting to your writing? This is the first and most important of the litmus tests. When we talk about people spending too much time world building, really we're talking about they spend so much time up front that they never actually get to the story. Now, this can be totally fine if that is your goal, right? We're taking the focus that you want to be a professional writer. If what you want to do is spend 20 years world building the perfect world and then write some stories in it, I'm not going to stop you. There's nothing wrong with that. But if your goal is to make a living as a science fiction fantasy novelist, you need to be releasing stories regularly. And so from that end, if you are spending so much time world building that you aren't able to hit your personal writing deadlines,
Queen's not going to play, Callie.
That's when it starts to be a problem. For instance, I would recommend that most authors be shooting for trying to complete one book a year.
No, she's playing Rivals. She's trying to get to Diamond.
One book every 2 years is acceptable. If you're going over about one book every 2 years,
I want Callie to play No Man's Sky
and
with
you're
me.
spending a ton of time.
No, I didn't mean no.
I would recommend shifting some of that to writing. One of the things that's going to be a problem here is a lot of you new writers, you're not going to know where you actually need to spend your world building time until you get better writing instincts. The more you write, the more your world building time ahead of time on your book will become more effective. So build those writing instincts. See what you need. There is no wrong way to write a book. And some books have huge, dense, full of world building openers that are of the style the author wants them to be. That's not wrong. A steep learning curve does, cut out some of your audience, but it gains you other people that really enjoy that. Stephen Erickson is a great example of this, but even there are lots of famous books that are very world-building heavy straight up front. Snow Crash does a ton of very bizarre, very interesting world-building things straight in your first chapter. You're thrown straight in, and you have to deal with this wacky, fascinating, interesting world. That's not wrong. In fact, Snow Crash is one of the great pieces of science fiction literature. And so at this point, your second litmus test is, for the goals that you have, are you turning off your reader because you're not giving them stakes, character, and story, and instead are you letting yourself lapse into wanting to put the world building in because you spent the time on it? That's your second big thing that people have a problem with world building too much. They spend so much time on the history that when it doesn't match the storytelling, you still just want to put in paragraphs and paragraphs of explanations. Again, if this is the story you're telling, it doesn't have to be wrong. But oftentimes that will turn readers off a little bit. They'll say, why does this connect? What's the point? The other side, if you're looking for your world building to be more comprehensive, well, generally your biggest problem here is going to be reader confusion. And I rely on early readers for this. They're reading the book and they're like, I can't pay attention to the characters because I don't know what questions to be asking about the magic system. I don't know if I'm asking the right questions. I'm just confused. And usually that's not what you want. There are certain types of stories, again, where you want people confused a little at the beginning, but you pair those with really dynamic storytelling to pull them through the confusion as you're relying on the realizations that come later to really build a connection between them and the
Guys, it gets good at 50 hours,
reading
okay?
And had to tell
Other half wouldn't
a
get into the
pro
Way
writer from an
Kings because
amateur
there were too
solely
many
based on world
characters.
building. What would the symptoms
Couldn't.
What would be the symptoms you're looking for? Excellent question. As
I'm
I said
good
in the
with a
class,
lot of characters.
Oftentimes you can tell a pro
But
from an
I've never
amateur,
read that
very
or
quickly. The same way that you could tell a pro
Ice and
piano
Fire.
player
Song
from
of Ice and Fire.
an amateur piano player. Well, with this, there's a few
Yeah.
little things I'd be looking for. The first would be, how many names are you throwing at the reader, straight up? You usually want to keep proper names down a little in your openings. You want to focus on the character and their names. You don't want to hit us too much. Once in a while, it can be good for setting a tone and whatnot, but people's eyes will start to glaze over. And this can be one of your dangerous areas, particularly in a fantasy book. Throwing a ton of names and jargon and terms, unless you're shooting for that really steep learning curve on purpose, is one of those things that'll make you stand out. The other sorts of things, well, you will look amateur if you look like you're trying to show off your world building.
He has bad
rather than letting
ADHD,
it
said
be
to
there
many
to
characters,
enhance the
too many characters makes it hard to remember everyone
so
in the story.
excited
Yeah,
by
I
your
could see
world
that.
building that we have paragraphs and paragraphs of info dumps rather than a character doing something, then you have a problem. And what the pros are going to do, even if they have a really exciting magic system, there's a book called Spellwright, which is an excellent example of this, which is people creating spells. It's an excellent book that I recommend, and the opening scene is a character basically trying to debug a spell. The problem being he's dyslexic, and he's in class for writing spells, and they're actually physically written spells. It's a really cool, innovative magic system, but there's a character with a problem, and his personal limitations then lead to the part making the problem worse through no fault of his own, which immediately builds us.
He's also
sympathy
into
and
lit
bringing interest.
RPG.
It shows off the magic.
Lit
system as
RPG
it
is good, man. I
running
love
it,
it.
essentially.
It's basically
really good
what
opening for a magic
what Stoner
system
Girl
heavy
is.
First chapter. The reader who reads that will know very quickly if this is a good book for them. Whereas you
Like, it's got the
pair that with
system,
the
it's got like
amateur,
the
and
computer
you'll end up with
like
this
interface kind of idea with the
long-winded sort of,
magic.
in the
But it's
dawn
also
of
got
time,
everything
there
else
was a
in
magic
there.
that was, and there's no characters to latch onto. There's this overwrought, overwritten opening that feels kind of purple, and it's just like a big barrier to getting into the story. That's one of the things.
That's what I felt about the Wheel of Time.
You would look at. Now, of course, the main things are going to
If you
be
get it-
how well the reader
Get it
how well the
into
author
an
can
audio,
handle
I
the
could
voice
probably get him
and
to
how
listen
well
to
they
it.
can
Yeah.
get across this world building through the way the character sees the world. That's a hybrid between character and world building, but it is, as I say in class, the grand skill of writing science fiction and fantasy is the ability to convey your world through the eyes of a character, so you don't even realize as a reader that the world building is happening.
Yeah.
Instead, you feel like you're getting character and plot. How
Yeah.
do you make your world's history relevant to the storyline? How do you make the history described in the books surprisingly relevant? I'm always impressed at how every bit of historical context given in your books ends up being crucial to the plot. Warbreaker is a wonderful example of this. Well, thank you. Again, so how do you make the history relevant? So your easiest way to make things relevant on that first question is to make them interesting to the characters in some way. The reader, if they can pick up on the relevance early on because it's important to a character, they'll pay better attention. And particularly if you're going to be using this history for important things later on, you want them to have paid some attention. And a lot of times what you're doing here is you're doing a bit of you're signposting that they should be paying attention for a reason different than the fact that there's a twist coming. You make the character interested in it. You make it their passion. You make the character ignorant about it. And the real point of the scene that the reader thinks is this is the two characters chatting about something, and there's a subtext of either like romance or argument or things like this, and they're paying attention because they're fascinated by that. And then the clues you have inserted about history become extra relevant later on. Where your character's focus is where your reader's focus should be. Usually, those things match up exactly, and if you're writing well, they will. But how do you make it surprisingly relevant? Well, this comes from understanding what you need to foreshadow, and a lot of times it comes from knowing what your ending is before you're writing or revising. If you are a discovery writer, it's okay. You get to that ending, and then you do a good revision where you say, okay, these are the key things that I need, that are crucial. How can I devise scenes early on that convey this information without looking heavy-handed? And it's that heavy-handedness that you really need to watch for as a new writer. Having the storyteller come on, and the point of the story, oftentimes the point of Wit's story is to motivate in a certain way.
I have to sprint tomorrow, and yes, I did exercise. Nice, Callie.
When something becomes relevant later on with Hoyd's story, and you're like, oh, I learned that history. That's really fun. I thought I was just learning about, Hoyd giving a pep talk. Find ways to make everything you're doing achieve more than one goal. And with these history lessons, what you don't want
Shadowboxing
is
doesn't raise my heart rate
a
anymore.
Fun and interesting dynamic scene where things are happening and people are excited. Another way to make these interesting is to somehow make them visual. This is why when Wit is telling the story of the water sail, he is using some light weaving. He knows that an audience needs something more to really bond to than just a story. And it can be as simple as throwing powders into the air, as I have him do. A lot of books will have, visual context in some way. It's the reason that Maui has tattoos in Moana, so that when a story happens, you have a visual representation of that story. They don't have to necessarily flashback. You've got a cool means of telling the story. Look for these sorts of things to keep people engaged and interesting when they're on the screen, and then pay them off. The more often you pay them off, the more people will want to pay attention.
Songs, dances, books, poems.
I am working on a story as told by the spirit or god of the city in which it takes place, and the viewpoints from characters all different points in time. Very cool, very ambitious. I approve. Before they ultimately all converge in the main timeline. Okay, great. Some Cloud Atlas sort of stuff going on here. Do you have any suggestions for how to pull off non-linear storytelling using third-person limited storyteller for the narration? All right. So one of the things to be aware of is that readers will naturally bond to whatever they consider the main timeline most. And it'll be extra work to get them to care about the other timelines. And that's just something you have to overcome. Make sure that each of them has a hook that makes them distinctive, a narrative hook that is somehow interesting. And if you can, early on, start to tease that these things are going to be relevant to each other, every little bit of relevance the reader early on will latch onto.
Great example of this from Cloud Atlas is
even if it's something
scar,
as simple
the birthmark.
as Dalinar mentioning his knife again, the knife that was in a flashback, and be like, man, I like that knife. Right? Just to tie them together, to give that little hit of, oh, these are going to be relevant. And start that early. Start promising that convergence long before it happens so that readers subconsciously start to say, okay, this is all relevant. This is all meaningful. This is all important. You're going to have less of a problem with this style of story than you will with flashbacks, which might seem odd to you because they're all different characters, but readers early on are going to see this premise and be like, oh, I see what's happening. It's a cool, non-linear thing. And once again, people will self-select into liking this story as you open and kind of let it dawn on them what it is. And that's going to mean that the people that this story is for are going to keep reading. And if you can pay off for them Don't worry about paying off every story for everyone. Pay off for the people that are going to love the fact that you're doing a nonlinear narrative. And that's how you do it. You start to give these clues that things are going to come together. You're going to want to, while they're reading, they're really going to want to see things in one timeline have an influence on another timeline. You're going to want to see parallels. One of the stronger nonlinear narratives even is Doomsday Book by Connie Willis, in which one character goes back in time and is experiencing the bubonic plague while a modern pandemic is happening in the future. And the ways that the science fiction timeline deals with the pandemic versus the helplessness of the people in the past timeline gives us all of that thematic, both contrast and parallelism that we want in really interesting ways. And of course, most of the book is about the past, and so the future ones are very brief and don't overstay their welcome, and it works really, really well for that reason. It's an excellent example of doing this. So hopefully that will help you. I do think you'll have less trouble than you think, because people will quickly pick up on what type of story this is, and they will bond to watching it all come together. That's going to be their progress.
Yeah.
The process of world building. How do you measure your progress on world building? Is it by word count, section? Do you write formally, or a note format? Do you set a deadline for your world building and then just let that pass, or would you carry on? So usually I work via a deadline for my world building. I say, okay, I've got this much time before I'm going to start writing. The thing to remember is, even though I'm a heavy outliner, I am generally going back to my notes guide a lot during the early parts of the book and writing a chapter, filling it out. If you've been following the progress of Ghost Bloods on my weekly updates, you'll see that some weeks I only get a couple percentage points, and other weeks I get the full 4 that I want. That's because I say, I'm diving back into world building for this week. I've written enough of a chunk that I know what I'm going to need later on. Let's go and make sure that's all in place. My world building is generally a mix of paragraphs explaining and bullet points, just giving a list. Early on, it's paragraphs. Later on, it turns into bullet points, which might seem reversed to you, but that is the way it happens. Is as I'm exploring the world, I'm kind of talking my way through it, and as it starts to click into place,
and it's
then
like
all I need
this,
is the bullet points.
this. Yeah.
I've already got the general feel. I just need reminders on some things. And so this is for a new book, by the way. What's my process like? Is it by word count? No, the whole thing does tend, all of my notes on character, setting, plot together, tend to be about 10% word count of what the final book will be. 100,000 word book tends to have around 10,000 words of world building, but that's not a hard, fast rule, and I don't look to keep that rule. I've just noticed that theme as I do it. So I don't look for a word count. I look for a, do I feel confident in this setting? And can I start writing? And when I hit a point where I need to build something more, and this is something really important that those of you who have world builder's disease, you won't be able to anticipate all the things that you're going to need. So it often is better to start writing and then hit, okay, I need this. Let's spend a little bit more time in my world building here. Just don't let it interrupt your writing too much. And I do that quite a bit. I'm like, all right, what's the theme for this? Let's jump back to my notes document, write out a few paragraphs so I have it later on. All right, I feel comfortable on that. Back to the writing. How often should you describe the spice, quote unquote? If a character isn't changing scenery or locations much, how can you revisit a similar description without it feeling redundant? It's the lack of scenery change for that character to support practice in the first place, or is there a way to use the same principles without a physical description of the location? Again, there's no one way to do this, but I'm glad you're asking this question. It is a relevant question.
I would use names.
How often? Again, no rule here. What you want to do is remember that kind of pyramid of distraction. You want to start a scene by pulling the reader into that scene, either with characters launching like straight into a problem or something like that. If you start with dialogue, make sure you set the scene at some point. Every chapter should set the scene, even if it's in the same place. Have the character notice something different.
Yeah.
Or
otherwise,
whatnot.
it shouldn't be its own chapter.
I have a lot of characters out in the mists in Mistborn, and each time I'll set the scene, I'll do it from the character's viewpoint. Today they're feeling like this, and the mists seem playful. Today the mists seem kind of dark and ominous because the character's mood is such. there could be anything hiding in there. At one time, the mists are lighter, and so they might describe it in one way. At another time, they're deeper and thicker, or there's certain lights. Basically, finding different ways to describe the same thing. Someone's in the same room all the time, use a few sort of clues, like there's a clock that's always ticking in the corner, and today that beat seemed to be to the song that he had been singing earlier, or today that clock ticking was really annoying, or whatever it is, so that you're reminding us of what the setting is. Set that scene, put the character in the scene, and then you can go through the rest of the chapter without doing a lot of the scene setting, except for occasional reminders of having the character interact with it. Interacting with the scene to pull us back into it is really handy. You'll see people doing this a lot in film as well. After there's a long conversation, they push out of their chair and they slam on the table, or they lean against the wall, or something like this. That is doing the exact same thing. It is pulling us out of the abstract into the concrete, reminding us that these aren't talking heads, that these are characters in a setting. And interacting with that setting is really just very handy. How often do you describe the spice? In Dune, you're talking about how the spice kind of sparkles in the air. I would do it any time that the character is pausing and looking across the setting. I might not describe the spice in detail every time. I might just throw it in a line, but I would include it in each of your setting details, just like in Mistborn. Every time someone's outside, they're going to describe the mist. And finding ways to just make this work and not feel too redundant is part of your job as a writer. Finding ways to set. I mean, you're going to have to write so many scenes that take place in a room with two people talking to each other. Practicing how to make that scene description interesting by seeing it through the character's viewpoint and mood for that day is one of the things you need to learn as a writer. So I'm glad you're asking this. And I would recommend that you just practice it. Focus on that and see what you can do. I wouldn't say the lack of scenery change for a character is poor practice. There are lots of great stories that take place in a single room. And so, I mean, Emperor's Soul is my award winner. And 90% of that story takes place in one room. I couldn't read it.
It was too long.
I'm finding ways to make that room evolve and change in order to keep it fresh and whatnot. But definitely
it's like 190 pages.
Keep someone in the same place. Just depends on the story you're telling. All right, last question. Is there a way to blend divine entities with mortals without making them feel disconnected from the primal instincts of the worlds or overpowered compared to mortals? A mix of Silmarillion and Narnia, for example. Well, it is definitely a thing that I am doing. Whether it's effective or not is your mileage may vary. I do a lot of this in Wind and Truth, in fact. So yes, there are plenty of ways to do that. One thing to keep in mind is motivations can cross all sorts of boundaries of alien biology and divine natures and things like that. If somebody cares about something that's relatable, well, it won't really matter who they are or what their power are. That care, that passion is going to pull us through. If someone is prevented from doing something they want to do, we know what that feels like, even if some sort of divine figure is doing it. Now, there is a reason why the gods in the Cosmere feel a little more like Greek gods and a little less like omnipotent divinities, and I'm kind of in between those two. More than a Greek god, less than an omnipotent divinity, and that is because I do want to make them relatable, and I do need them to be viewpoints now and then.
The
but I use them sparingly because I
got a video of a guy playing the hang drum in
get someone to bond
tunnel.
to
It's
someone
really
who is
impressive to
doing
me
that
as the
much.
other instrument he's using at the same time.
Capable of that much. You can absolutely do this. There are stories that do this. It depends on the conflict. It depends on what your theming for that viewpoint is. And I guess my answer to you is yes, it's very possible, but there are as many ways to do this as there are authors who might try it. So you're going to have to find your own method of doing this and ways to make rooting interests and to make people fascinated by these characters And you might just use prose to do that. A very distinctive and
A
interesting
buddy of
prose
mine
might be
told
the
me
method,
that he blew
or
a
you might
tranny in his
make,
car and I called
use
him
the
a
Superman
faggot and he was
problem.
like, nah
What
man,
makes
my
Superman
transmission.
interesting? The things he can't do. What are the overpowered individuals incapable of doing?
Nice.
That
Mike
might be
and
for your
cheese, Harry.
stories. You could go either direction on those. So there you are. Those are your world building questions. Thank you so much. We have one more of these videos that we are prepping, which is going to be the nature of publishing and the bonus video on that. And then we will wrap up this series for now. So, hey, thank you so much for your questions, and I hope that was helpful.
Hell yeah. All right. No idea what that thing is in his right hand is. So I want to make a new thing. So we want to get rid of this. I'm going to bring this in. Remove this. Fuck. Okay. I have no idea how to do this. Maybe we just swap them? Like... that. So we just have this here. Yeah, interesting, Sean. And then we can have the video, and then I won't have to worry about what angle I'm at. And this will just be a lot easier to do, and then we can see whatever's on the page here. I just gotta make sure I know where I need to be. Alright, let's get on with it. Another day of drawing.
Priestley, welcome to Archery Tours Online. Today, this is the fourth in my series of drawing videos for absolute beginners. Today we're going to combine all the ideas from the previous videos into this one to produce a final drawing. We're going to be concentrating on depth, on curves, and on creating lines and tone. So, let's make a start. Come on. We're going to be using 3 pencils, HB, 2B, 8B. If you haven't got these pencils, as long as you've got 3 different pencils, it will work. So don't fret about it. Now we're going to concentrate on what we did in the last few videos, drawing curves, moving the wrist, flicking, creating tone by varying the pressure that you put on with the pencil. You see, as I've done here. So we're going to combine these 3 ideas together to create our still life. Now the first thing we're going to do is to create a little pot. Now you'll notice when I draw the pot, I'm drawing the top part of the pot curved upwards. Now the reason I'm doing that is because I want to make it look as though I'm looking up at the pot. Now this means you need to understand something about eye level. If you don't understand anything about eye level, check out the little video. You can see the link to it comes up at the top of the screen now. I've drawn 3 straight lines. These are going to be for my brushes. Now this is not a particularly interesting design, but I want to draw them like this to show you the difference that we will get in the drawing. So you will do a more interesting overlap them. They'll look more interesting if you did that. Now I'm going to draw basically a decorator's brush. Now using that center line,
I have no idea what the fuck this is,
because I can use that to try to ensure that both sides of my brush are more or less equal. Okay, don't be too precise about it. You know, it doesn't have to look like a photograph, but it does have to be reasonably correct.
What are we drawing?
Otherwise it won't work. Now you'll
At first I thought he said a
curves
pot.
are again curving upwards, so that I'm beginning to look up at my brush, which is what I want. Now drawing the hairs of the brush, I'm going to just use a broken line. We've used this before along the top to suggest the brush. If you use a continuous line, it doesn't work quite so well. Now I'm going to draw the other brush. This is going to be more like a watercolour type brush here. You see I'm using the curves. Notice how my hand and wrist keeps changing. You know, you must move your hand around if you're going to draw anything. I'm using the centre line, as you can see, and I'm flicking to create the hairs on the brush at the top, just suggesting it at the moment. Now all this is with my HB pencil, and I'm drawing it quite lightly, because if I make a mistake, I can always correct it at this stage. You should always try to do that, you know, correct it at this stage. It's much easier to correct it now than it is later on when all the tone and details on. Okay, we get the rest of this brush done. Again, I'm flicking upwards and using the broken line to suggest the end. It's more of a flat type brush here. Okay, put the background in, and I'm now going to use my HB pencil and add some tone. Now I'm adding tone by using line. Now we've done this in previous videos, as you can see, using the line to suggest the tone, as you can see here. You'll notice also that as I'm doing this, I keep going over sections just to darken them slightly. This brush is the furthest away of the 3. Now even though when you look at it in reality, there doesn't appear to be very much difference between them. In the drawing, if you make the one at the back slightly lighter in tone, it will look as though it's behind the other brushes. This is why we've got the 3 brushes separate and not overlapping, just to make this crystal clear. I'm just adding a little bit more tone to this now, as you can see, a few lines here and there, making the brush look a little bit more 3-dimensional, but you get the impression I'm looking up at the brush. The brush bristles on the brush, again I'm using that flicking line going up and down, up and down. Don't be too precise, don't go right to the edge there. Remember, you are suggesting a brush. You are not trying to create a photograph of a brush. Okay? People do get obsessed with making their drawings look like hyper-realist photographic drawings, but then they look like everybody else's hyper-realist photographic drawings. No character, you see? No individuality. So if it's not perfect, it's wonderful. It's your drawing. Be proud of it. So we've got to finish off this little sketch here. Now, because I'm doing this in an HB pencil, it's coming out very lightly, and I may well come back to this towards the end of the drawing and adjust the tones. You should always draw and adjust as you go along. Keep comparing and contrasting. I'm now using my 2B pencil, using the curves again. Now you'll notice with this that as soon as I start drawing this, I'm starting putting in the lines. Because I'm using a darker pencil, it's a stronger tone, it already looks as though it's in front of the brush that I've already drawn. You see, so just by using a different strength of pencil, a darker pencil, you can see the difference. Using line down here, you'll notice those lines. There's a subtle change, if you notice, goes from being curved at the edge to being straight in the middle. And that will help to suggest the roundness of that part of the brush. Now, that part of the brush, that curved bit's actually called the shoulder. I don't know whether you know that, but it is. Using the flicking technique to get the brush, you see? Flick up, flick, 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 flick. That's
Your
what
pretty
you've got
nails?
to do.
Thanks.
Add a little bit of shading here. Don't be too precise with that. If you try and draw the brush coming back the other way instead of flicking upwards, it doesn't look the same. You see, there's a bit more vigour to it when you flick upwards. So we'll just add a little bit more tone to this. We'll come back and adjust this later on. I'm going to do the same now around the edges of the pot. I'm just outlining this. You see, I'm just darkening the tones around the edge. Now I'm using a 2B pencil for this. I'm not doing the bit in the middle because that's going to be even stronger because it's slightly closer to us. So I use my darker pencil. Notice here the curves. I want to suggest that the rim is curved, so I use curved lines. If you use straight lines, the lines will tell us that the rim is straight. We don't want to do that. Lines tell stories. You see here, the lines are vertical. I'm just going up and down like we've done before in the previous videos. And this tells me that the surface is vertical. You see, lines tell a story. So the angle of the lines is really important. Notice here the lines I'm pressing on very, very much lighter because this is going to be the light side of the pot. You see how it's working there. Right, I'm now switching to my 8B pencil. Now, you may choose to use something like a 4B, which probably would be better because it's not quite so much of a contrast. My 8B pencil is really going to contrast with what I've already drawn, which will make things really stand out, which is what I want you to notice. Now you'll notice here I'm just putting the shading on down the sides there we go, okay, and you'll notice this, because it's an 8B pencil, is very, very much darker than the other two pencils. So again, it's looking as though it's in front of the other pencils. Now we're just going to put the basics in. Again, that flicked broken line. Flick, flick, flick for the hairs of the brush, you see. Flick, flick, flick. This is a big sort of flat type brush there. And we'll just put a little bit more shading on here. We're going to come back and adjust the edges of these brushes later because we've just got the basics in there at the moment. Now, continuing with my 8B pencil, I'm just doing the curves. Now, watch those curves. You see how they become straight in the middle? Okay. I'm pressing on quite hard now and then gradually I'll stop pressing and press lighter and lighter and lighter. You see the idea? Okay, you can vary all the tones. You can do a whole of this drawing, in fact, just using one pencil, providing that you vary the tone. Now, we've got some strong outlines on this, which we're going to get rid of later on, but you'll see how that develops.
Oh, man.
I'm just going to strengthen some of this area here. As you can see, this is working now quite nicely. So up and down with the darker pencil. Put a little bit of shadow on here just to suggest the 3D elements. Now the background, I'm just going back to my HB pencil, and I'm using exactly the same technique I used in the previous video when I drew water. You see lines close together in the background, getting wider apart as they come towards you. Helps to create distance. Now, going back to my
You can barely see that in real life, let alone on paper or on the camera.
Some areas around here, and I'm going to just work a little bit more on the brush in the background to make it slightly stronger in tone. You see, I'm comparing and contrasting. See, the contrast between this brush and the darker brush is a little bit too much at the moment, so I need to darken that. But I'll come back to that later. Now, I'm switching to my 2B pencil, and I'm just adding some shading over the top of this to make the contrast a little bit more subtle. You see the idea? So just darkening this down a little bit now. So we've got a little bit more subtle contrast between the two. Now, you'll see here I want to get rid of some of these outlines. So the shading is beginning to develop so that the outline begins to disappear. We want to try to get rid of outlines if we possibly can, because your drawing will look more realistic if you can get rid of outlines. Now, I'm going to use my HB pencil again, just darken this down a little bit more. You see here, just as it goes into the pot, because you can get a lot of shadow in that area just there. So I'm going to try to darken it a little bit more. You see what I'm doing? I'm going to do the same here, this with my 2B pencil. Now you see this section here, I'm just darkening it just as it reaches the pot, and it creates now an edge. The pot has got an edge there, not an outline, and that looks more convincing. It makes that brush look as though it's actually gone into the pot, which is what we want to see. We're going to look at this side now. I need to make some adjustments on this, but we're going to use my 8B pencil. As I say, you can probably use a lighter pencil, but I'm doing this so you can see clearly the contrast between the different pencils. You'll notice again I've darkened a little bit where it touches the pot itself, so it creates an outline.
Guys, am I a genius? Did I do it?
Sorry, it creates an edge, not an outline. Darkening this area by the bristles, you see, makes the bristles look much more commanding, much more dominant. I'm just going to strengthen the shadow down this side here with my 8B pencil. You can see here, just going down there, strengthening it up. You see, one little tip, if you screw your eyes up now, screw your eyes up and look at the drawing, can you see it in terms of light and dark? So you can then see which bits need to be made lighter, or which bits need to be made darker to work. Now, you'll notice my middle brush is a little bit too light still, so I'm going to darken it, add a little bit more tone to it. I'm also going to adjust this brush because the side of this brush isn't quite there yet. So I'll just make adjustments to that. So you've got to keep looking now, looking carefully, make these sort of minor adjustments. Major adjustments should have been made earlier on, but minor adjustments like tone and such like here, just darkening these edges at the bottom there, so it creates that edge. You see, I'm just bringing that out a little bit because it needs to be a little bit fatter on the shoulder of the brush there. That's better. Okay, make that look a little bit more curved. Now, we'll just touch up a little bit more
It's about that time, isn't it?
Of that centre brush in a second.
Almost about that time for me too.
This one again needs to be strengthened here. Just keep looking, comparing, contrasting all the time. Just touching up.
See on late tonight. It's 1 a.m. Yeah.
A little bit more convincing. That's what
Oh.
you're trying to do. Just do a little bit more, as you can see on this brush. This is with a 2B pencil. Now just making that, strengthening that tone there and these edges, just to make them look a little bit more convincing. Now, you can clearly see that brushes look as though they're in front of each other. This is done by contrast of tone. This is what you need to do in your drawing. I've exaggerated the effect here, but you can see what I'm trying to do. I hope you've done a great drawing.
I don't know, what do you guys think? Does it look like it's 3D at all? It looks a lot different in the camera than it does on the paper.
I hope you've really enjoyed.
Looks a lot better on camera. Looks fucking horrible in real life.
Perhaps you could give the video a like. If you would like to subscribe, then check out my YouTube channel, which you can see on the bottom of the screen here. If you would like to support the making of these videos, then please have a look at my Patreon channel, where you can
Jesus
get
fucking
rewards
Christ! Holy
in return for
shit.
your patronage. That would be wonderful. Thank you again for watching.
Let's go check him out.
See you
Look at
in the
this
next
guy.
video.
Give him some likes. Give him some love. See you next time. Have a good one, Sean. Have a good night. We're probably gonna peace
Hello,
out
my
here
name is
now,
Paul
guys.
Crazy. Welcome to our
But yeah, that's our picture for today. Definitely looks a lot better on the camera. Like, we could probably still use like a little bit of like something like this. Bristles are pretty fucked though. But I mean, hey, it's a used brush, right? I mean, it's the essence of it, right? And that's kind of what matters, right? It's not going to be as good as his. He's a fucking goddamn professional. This is like my 8th drawing, right? So that's very important to it. But I think we did a good job, so that's all that matters, right? Just practice makes perfect. I just gotta keep doing the lines. Like, I'm just so bad. I gotta get more I gotta find my other pencils, too. Like, it's crazy. But, 'tis what it is, right? So, as always, guys, thank you for hanging out and sticking around and, you know, being you. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! And as always, we will be back again tomorrow for all the fun and excitement of the Stram. Tam, Stram, Dam, Bam, ma'am. Well, I mean, Coffee raided me earlier. Apparently, they're back on again, so we're gonna raid them back, because that's reciprocation right there. So get your Wii U's ready. Let's go.
Welcome, Raiders. How was stream? Egg salad? It sounds delicious, I will be honest.
Want me some egg salad. Alright, see you guys.